My name is Dr. Sandra Wall-Williams, and I'd like to welcome you to Making Money as a Mentor. I'm excited to bring this topic to you today, and definitely excited to be a part of the Comeback Champion Summit. And this is so exciting to be able to talk to you about how I learned to make money as a mentor. So I'm going to go ahead and get ready and share my screen so that you can follow along with me. And again, the title of my topic is Make Money as a Mentor, 3 Keys to Generating a 6-Figure Income and Be Able to Serve Others. Now, today I'm going to talk about 3 topics. First, why should somebody even pay for a mentor? You know, they talk about mentors being free, but why should somebody even pay for them? I want to talk about the qualifications of a paid mentor. And then finally, I want to give you the 3 keys to making a 6-figure income as a paid mentor. Now, just a little bit about myself. I am the Master Vision Mentor and Coach. Again, my name is Dr. Sandra Wall-Williams. I won't go through all of the things that are here on the side about me, but just so that you will know, I am an award-winning mentor, an award-winning leader, and an award-winning coach. I spent 30 years working before I retired. And so I retired as a senior vice president for all 58 community colleges in the state of North Carolina. Really big job, but I tell you what, I learned so much having that type of job. I learned about leadership. I learned about mentoring. I learned about coaching. I learned about technology because I was over all the technology. So I learned so very much. But what that gave me the ability to do is to understand people. Understand people. And one thing about being a mentor is that you have to understand the people that you are going to be serving. And now today, what I do is I own my own professional development company, and the name of that company is WMS Corporation. And this is a professional development company to help women or to support women as they move to their next level of success in their ministry or their career. I also sit on corporate boards. Yes, I get paid to sit on boards, sit on corporate boards. I sit on boards in government and sit on boards in education and ministry. So I want to share with you today how all of my background enabled me to be able to be a paid mentor. Now, that doesn't mean that you have to have the same background, but I want to show you how your experience can take you to being a paid mentor. So now let me give you a little bit of background about the Vision Building Institute. Now I am the CEO of the Vision Building, or one of my companies is the Vision Building Institute, and I do individualized teaching, leadership coaching, and executive mentoring, where we work mostly with guided sessions, accountability, and help with strategic direction and guidance. One of the things that I learned as a part of working with women, working with leaders in the Vision Building Institute is that there are 3 things that people always look for. And that is personal development, leadership development, and career or ministry development. And so I created this group called Vision Building Women. It's a Facebook group. And in the Facebook group, we work around and do postings and teaching around these 3 areas. And so I'd invite you to be a part of that group. It's actually, if you search Vision Building Women, you'll see the group come up in Facebook. Now, I want to talk for just a second about what I know about you. All right. And when I talk about what I know about you, I think that you work full time. If you're watching this presentation, if you're part of the Comeback Summit, you work full time. You probably have a vision for your own business or your own ministry. You have a desire to live out your dream, but sometimes making the leap may seem too overwhelming. You want to operate in your God-given gifts, or you may even have a job and you may not be ready to leave the job yet. Now, because I know this about you, let me tell you something that I also know about you. And that is, people come to you for different things when they need help. People come to you when they need support. So people come to you for solutions to their problems. People come to you to help them overcome obstacles that in their life, in their career, in their ministry, or whatever kind of challenges they may have in their business, okay? People come to you because they want to get to their next level. They want you to help them get to their next level. People come to you to help them move forward with their goals. People come to you because they want help with confidence or focus, because they need that in order to do the next thing or the next stage in their life. Mostly people come to you for direction. Now, if I'm right, and you know that people come to you in one of these areas, just kind of raise your hand. I can't see it. We're just going to wave your hand and go, you know what? She's talking about me. Because I almost guarantee you that you find yourself in one of these areas that people come to you for. And if they don't, I'm sure you can fill in the blank with what people do come to you for help with. All right. So now this training is for you if you're already a mentor and you want to become one so that you can help transform lives. It's for you if you want to share your life experiences or your expertise or the wisdom that you have so that you can help transform lives. Maybe you have written a book already and you want to take that book and you want to do more with it. Maybe take that book and do a mentoring program or something. And how do you go about doing that? This training is for you. If you want people to go from just meeting with you, giving you a great lunch or a dinner, to actually hiring you as a mentor. And then finally, this training is for you today. If you are in ministry or you're called to ministry or to the marketplace and you want to generate income, you want to have a side of income that will be able to help you either in ministry or in the marketplace. So here's a question. Why should people pay for a mentor? Well, let me give you 3 reasons. Number 1, it's hard to get good free mentors. Mentors will give you and work with you and give you different guidance and give you support. But when there's a paid mentor, you're going to get a different level of support. Now, second, quality mentorship is better than free mentorship. I will tell you that in my experience, the mentors that I have paid for, that I've paid to have access to and paid to work with me, are better than the ones that are free. Again, there's nothing wrong with having a free mentor. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. I'm talking about now a different level of mentorship. And when I talk about paid mentorship, I'm talking about people that you actually pay for their time and for their expertise. And they actually give you they give you access to their expertise, their knowledge. They give you access to, which is very important, their networks. And then that brings us to the last one. Good mentors have good connections. One of the things that a paid mentor, when you pay for a mentor, you not only pay for that mentor, but that mentor's time, that mentor's expertise, but you also are paying for that mentor's connections or to have access to the mentor's connections. I can't tell you the number of times that I have connected my mentoring clients with others that could even further their career, or maybe give them a contract, or maybe advise them in ways that maybe I could not. So when you're talking about why should people pay for a mentor, a paid mentorship is much better quality. The networking is different. The accountability on both the mentor and the mentee side is also at a different level. So if you desire to take your business or your ministry or whatever it is that you're working on, your career, even if you're going back to school, if you want to take that to the next level, then paid mentorship is what you should be looking for. Now, I give you these pictures. I'm going to show you a couple of pictures of me in some different roles, because I want to show you what people are paying to get access to. And this is the same thing that you want to, that you have. Your experiences and your action pictures may be different, but I want to be able to show you what people want access to. So here I am presenting to the State Board of Community Colleges. It was part of my job, something I did every single month. Okay. And the leadership that came from this, my knowledge of community colleges that came from this. Now, your level, what you do and your level of leadership and your knowledge may be different. But what I want you to know is that there is some area in your life where you have a level of expertise and a level of experience that people are willing to pay for. Now, here's where I am speaking. I spoke at lots of different commencement exercises. I was a graduation speaker for so many and still am. I still do that. Again, I have speaking experience. Your speaking experience could be different, but people will pay for that experience and that expertise, showing them how to speak on the big stage. Your big stage could be different than mine. Mine was a gym or an auditorium or something full of people and graduates. But bottom line is, the speaking experience was still there. Now, here is where I was North Carolina State's Alumni of the Year, what the College of Sciences Alumni of the Year. And so here I was able to, again, learn from people who were different than me, who could give a different perspective than I could or that I knew. And so learning from them added to my level of leadership. Again, people want access to that level of knowledge. Your level of knowledge and what you know may be different than what I know, but what I want you to understand is that your experiences are what gives you the level of expertise to be a paid mentor. And I'm going to give you some other things that make you a really good paid mentor also in this session. Now, finally, this is one of the pictures where I was NC State's Alumni of the Year, the actual institution's Alumni of the Year. Again, people want access because of the fact that I learned so much. I gained so much. Even in this is when I learned that if I want to go to the next level, if I want to go to the next level in my own company, in my own business, if I want to go to the next level in my career, I knew that I had to tap into some of the things, some of the people and some of their networks, but I didn't know how to do that until I actually became the North Carolina's Technology Woman of the Year. And when I was given this particular award, that's when I learned about paid mentorships, because someone came to me and they said, will you mentor me? And my first thought was, I don't know you. How can I mentor you and I don't know you? And then they asked me, what is your fee? And so when they asked me what was my fee, I just sort of stared at them a little bit. That was pre-COVID, so we were face to face. And I stared at them a little bit because I didn't really know what they were talking about. And so I asked a mentor of mine about paying for mentorships. And then she said, I want you to look into this. And what I found was so much information about being paid to be a mentor. And I knew that I had enough expertise and enough experience to be able to do it. So I want you to understand that you do too. You have to know what your expertise is, know what your experiences are, and know what body of knowledge that you can mentor people in. Now, one of the things that I learned is that I wanted to be able to do more. I loved what I was doing at community colleges. I thought it was great. I love the leadership experiences. I love the technology experiences. I love the people, but I knew there was more for me. I had a dream of working for myself. I had a dream of being able to do things, be there for my son, who at that time was in high school. I had a dream to be able to do different things. And even though I was an author and I had done had all those other accolades that you just saw, and they added to who I was, I knew there was more. And I put this scripture up here because it's one of my favorite scriptures, because I knew there was something in me that I could work towards, and that God was going to do even more than I had already established or I had already done. So then I began to just ask myself, okay, what can I do? What is it that I could do? Well, I love to speak. I love to work with women. And then this was my, I guess you call it my Damascus Road experience, was when I made a presentation at a conference, literally fell in love with supporting women. And I wanted to do more than coaching. And then I realized that being paid as a mentor and working as a mentor is how I could serve women the most. And so that's when I actually began to get paid as a mentor. So I do a lot of speaking. I do a lot of mentoring, and I'm going to show you some different ways that you can do it, as opposed to just doing it one-to-one. One person at a time. But I wanted you to see that journey, because you have a journey also. You have a journey also. You have a body of knowledge, an area of expertise. You have experience that you can take and turn into a mentoring program. Why? Because there is always going to be people that want the knowledge that you have. So now, let's go to the qualifications of a paid mentor, and they're not what you think. So let's talk about the qualifications of a paid mentor. First, you have to have a sufficient experience in your career field. Now, it doesn't matter, and I say career field here, and that career could be business, it could be ministry, it could be technology, it could be medical, whatever the career field is, but you have to have some experience. This is what sets you apart from coaching, because some coaches don't have the experience in the field. See, mentors have experience in the field, and we have, I guess you could say, we could call it, we've been there, done that sort of thing. So we have experience in the field, and we know exactly what we're talking about. So the very first thing in terms of qualifications of a paid mentor, you have to have experience in the field. Number two, you have to have a desire to serve other people. Now, without not having that desire to serve other people, and then you start mentoring, it's going to become just another job. But wanting to serve other people makes it the calling that you have, and something that you know that you've been called to do. Third, you have to have a willingness to spend time working with other people, working with others, and then gain an understanding of their area. You know, most of my mentoring is around ministry, is around leadership, and especially leadership and technology areas. Companies bring me in, and I literally mentor their women in technology, or I work individually or in groups with women in ministry, because those are the two areas that I know. That's my leadership area, and I'm also in ministry. So I have to be willing to spend time working and learning what they do. I may know enough about it, meaning that I have sufficient experience in it, but you also want to spend the time to learn what is it that they do so you can sufficiently help them. Number four, you've got to understand your clients' goals, whoever it is that you're mentoring, and they are clients. Okay, just like you have clients in other areas, your mentors are clients. You can call them mentees, you can call them whatever you want to call them, but they are clients. And you want to seek to understand their goals. What is it that they want? Which means that you have to understand goal setting, and you have to know what does it take to help somebody establish and get to those goals. Number five, you have to have a willingness to answer questions, because believe me, your clients, your mentees, whatever you want to call them, they are going to have lots of questions of you. So being asked questions, you can't get irritated when you get asked a lot of questions. As a mentor, that's part of your job, because remember, they're pulling from you. But when you're a good mentor, which leads you to being a paid mentor, then this is something that people are paying you for. They're paying you to answer their questions. Let's look at some other qualifications. You must know the field. Number six, you must know the field of your client. Now, this sort of goes along with number three, in that number three, you got to have a willingness to learn it, but you have to know the field of your client. So for example, I don't mentor in areas that I don't have experience. Now, there are some people that may do that, but I don't. If I don't have experience in the area, then I don't mentor in that area. All right. And I suggest that you don't either. Again, people are paying for your expertise. If you don't have the expertise, then you shouldn't be mentoring in that area. Number seven, have an available schedule. If your schedule is always tight and you're having to squeeze people in, then you might not be a good candidate to be a paid mentor. All right. Because remember that when someone pays you as a mentor, they expect you to be able to have time for them. Number eight, you want to be able to help your clients in understanding their common pitfalls and mistakes. Now, you're able to do this because you have already been through them. Because remember, you have the experience, you have the expertise in a certain area, so you're able to help them understand their common mistakes and pitfalls. When I work with women who are leaders in community colleges or leaders in higher education, period, I can tell them the common pitfalls and mistakes because I spent 16 years experiencing that. So ask yourself, what have I spent a lot of time doing? Where is it that I know? It could be technology. You could mentor people in having a branding business, or you could mentor people in public speaking. Or I have one client who mentors, who has a professional mentoring practice that mentors other ministers. She mentors young ministers, meaning they've only been pastors for 1 to 3 years. So your expertise may be different than mine, but you do have expertise, and you can use that in a paid mentoring program. The last two, number nine, in terms of the qualifications of a paid mentor. Number 9, you want to be able to guide your client to get increased knowledge, meaning that you know where they are now, but as a mentor, you want to help them increase what they already know, get them to their next level, help them be able to understand what is it that they need to do next. And then finally, number 10, the two of you, you as a mentor and them as a client, you're accountable to each other. They need to hold you accountable for doing what you say you're going to do, and you hold them accountable for what they're supposed to do. Because remember, they have goals, and just like anything else, I have mentoring contracts. I have the kinds of things that go along with any other practice of helping people. And all that falls under number 10, because you want to be accountable to each other. So now these are some reasons or qualifications of a paid mentor. Now ask yourself the second question. Do I have all these? Of course you do. You have them, and you have them in a certain area. So what is your area of expertise? What area are people coming to you for that you know you can actually step into the paid mentoring role? Now that you know why people pay for mentors, and you know what are the qualifications of a paid mentor, now let's look at how to get paid as a mentor. So I want to give you the 3 keys of generating that 6-figure income so that you can serve others. Plus, I have 2 more. I said 3 keys, but I actually have 2 more that I want to be able to give you. Okay, so these are the words I want you to remember: product, position, package, price, and promote. Product, position, package, price, and promote. Let's look at each one of these. All of these have to be in place if you're going to be a paid mentor. All right, let's look at produce. So what you have to produce here is a high value, high quality program for your client. Now, many people think that mentoring is just sitting down, having a one-on-one conversation with someone. That is not the case. In paid mentoring, you have a high value program. That means that you're taking your clients through a high value program. You're taking them through a program that gets them from step 1 to step 10 or whatever the next step is. You're taking them through that. You're not just having just a willy-nilly conversation. You're actually taking them through a process, taking them through steps so that they can get to their next level. So this is what you want to produce. The product that you want to produce is a high value program for your clients. Every single paid mentor needs to have a high value program. And one of the things that I talk about when I train professional mentors is, how do you develop that high value program? What does that look like, and how do you develop it? Next is position. You want to position yourself as the authority. Now, you may think, well, I've had this job, and I've had that job, and I've got this experience, and I've got this level of expertise, and that's great. But you need to position yourself as the authority. So what does that mean? You want to be speaking about the area that you're mentoring in. So if you are mentoring in the area of leadership, then when you're speaking, you need to speak about leadership. If you're mentoring programs are all about helping people to build their businesses, then you need to be speaking. You need to be writing. You need to be on social media, showing people about your level of knowledge in that area. That is positioning yourself. Some people may call it branding, but in the world of mentoring, it's all about positioning, because you want to be known as the authority in that area. I am known as the master vision coach and mentor because people know me, that when they work with me, they're going to be able to manifest their vision one step at a time. And so I am known as that. That's what people know me for, a master vision coach and mentor. What do people know you as? If you don't know yet, then you want to position yourself such that people will begin to know you from that. You may say, well, I'm an author. That's great, but there are a lot of authors out there. You need to position yourself as an authority in an area that has a specific niche, so people will know what to start coming to you for, or why they should even pay for your mentoring. When you're the authority, of course, they're going to want your help and want your support. The next one is package. a paid mentor, in order to make six figures, you're going to have to package what you know and package what you know, and you want to package how to make it happen. Now, this is where you start packaging what you know and start making money from it. So many people don't know necessarily how to package what they know. You can package what you know in terms of a book. You can package it in terms of a program. And I thoroughly believe that the best way and the most lucrative way to be able to package mentorship is to package it in a program. Think about it. This is something that I looked at once. There was a mentoring program that I saw. It was by a professional golfer. Now, I don't play golf. I don't play golf at all, but one of my clients does. And it was a pastime for her. It was a fun activity. And she was getting ready to pay $10,000 to be in the mentoring program with this professional golfer. Now, why? Because they had a product, all right? They packaged the product, and they were known as the authority. They were known as the authority. People already knew them. They had already won tournaments and all this sort of stuff. So she was ready to pay that. So not only was she going to get skill from this particular program, but she was also going to get ongoing mentoring and how to do different things and how to be out there in the LPGA, the things that she may want to do in the future. Okay. So the thing about it is that you have to package what you know, and you can't package a bunch of conversations. You have to package it such that it is a product, and that product is a step-by-step process. And then when you package it, you can sell it on social media. You can sell it from the stage if you're speaking. You can run your own ads or whatever you need to do to market it. Wherever you are, you can speak at conferences, you can speak in churches, you can speak at colleges. There's so many different places that you can speak to be able to send out and be able to sell your mentoring. And keep in mind, you're selling your mentoring, but what you're really, really selling is access to you, and to take people through your process. Now, I said 3 keys, but I want to give you 2 more. One is price. You need to learn how to, we already talked about package, but what can you do to actually make money? What are some things that you can do? And let me tell you, being a mentor and writing a book, you may make 6 figures from a book. I won't ever say that you won't do it, but you've got to sell a lot of books to make 6 figures by selling books. But when you take that book that you've already written and you turn that book into a mentoring program, a paid mentoring program, meaning that people are going to come through your program. One of my paid mentoring programs is it's called Vision Quick Start. And I actually help you to mentor people through getting a quick start to their vision, letting them know what they know and mentoring them through that particular process. That's a paid mentoring program that people pay for. I know that more than likely, you could take a book that you've written or something that you've got jotted down in a journal or on a Post-it note or wherever you put your business information, and you can turn that into a process and then turn that into a paid mentoring programs. Mentoring programs start anywhere from $97 all the way up to 5 figures. And I will tell you something, there are mentoring programs that are in the 6, to get into the program is 6 figures. So when you have that level of expertise and you position yourself as the authority, then people will pay for it because they want access to it. Another way of making money is mentor coaching. I do a lot of mentor coaching, as a matter of fact, because when I doing mentor coaching, not only do you have the skills and expertise and experience of and knowledge base of a mentor in a specific area, but you also know how to coach them. That means you know how to hold them accountable and make sure they're doing the work that they're supposed to do to get where they want to be. You can also have your own courses, online courses, face-to-face, whenever we get back to that point. or retreats or conferences. These are all ways that you can use your mentoring. And people say, well, how do you mentor during a course? You set it up such that you have a course in a particular area. And then part of that of what you're going to be doing is you're also going to be mentoring. That will add value to the course. When people just sign up for one of my courses and they just get videos, that's one thing. But when they get the course plus mentorship, oh, that adds a whole nother 1 or 2 zeros on the end of the value of the course. Why? Because now they're getting access to me. All right. And so the same for you. So you need to think in that same way. You can have your own retreats and hold your own conferences. And all of these are revenue generating ideas from your mentoring. So if you want to make 6 figures, then be thinking about what kind of mentoring am I going to do? How can I package that? What product can I have out of that? And then what can I actually begin to do? Whether it's courses, retreats, conferences, programs, whatever it is, what can I begin to do such that I can make the 6 figures? And believe me, the money is out there because people want access to you. And then finally, you want to promote what you do. Now, this is where when we talk about doing something a little different, sometimes, we get to the point where, well, do I really want to promote that the fact that I am a leader, a leadership mentor? Of course you do. How are people going to know what you do if you don't promote it? If you don't promote what you do, then people will not know what you do. So again, when I'm on social media, when I'm speaking, regardless of what I'm doing, when I'm writing, whatever I'm doing, I'm always promoting the fact that I am a professional mentor, that I have mentoring programs, that I have courses. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Here's the thing. You have worked over 30, some of you, years and years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. You have been working for a long time. You have experienced so many skills, abilities, competencies, experiences, good, bad, and ugly, but you have gone through a whole lot. And so you want to take all of that, package it, and promote it so that people can get access to it. There are ways that you know how to overcome obstacles that other people may not know about. People come to me a lot when it comes to, how do I get promoted? Or how do I have this situation in leadership? How do I actually get past it? So many different things. So this is what I want you to do. Think about the questions that you get asked. Think about the things that people come to you for. And there's nothing wrong with answering a question or whatever, but put that together in a program. Put the answer, put the answer to the struggle, the answer to their problem, put it in a program, and then promote that as your mentoring program. And you will see people begin to sign up for it again because they want access to it. So can you actually be a 6-figure paid mentor? Yes, you can, but you have to have the right components. You have to produce and have that product. You have to position yourself. You have to make sure you package it accordingly. You have to price it such that it will make money. And I will tell you, when you price what you do, many people, you don't see a lot of mentors pricing at a low amount. Most of them price at high 3-figure all the way up to 5-figure pricing. And then, of course, you want to promote it. So now you can make money as a mentor. These are just some of the clients that I have or have worked with in different areas, in ministry, in business, in leadership, in different areas. And yes, you can do it too. You just have to know what is the area. What is the area that I can take and form into a process? What is the area that I know? It could be business. It could be cosmetology. It could be something in technology. It could be learning how to build a YouTube channel. What do you have expertise in? That's what you look at, and that's what you determine. That's where my mentoring is going to come from. And keep in mind, you may already have a course. Suppose you already have a course that you're already doing, that you're already teaching. Add a mentorship component. Add the teaching, the class plus mentorship. And when you do that, now you've added so much more value to the actual course because now you're a part of the course. So you can make 6 figures, but you have to package it, position yourself, know the pricing, promote it, and do all of those 5 things that I told you so that you can make money as a mentor. Now, if you'd like more on how to become a paid mentor, I'd love to stay connected with you. I'd love to talk with you more about this. So if you'd like that, please feel free to go to my landing page and type in your name and your email, and you'll get added to my list, and you'll be able to hear from me more on a weekly basis on more on how to become a paid mentor. You'll get access or hear about my programs before anybody else does, because I give them to my email list before I give them to social media. So you'll be able to learn how to become a paid mentor. Remember, good mentorship or free mentorship is good, but paid mentorship takes you further, faster. So again, thank you so much. My name is Sandra Williams. I thank you for this opportunity to come to you and speak to you about how to become a paid mentor.
Hello, everybody. My name is Sheila Farr. I am a 2-time best-selling author of Trailblazers Who Lead and Courageous Enough to Launch. I'm also a business strategist who loves partnering with small businesses and entrepreneurs to show them how to turn their struggling businesses into success stories. I've done that for a really long time, and it's a great passion of mine. And I have the opportunity to work with amazing people as the CEO of Gulf Coast Training and Education Services in Biloxi, Mississippi. And that's where I'm coming to you from today. Today's session is a working session. So you'll see me shuffling papers, and I want you to go ahead and get a notebook or paper. Be sure that you have pen or pencil handy, because we're not just listening today, we're working today. So I want you to be ready when I ask you to do a few things. So we're going to go through a series of questions, and I'm going to ask you to respond to those questions. But don't panic, because we won't be able to make it through everything today, and that's okay. Because what I'll do is, if you visit my website, and I'll give you the contact info later, that way you can get a complete transcript of today and all the exercises that we're doing, and that way you can be sure that you're doing what you need to do so you can really have the best life and learn to live with a purpose and passion. And that's what we're talking about today. So, each one of us carries within us certain qualities and attributes that contribute to society. And today, what I really want to do is share some ways that you can identify your special gifts and build them into your life so you can begin to experience the best parts of living, whether it be in your personal life or in your business life. When you're ready, you can live the best life with passion and purpose. So it's said that each of us comes into this life with a set of unique talents and special gifts, and I truly believe that. We also come with desires that make us want to be an integral part of a collective, and that's inherent in all of us. We all want to belong to something. So the history books, childhood tales, even modern day films kind of point to the age-old question, why are we here? What's our purpose? What uniqueness do we bring to the table? Do we even matter? What are we meant to do with our life? Does life even matter? Well, truth is, you have a path and a specific purpose for being here. I love that. I love that in business, especially because I work with a lot of small business owners who are like, well, I really have a passion for this, but I don't know how to take my passion and put it to work. So that's one of the things that I love to do, is kind of work with people and help them look at those things that they love to do, their values, their passions, and kind of help evolve those into a profession, that makes you a happy person, a fulfilled person, and gives you the ability to not just be successful and happy in your life, but to share your gifts and to bring others along with you on that journey. So those are the things that I really love to do. We're going to work on that today. So, you might find yourself drawn to certain activities or specialties or things that you feel called to do. And you'll find that things kind of begin to resonate with you. And therein really lies your unique gifts. So let me just share a few stories with you about the importance of your unique gift and why you should always strive to stay true to who you are. And really, you hear people say all the time, listen to your heart. Well, let me just share a couple of stories, things that I've experienced. So over 40 years ago, I was a little second grader in Middle Georgia. Just quiet little country girl. Going to school probably was the highlight of my life. I love learning. I love books. I loved everything about school. There were 21 years between my sister and I. She's 21 years my senior. So it was like I grew up as an only child. So going to school was amazing for me. I loved it. I love being at school. So when I was at school, of course, I wanted to shine. I wanted to be the absolute best. When the teacher would call, I would answer. My hand would always shoot up. That was me. I was the girl. If you look in the dictionary by the word bookworm, you'll see my picture there because I love books. I love reading, so honestly, and you'll find this funny, every day, whether or not we had homework, I took my books home. I love school. I love learning. I was a happy little second grader in middle Georgia, just, living a happy life, loving my books. Well, you'll often hear me say, in business especially, but in life too, you have to learn how to overcome obstacles and you have to learn to expect the unexpected. So one day, little second grade Sheila was on the playground playing, just swinging away, having the best time ever, when a group of kids kind of approached me and started making fun of me. And honestly, it's for no reason. I mean, they just came up out of nowhere and were calling me names and making fun of the way that I took my books home, making fun of the way that I raised my hand in class. They were just making fun of me basically for being a smart and happy kid. So I didn't realize it then. It took me a long time to realize what was the cause of some issues and problems and things in my life that caused me to play small, but that was it. They caused me to start shrinking. They caused me to start stepping back out of the spotlight and into the shadows and just trying to hide my talents, trying to hide my passion, trying to hide the things I loved. So it took me a while as a child and as a young adult to really find where I fit in because I was always trying not to be seen. I was stepping back, trying to play small. And honestly, it affected my work. It affected my relationships. It affected so many things in my life. So if you can pinpoint a point in your life that ever impacted you in a way that caused you to step away or to play small, go ahead and pinpoint that. If you can think about anything right now, write it on your piece of paper. If you ever had an experience like that where somebody told you you were less than, unworthy, not good enough, or made fun of you because you were the light that shined, go ahead and jot that down. We're going to come back to that. Now let's fast forward, right, 45 years to present day. I love the Comeback Champion Summit. I love it because it empowers people. I love it because it inspires people. You get to network with so many different people, and that's huge for me. And I love that. And you get to kind of rub elbows sometimes with some of the speakers, that are like the people in the industries and things like that. And that's good. I love that. And I'm thankful for that opportunity. But I'll tell you kind of a not so positive experience that I had with somebody that actually turned into a really positive experience. But I want to share it with you because, again, it speaks to living your purpose and having passion. So it wasn't in this conference, but it was in a different conference that I ran across one of my idols. Can I say that? I really shouldn't because we're not supposed to have idols, but it was somebody that I admired, somebody that I would just, cut off my arm if they would mentor me. I just wanted to learn from this person because I so admired them. And so I went ahead, I bit the bullet, I made the investment, I got in training with the person. And to begin with, it was great. I felt, just that the person would even know my name was a big deal for me, So I was in class and class was going great. And then all of a sudden one day that the attention of the instructor got turned to me. And it was not in a positive way. It was kind of like shining a light on the experience that I just explained to you on my story of being a child who kind of got bullied into a position that made her play small. And, that person was like, well, you might say that's it, but that's not really it, and they just started kind of digging into my personal life and trying to get me to go deeper and deeper and deeper. Now, this was in front of a group of people. But me, trusting that person, I gave in and going against, what I felt inside and what I knew to be true about myself, I kind of like gave into peer pressure, and then I sat there afterwards when everything was all over and the attention was off me. And I thought, why did I do that? Why did I give in to peer pressure? Why did I, again, allow somebody to bully me into a position, that made me look less than in the eyes of my classmates and made me feel less than in my heart? Why would I do that? So, present day bullies, competition, you know, don't alter who you are. It's important. These exercises and things like this, and these conferences like this, are truly hugely important in your life because they help you understand who you really are, what your gifts really are, and who really needs you, because people need you. I'm a person of faith, and God made each of us with a purpose. We know that. So, really taking the time to find out your purpose, if you're kind of living that life that you want to start something, you want to do something, but you're not sure what, you know take the time to invest in yourself. Not a monetary investment, although that may be what it requires, but a time investment is so important because you carry within you certain qualities and attributes that society needs. You do matter. I mattered. Our life matters. Everything you do has an impact on someone, somewhere, and somehow. So you might struggle to know actually what it is. And you might sometimes feel like it might not really be all that important to anybody, but trust me when I tell you it is. And knowing and understanding who you are and where you belong in the world, it's huge. So stand firm when people bully you, or stand firm when people try to hate on you or dull your shine. You're not going to be for everybody, but you're going to be for somebody. So you're working to find where you fit, and you're working to provide the influence and the encouragement and the opportunity for people who you are meant to serve. So just know that. Just know that. Now, where's your paper and where's your pencil? Go ahead and dig it out. We're going to talk about how to know or how to identify some of your unique gifts. I'm going to give you maybe 5 ways to discover some of your unique gifts. So it might help you if you're a journaling person. You can journal this. This is great. This is great journaling material because it really if you journal things, especially over a period of time, it gives you an opportunity to go back and kind of see, wow, how far you came. And if you're a person of faith, I love journaling because I can see God in all the steps of my life and how He takes me from place to place to place to place. How He elevates me in certain places and how He builds my character and my faith and my trust in Him in those low times. So it's hugely important that you spend some time trying to understand a little bit more about you, because you are important and you do matter. And living a life with passion and your purpose, that's important because that's how we make the world a better place. It's just by serving where we're supposed to serve and when we're supposed to serve. So the first thing that I want you to do in order to try and to discover some of your unique gifts is, maybe this is number 1, write down as many things as I give you time to, because again, we've got a limited amount of time, but I want you to write down some things that you loved doing as a child. How did you spend your days as a child? What did you love to do? What could you pass the day doing and you would lose all track of time? You were a child. What are the things you love to do? Now, the second thing I'm going to ask you to do is tell me, what are the things that you love to do as an adult? Same way, what are you passionate about? What lights you up? Like, I'm so excited. What makes you just jump out of your seat when you have the opportunity to do it? What do you do when you can steal a few moments out of a day? Aside from napping, because man, I know we all love naps, but aside from napping, what is it that you do? What is it that you love? And you can do it all day long and never get bored or tired of it. That's number 2. And number 3 is where we're going to have to come back to. But just for right now, I want you to list out, and I want you to think, maybe just for a second. And I know I'm moving quickly through this, but I want you to think about things that are important to you about life. So when you think about the different areas of your life, whether it be your health, your career, your family, relationships, personal development, your spirituality, or recreation, I want you to make a list of all the things that you can right now that are important. Because combined, these are the things that actually structure and represent the values in your life. So these are the things that are important to you about life. And these values are going to help direct you towards your purpose and your passion. So do spend some time doing this. The other thing that I ask you to do is, like I said earlier, you're not going to have an opportunity to do all these things during this session today. But what I really would love for you to do is visit my website. It won't cost you a penny. It's for free, just because I love you and I love helping people. Truly, that's one of my passions. I want you to take a Strengths Finder test. Now, you can go online, just Google that, and you can take it, or you can come visit me over at my website, and you can download the link there and take it. But what this does is, this is actually a web-based interview kind of process. It analyzes your instinctive responses to certain questions. So it gives you kind of categories and themes. It puts your responses into different categories and themes. And man, I'm telling you, we humans, we love labels and we love categories, don't we? It's the way our minds work. It's the way our minds work. And I always love it whenever I start thinking and talking about this, because, we're so analytical in the way that we approach things, and everything has to fit somewhere, and everything has to mean something, and everything has to be defined. But the cool thing that I love about the Lord, and this is something, if you're a person of faith, or if you meditate and you do believe in a greater power than yourself, isn't it cool the way that the divine just happens, how the divine works in the supernatural realm? And some things, there are things in your life that there's just no explanation for. Those are the everyday and the modern day miracles that we encounter. Man, they happen every day. People just don't see them. So I'm hoping as you move through this, that one of the things that your eyes will be open to is the way that God works in your life, and the way that he moves in your life and the lives of other people that impact you and the things that happen around you. So I do want you to take a Strength Finder test. We do want to categorize so we can kind of understand these in our little pea brains, our little human pea brains. But it's what we do to help us understand, and it's what we do to help us connect with our purpose and our passion. So visit me and let's do that. The last thing that I want you to do, and this is going to be homework for you, is I want you to ask your family, your friends, and your coworkers where they see your greatest strengths, what they think you're good at, what they think is important to you. And I want you to be sure that you pay attention to those things, because sometimes the way we really are is, in our gifts and our uniqueness, is better seen by other people than it is ourselves. We have a hard time seeing ourselves and understanding what we're really good at, and understanding how we really impact and help others. But if you ask other people, oftentimes they can tell you lickety split in a heartbeat, because they're the ones that are looking at us. They're watching our lives. They're on the outside looking in. You've heard that said a million times. I know sometimes it's hard to see when you're in the picture. You can't see everything that's happening in the picture, but when you step aside, you look at the picture, and you're not in the picture, it's easy to see some things that you might have missed. So do ask your family and friends and pay attention to those things. And then we're going to look at those things collectively. How you love to spend your time as a child, the passions that you have as an adult, the things that are important to you, what categories, just automatic responses put you in, and then the answers that your friends and family and coworkers give you. And I bet if you kind of look at those things, line them up side by side, you'll start to see recurring themes or recurring words. I want you on your piece of paper, you might even see it now. If you do, just circle those. Circle the things that keep coming up over and over and over, because that's going to show you right there that it might not be the main thing that you need to focus on, but it's definitely something that you're going to want to consider and focus on as you move forward. So that's exciting stuff to me. So next we're going to move on to step 2 of this process. And we're actually going to start thinking about the obstacles to our purposeful living. And At one point in time, we all have obstacles that prevent us from doing things, from moving forward. So, I mean, and it could be things that just run the gamut of reasons. Honestly, some of them might even be excuses. You know, I once heard somebody say that if there's something you want to do, you'll find a way to do it. If there's something you don't want to do, you'll find an excuse or a reason why not to do it. So there's always excuses. Excuses can be obstacles, but not necessarily. So be sure that you're paying attention to what's real and what's not real whenever you're thinking about obstacles. But right now, I've learned that if you want to live purposefully and if you want to be passionate about the way that you live, you know, you can start right where you are. You don't have to wait till the first of the year, to the first of the week. You know, we all wait for Monday to start diets and things. So we'll start it on Monday. You know, let's get through the weekend. But the cool thing about living your dream and living with a purpose and passion, you can do it right here, right now. You don't have to wait till Monday. You don't have to wait till Sunday. You don't have to wait till, you know, the next year, the next month. You can do it right where you are. So right now, what we're going to do is I want you to get your paper back out and your pencil, put your pen back in your hand. We're going to keep moving forward, and we're going to look at some obstacles that might keep you from doing the things that you want to do in life. So the first thing that I want you to do, and I'm going to close my mouth just for a second, because what I want you to do is brainstorm obstacles to doing what you love. You know the things that you love to do, the things that you are passionate about. What prevents you from doing that? Go ahead and write as many as you can think. I told you I would give you just a second, so I'll give you just a second longer. Brainstorm, and it can range to, you know, it could be a range. It could be not enough time, not enough money. What are the things that kind of hold you back and keep you from doing the things you love? So the next thing that I want you to do with those things that you listed is I want you to categorize your obstacles for me. So if you're looking at your list of obstacles, we're going to have 3 different categories. So we're going to have the category of no control, influence, and direct control. So if you look at your list, what I'd like you to do is go ahead and just line out or mark out the things that you have absolutely no control over. Because right now, we're not even going to deal with those things. So mark out the things that you have absolutely no control. These are things you literally have no control over. You know, it could be an infrastructure problem in management. It could be influence obstacles where you don't have any influence or any say so in what happens at work. But the things that you can control, we're going to kind of look at those things. And that's the next category. So look at what's left on your list. And the next items that we're going to deal with are things that you can influence. You might not have direct control over these things, but you have a little bit of influence on these things. So go ahead and maybe put an I by those things. These are things that you do have an influence over. They're not your direct control. You don't have direct control and you don't have self-management over these things, but you do have some sway as it goes. And then the final thing are your direct control items. So just put a big check mark by the things that you directly can control. These are obstacles that you can find a way to overcome. And guess what? We're going to find a way to overcome those obstacles. So we've already taken away the obstacles that we couldn't control. Those are no control obstacles. You know, things are going to happen in life. This is why it's important to have contingency plans. This is why it's important to develop a strong set of coping skills and innovative thinking and problem solving, critical thinking, because those characteristics are going to help you kind of overcome those obstacles for which you have no control. You may not be able to do things one way, but there might be a different approach that you can take to achieve the same result. So that's a topic for a whole nother day, but just know that in business, especially in life too, you've got to expect the unexpected. Things are going to come, you know, twists are going to turn or come, plot twists are going to happen. Unexpected things are good and bad are going to happen to us. So you've got to be able to be healthy and deal with those things as they come. And when you're living your purpose and you're living your passion, you're going to be better equipped to handle those things because your state of mind is different than when you're kind of struggling and you're beat down and you're working through a job that you just don't love. So that's why it's hugely important. And that's why I'm glad you're here today, because I really feel like this is incredibly important. So now that you've identified your obstacles, I want you to rank them. So, or as we like to say, rack and stack them. So you're going to start with the number one and just assign a number to each of those. What's most important to you? What's the second most important? What's the third most important? What's the fourth most important? It might not be importance. It might be critical. It might be this must happen before this can happen, before this can happen. So go ahead and look at those obstacles. Now, here again, you might even begin to see some recurring themes in your obstacles. And this is really good because this process helps you get clear on what obstacles you can face, and it can help you kind of become empowered to act in a healthy manner, in a productive way. You can identify obstacles before they come sometimes if you notice these themes, and not be paralyzed, in your life or in your business when they happen, because these are the things that are preventing you from achieving goals and realizing your dreams. So we want to learn how to notice these things, name these things, and develop a plan for them. So the second part of your homework now is developing a plan to overcome each of those obstacles. And we're going to move on to our third topic for today, which is taking your first steps toward a new life. So now that you've identified your unique gifts and you're starting to see some common themes, and you know that your life is of importance, and you know that your work is of importance, and you know that God has developed within you things that you want to achieve in your life, things that you want to do, legacies you want to leave. So how do you get to the place that you can actually make those things happen? You've identified what it is you want to do. Where are your strengths? Look at your obstacles. What's keeping you from doing that? Make a plan to overcome those obstacles. And it might take you a little bit of time. It might take you a longer time. Time doesn't matter. What matters is that you're making progress toward doing this every day of your life. If you have a goal, that's how you reach your goal, right? You set a point and then you start making steps every day toward achieving that goal. You see the carrot out there and you walk toward the carrot every day, right? You eat the carrot, you enjoy the carrot, and you set your sights on a different carrot. You keep going and you keep going and you keep going. And you might have setbacks along the way, but knowing and understanding that you do have a purpose and your life does matter, and being true to who God called you to be matters, that's what's going to give you that drive to keep going and keep going and keep going whenever you have those rough times. So how do you apply your special gifts and your talents? And once you've identified those passions, your values, and your talents, it's time to actually put them to work, and exploring ways of building your life around those things. You can do this by discovering what you're good at and by getting creative with how you can use your talents and your passions. So we're going to go back to work and get your paper back out and your pencil back out. I want to just walk you through one more little short exercise. So I want you to take some minute now, some things, not some things, it's just a minute now. And I want you to think about maybe one or two or three big things that you would like to accomplish in your life before you leave this earth. Take just a couple of seconds. And then I want you to look back at your list and see, were there any words or phrases or anything that stood out that are recurring for you, things that you really need to think about. What big dream have you always had that will allow you to use those gifts, those themes? I want you to take a moment and just think about that. So one time I had a friend who came to me and we walked through these series of exercises, and she discovered that she was she loved dancing, but she wasn't a good dancer. She loved dancing though. She loved music, and she's an awesome person. And she just really enjoyed dancing. She loved everything about it. She loved the way it made her feel. She loved getting dressed up. She loved everything about it, but she couldn't really dance that well. And of course she didn't dance well enough to be a dance instructor. But she came up with the idea to start a business of taking international group tours around to different countries and exploring different ways and different methods of dance and different costumes of dance and different foods and rituals and things associated with dance. And I always thought that was the coolest thing because she was able to be very innovative about the way that she developed her passion. You know, who would have ever thought that I love to dance? So I'm going to start a national tour group where I just take people around and we're just going to learn about dance and we're just going to eat good food and we're going to have good times and we're going to wear, you know, cute clothes and different things and have all these wonderful experiences. And I often think, what an amazing and enriched life that person has. And she does. She's really great and phenomenal. But how cool is that? So I say that to tell you this, that at the end of the day, who you are and what you do and how you show up in the world is sacred and unique. Everything that you share, whether it's your bright smile, your compassionate heart, whether it be your sharp intellect or, you know, the quality of your presence, it has a ripple effect on everybody that you meet, and it reaches more people than you realize on a day-to-day basis. So whoever you are and whatever you do, the world needs you. And when you think big, you show up bold and you share your uniqueness, you become a role model for the world. So never allow anyone to dull your shine. If you have a passion that's born in your heart, there might be obstacles to getting where you want to go, but there absolutely is a way. And I would love to encourage you to do that. Put in the work, put in the time that it takes to learn those things and do those things. And you will have the most amazing life. It won't be perfect because we live in an imperfect world. But man, it'll be so fun. And look at all the people you can serve when you are at your best. So I hope you'll connect with me on social media at Facebook, Instagram, or LinkedIn. I'm Sheila Farr. I'm right there. No bells, no whistles for that. I hope that you'll connect with me and let me know what it is you're working on. Let me know how I can help you because I'm happy to help you. You can message me through my business website, and the website is www.gulfcoasttraining.org. That's www.gulfcoasttraining.org. The name of my business again is Gulf Coast Training and Education Services. It is about 8 miles long, I know, but if you type in www.gulfcoasttraining.org, you can message me through there. You can find a transcript of today. You can find a course that talks about doing these sorts of discovery things. So that might be fun for you too. And I'd really love to hear about your specific talents and how you're using your individual gifts to make our world a better place. So let me hear from you, and I want to learn more about you. And of course, if I can help you, always feel free to call on me. I'm happy to help. If you are interested in working with me to kind of gain a better understanding of what we talked about today, or digging deeper into any of this, certainly I would welcome you to do that too. So give me a call, contact me, reach out to me. I'll be happy to help in any way. And I love connecting with folks that I run across, whether it be in conferences. Like I said, you heard me say I love to network, and I truly do. So I hope you'll connect with me with that. Again, I want to thank you for your attention today. I want to thank everybody in the Comeback Champion Nation for allowing me to spend some time with you today. And again, my name is Sheila Farr. I'm from Gulf Coast Training and Education Services in Biloxi, Mississippi. And I hope to hear from you soon. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sonia Adams, and I am a purpose igniter. I'm a speaker, I'm an author, and I'm an author coach. And I love coaching people to write their books. And I tell my stories by writing my books. That's part of my purpose. And you can connect with me on IG. You can connect with me on Facebook. My website is soniaadams.com. And I'm actually going to be talking with some of the principles from my book. The most recent book that I just published is I Am Pretty. And that book is an acrostic, and each chapter takes a letter of pretty, and I talk about the principles. And the principles there are: the P is purpose, the R is receive, the E is earmark, The first T is tenacious, and the second T is triumphant, and the Y is yielded. And it's primarily for women, but what I'm going to do is extract 3 of those principles today that are universal, and I'll be talking to everyone about the principles of purpose, the principles of tenacious or tenacity, and the principle of being triumphant and living a triumphant life. And so when we live a purpose and triumphant life, we have to be tenacious. So I'm going to start with purpose. Purpose is what we were created to do and who we were created to be. Years ago, Rick Warren wrote a book entitled The Purpose Driven Life. And in that book, he talked about what purpose is, and it sold millions of copies. So it is an astonishment that so many people must be looking for their purpose. They want to know, why am I here? What was I created to do? And so if we look at our gifts and our talents, and how do our gifts and talents collaborate or connect with what we were purposed to do? I love this quote by Miles Monroe. It says, purpose is when you know and understand what you were born to accomplish. Vision is when you see it in your mind and begin to imagine it. The purpose is the thing, is the original intent or desire for why you were created. The manufacturer determines the purpose and how it will function in the earth. When we begin to learn our gifts and our talents and why we were designed and created, then we begin to walk in our purpose. It helps us wake up daily. It gives us passion. It drives us. That's why I love walking in my purpose. I love my why and my purpose is to empower others. And when you know your why, it drives you. It gives you passion. Your why never changes. So when you're thinking about your purpose, why do you live? Why do you get up every morning? Why were you created? Your why never changes, but what changes is your how. How do I empower others? How do you empower others? I empower others by speaking, by serving, by giving, by writing my books and sharing my books with others so that they can read and be empowered in their purpose. And it changes and fluctuates from year to year, from day to day, maybe from week to week. Sometimes I travel. Sometimes I do it on Zoom. Sometimes I speak to people one-on-one. And of course, I sell my books or give them my books to be empowered. So whatever your why is, know it, but then find out how you're going to fulfill your purpose. That's so important. And so we have to be flexible. We have to know that the why never changes, but the methods will. But you know, when you're walking in purpose, you will fail sometimes. That's why my next point, talking about tenacity and being tenacious, is so important. We have to have tenacity. Tenacity means a resolve, persistent, being driven, having the uncanny determination to keep going. Many of us possess this character trait, and we use it when we walk in steadfastness and determination. No matter how many times we fall, we get back up. I love Dr. Maya Angelou, and her poem entitled "And Still I Rise," and it describes a tenacious person. I want to just read a few lines from her poem. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still, like dust, I rise. Just like moons and like suns with the certainty of the tides, just like hope springing high, still I rise. You may shoot me with your words, you may cut me with your eyes, you may kill me with your hatefulness, but still, like air, I rise. We rise even when obstacles come in our way. We still get back up because when we do, we are walking in tenacity. We are walking in our purpose. So no matter what failures have happened in your life, no matter what tragedies have happened in your life, still you rise. have the tenacity to get up and believe that you can do it again, because your purpose is what drives you. And though things may not always go your way, if you know your why, you can get back up and keep going and live a triumphant life. And that's the last point that I'm coming to. Because when you walk in purpose, you have tenacity, you can live triumphantly. Triumphant is a life full of victory, success. It's exciting and exhilarating, and it breathes life into others. I like to say I'm living my most triumphant life, even at this age now. I'm enjoying and I'm passionate and I'm breathing life into others. And you know what? Living a triumphant life comes when you continue to pursue your passion and pursue your purpose. And so, if I would take a pun from my book, I'm living my most prettiest life, which is very triumphant. You know, when you overcome challenges and trials and you find yourself in pain, I like to say there's purpose in your pain, and that helps you live triumphantly. So, whatever you've gone through, whatever pains you've had, it all works together to make you a better person, to make you even more purposeful, and to make you even more passionate. Your pain can become a part of your message. And I've heard the cliche, your mess can become your message. When you overcome things, then you can teach others how you overcame, and they can overcome as well. And you can live your most triumphant life. The triumphant life influences others' lives, and you can see the defeats as victories or stepping stones, catapulting you into the greater purpose. A triumphant life is attainable, and people can have this victorious life. But in order to have that life and become triumphant, we have to dig deep. Sometimes there are areas in our life that are inhibiting us or preventing us from having that triumphant life. You know, I like to meditate and I like to get still. And if I see something in my life, such as fear, such as focusing too much on my past, or some family issues that continue to rise up in my mind, or mental blocks that are keeping me from being triumphant, then I go deep to find out what is the root of those problems that are causing me to not live triumphantly. So I walk by my faith and I pray. Maybe you meditate. Whatever your way is, get still and begin to find out what are those things that are blocking you from living a triumphant life. And when you heal from those things, and when you come back as a champion. You come back living a most victorious and triumphant life. So even if I just know that there's something that's small, I still want to use it as a stepping stone to move forward in what I am purposed to do. So when I close here today and when I summarize just a few things that I've talked about, the things that I want you to remember is discover your purpose. And when you discover your purpose, is who you were called to be and what you are called to do. Number 2, use your tenacity to continue even when you fail. Get back up. Like Dr. Maya Angelou said, still rise and get back up. And discover those areas that are keeping you from being triumphant. And when you discover those areas, heal from those areas, you can live a most triumphant life. You're not far from it. You're already walking in it, some of you. Most of us have heard the cliche, a diamond in the rough. And most of us have rough edges and things in our lives that we need to chisel or excavate. The diamond never shines until it goes through the arduous process of being refined. So maybe you're in your refining season, but you are a diamond and you will shine. And diamonds do encourage, and they also help others to shine also. I like to say it this way: better people live better lives. And can I say triumphant lives? As I close, I want to leave you with 3 success secrets of being a champion. Walking in purpose empowers others. Your pit prepares you for your palace, and humility takes you into places and keeps you there. I love to connect with you, and I would love to share with you my books and things that I have about living a triumphant life. You can find me on Facebook and on Instagram, and we have a new app now. Maybe you haven't heard about it, but Clubhouse. And in those different social media places, I want to meet you. You can DM me, you can send me a Facebook message. SoniaAdams.com is my website. You can schedule there to have a conference with me, a session with me, because my purpose is to empower you to live a triumphant life. So connect with me because that's why I'm here. And I want to help you to live your best life as well. And most important, to live your purpose, to walk with tenacity and live a triumphant life. You can do it. It's in you. You're a champion.
Hi, I'm Dr. Wendy Labat, and I want to thank you for coming to my session. I'd like to start out with this quote by Robert Kiyosaki. He says, "It's not how much money you make, but how much money you keep, how hard it works for you, and how many generations you keep it for." Now, I'd like to share my story with you. I started my entrepreneurial journey a little over 36 years ago with no business experience, very limited resources. And it was at a time when there was no internet or social media. And the only thing you can do with the cell phone was make an expensive phone call. And I opened an office equipment business and I catered to Fortune 500 companies. Now, in order to be considered for the big contracts, you had to have the right image, which meant you had to have a brick and mortar office, employees, inventory, and all the overhead that goes with it. And you had expenses that had to be paid whether you made money or not. And if you projected anything less, you were considered a mom and pop organization that wasn't capable of handling the big contracts. But of course, I wanted the big contracts. But it got to be a little challenging, and not really a little, it got to be very challenging at a certain point as my business grew to keep that right image up because it didn't match, my cash flow didn't match the expenses I had to, meet every month to maintain that image. So because of that, I was forced to learn how to make my money work for me, how to make just find creative ways to get the things I needed for the company to grow and develop. Now, that meant for me to learn how to negotiate with my clients to get them to pay me sooner rather than later, negotiate with my vendors to get better terms and pricing, and to negotiate with my financial institutions to kind of help me, with the funding to help my business grow, because I had the business, I just had to have the money and the product to go with it. But those challenges, like I said, they forced me to learn some things. They forced me to be a better businesswoman. Now, I'm going to fast forward to 2014. By that time, I had gotten out of the office equipment business and I had been in the tax preparation business for probably a little over 10, maybe 15 years by that point. Now, the Affordable Care Act mandated that everybody have health insurance. So I expanded my business to include insurance and financial services. So I didn't want to be a hypocrite. I purchased all the products and services that I was selling to my clients, because I had clients say, well, what do you have? What kind of coverage do you have? And where's your money? And I could honestly say, what I had and where my money was. Now, I made that approach and purchased those products from a business and marketing strategy, not from a personal financial planning perspective. And I just want you to make note of that. um, but a couple years later, I was talking to one of my colleagues, and he told me he had just been diagnosed with kidney cancer as a result of him going just for a routine physical. And I was like, wow, I'm sorry to hear that. I said, but I know you're going to clock some dollars, just because I knew the products that we were, selling to our clients. And he said, Wendy, I'm just gonna be honest with you. He said, I don't even have insurance. I don't even have the stuff we're selling to our clients. And I'm like, what? You're in the business and you don't have what we're selling, any of it? And he said, no. And it made me realize that, thank God I practice what I preach, because didn't want to be in that position. Not that I thought I would have, any diagnosis like that, but fast forward to 2017, after a routine mammogram and a biopsy, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. And it was the most aggressive form of breast cancer, which I chose the most aggressive form of treatment, which meant I had chemotherapy infusions every 3 weeks for a year. And I had 5 surgeries. I had multiple scans and MRIs and labs and everything that goes with treating an aggressive form of breast cancer. Now, the price tag on the chemotherapy alone was $67,000 every 3 weeks for a year. And I was recently asked to calculate that out, and I did, and it came to like $1.137 million. And I'm like, oh, it makes my heart shudder just to think of it. And this is after the fact. But those 5 surgeries and all those scans and, tests and everything I had, that totaled to over $300,000. So can you imagine having to pay almost $1.5 million in medical bills to fight a disease? And while you're fighting a disease that was taking control over your body, that was, draining your mind, your body, everything. But not just that, but also having your business and personal expenses to go along with it. But thank God I practiced what I preach, because not only did I have excellent health insurance that paid all those medical expenses, I also had supplemental coverage that ended up giving me a multi-6-figure tax-free shot in the arm, financial shot in the arm, that made me, put me on top of my game, my financial game. So now, I'm free of cancer, doing well financially. And I was like, okay, Lord, thank you, Jesus, for putting me in this position. So now I'm just going to stay in my comfort zone and just enjoy life. And he's like, no, you're going to go out on a crusade and empower other people to be in a position where one illness or injury won't ruin them financially. So hence, that's where the financial cure system was born. Now I'm going to talk about the 6 obstacles to winning the money game, because these obstacles, if you can overcome them, or if you know how to deal with them, then, it doesn't matter what the economic situation is, you can still thrive. Now I'm going to list them first, and then I'll go into detail as we go through the presentation. Now, the first one is the mindset and lack of knowledge, control over your finances, proper protection, tax codes and laws, investment losses and market risk, and global economic impact, and more importantly, taking action. Let's start with the mindset and lack of knowledge. The Bible says, be transformed by the renewing of your mind. It also says, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Now, this next statement is really profound. It says, if you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. And then knowledge is the new rich. So arm yourself with it. Now, there's some basic principles you have to know to manage your money. And never underestimate the power of the basics. Just like 2 + 2 = 4, you have to have discipline to maintain your finances. And discipline requires you to choose what you want more over what you want now. You want to plan where your money goes instead of wondering where it went. And you want to spend less and keep more of what you make. And more money can't fix bad spending habits. And money saved is money earned. Now, a few more principles I want to point out are always have multiple sources of income. You could either earn compound interest or pay it. And use creative ways to dramatically increase your income. Make expense reduction and debt elimination a conscious choice. And acquire proper protection to prevent financial ruin. And a business is not your personal piggy bank. So remember that. Remember these principles. Now, we talked about earning or paying compound interest. This is an example of how you earn it with the rule of 72. And basically, the rule of 72 tells you to take the return on your investment divided by 72, and that tells you how many years it takes for your investment to double. Excuse me. Now we're going to look at 4, 6, 8, and 10% return on investment. And this example shows a 34-year-old investing $10,000 and what their return would be using the rule of 72 at each level of return on investment. So at 4%, it's going to take 18 years for that money to double. So by the time that person turns 70, they're going to have 40,000. At 6%, they'll have 80,000. At 8%, 160,000. And at 10%, they'll have $320,000 from that 10,000 they started with at age 34. So I don't know about you, but I want to be on that 10%, $320,000 side. Now you're wondering, how can you earn higher interest rates without putting your money at risk, for loss in the market? And we'll talk about that later. But this is how you pay compound interest on debt. Let's say you charge $1,500 on your credit card. And if you pay it off within that 30 days or 1 month, you pay no interest and the total amount paid is $1,500. Now, let's say you don't want to pay $1,500 in one shot. You say you pay $135 a month. Then it's going to take you a year to pay that debt off, and then you'll pay $125 in interest. But let's say you want to say, I don't want to spend that much. I'm just going to do $30 a month. Now, at $30 a month, which is the minimum payment, you will take 11 years to pay that $1,500 off. And not only that, but you'll pay $1,413 in interest, which is almost as much as you spent in the beginning. So remember, you do not want to let interest compound on debt, but you do want interest to compound on your investment. So if you don't understand how compound interest affects your balance, then you will pay more. Now, you want to take control over your finances. Money is a big part of your life, and when you learn how to get your finances under control, then all areas of your life will soar. And if you don't find a way to make money while you sleep, you'll work until you die. Now, you want to have multiple streams of income, and we talked about that before. You got your earned income from a job, you got your profit income from a business, residual income, say from previous businesses that you conducted, like, commissions that are ongoing. You got capital gains, which is profits from a sale of an asset. You got royalties, which are from other people using your work, like from books or movies, copyrights, trademarks. And then you've got interest, which one of my clients is from lending money. And she said, well, I don't lend money, but I told her, if you got money in the bank, you're lending money at a low interest rate to the bank. So that's interest money. And then you got dividends from when you own stock. And then you got rental income from renting out property, whether it be to a tenant on a long-term basis or your home for Airbnb or even vehicles. And people are renting out their vehicles. But you want to have a lot of passive income because that's money that just comes to you. That's that money that Warren Buffett's talking about, making money while you sleep. That's what that is. Okay, now you want to be able to distinguish between your needs and your wants. A need is something you got to have, you can't do without, you can't live without. I don't mean desire, but I mean like food, clothing, roof over your head, utilities. Wants are things that you may think you need, but you really could do without, like, designer clothes or those extra shoes or purses or gourmet dining out. Those are wants. So those are things that you really want to kind of put down on your budget, or not have it on your budget at all. You just want to do without for now. And then you want to control your spending, because just like the faucet in the picture, if you don't control it and you just spend outrageously, it's like money going down the drain. And then you have to distinguish expenses versus debt. Expenses will come back around even if you pay them off, like your utility bills. You can pay that off each month, but it's still going to come back around with a new balance the following month. But debt is something you can pay off and it'll be eliminated, like a car loan or a personal loan or even a mortgage. Once that's paid off, then that's eliminated. You no longer have to pay that money out again. Now, here's some ways to reduce expenses without spending more money. You want to avoid late fees, overdraft fees, and penalties, because that's just doubling. That's like paying compound interest. So you want to avoid those. You want to use coupons, rewards, and discounts, because those coupons can get you things for free. Rewards can get you things for free, and discounts can reduce the amount you pay for things. Reevaluate and renegotiate service contracts, because just because you signed up, or like in your utilities, I just did this with my cable. I renegotiated and asked, look, what plans are out there now, and I'm saving $100 a month and getting more services than I had prior to making that negotiation. You want to cancel unused subscriptions and memberships. We're coming up on the first of the year. Even though we're dealing with COVID, a lot of people have those gym memberships they've been paying for all year. They're not using it. You have a lot of apps and subscriptions that you got in the beginning, but you're not using now. Cancel that. That money can be used better to build up your cash reserve, pay off a debt, or go towards some other expense. And then you want to consolidate and refinance loans. Interest rates are pretty low now. And if you're in a position to refinance your home or any other loan that you have, a lot of credit card companies are offering people, now you got to have good credit for this, 0 interest for 18 months. Transfer some of those balances with interest to the 0 interest, and you've got 18 months where you can do some things with that interest money. And then this is a point that really kind of hurt my heart when I read it. In 2017, banks made $34 billion in overdraft fees. Now, overdraft fees are when you write a check or something and you don't have the money, the bank would charge you an overdraft fee. And I don't know if it's like $35, $40. I don't know what it is now, but you want to make sure you link your credit cards and you want to link your checking account to a credit card or a savings account, because you want to avoid that. And usually banks, if you're not a regular frequent flyer, as they call it, they will give you credit. Say if you slip up once or twice and don't, make that connection, they'll give you the credit for that overdraft fee. But if you don't and you constantly do it, those overdraft fees, they probably end up being 5, 6 times more than what you wrote the check for. So they're making $34 billion over people, off of people that really can't afford to pay that kind of money. So be conscious of that. Now, proper protection. You know my story. You know I had proper protection. Now, the greatest wealth is health. Health is like money. You never have a true idea of its value until you lose it. And risk is like fire. If controlled, it will help you. If uncontrolled, it will destroy you. And a good man leaves an inheritance for his children's children, and proper protection allows you to do that. Now, you want to avoid the risk of financial disaster. We just finished open enrollment for the Affordable Care Act. Now, health insurance, you have to know there's a cost to have it and a cost to use it, and they're not the same, and you must know the difference. Having a low premium and high deductible is not a good strategy because you're self-insured until you meet that deductible. Life insurance with living benefits is the way to go because you may have life insurance and it'll help take care of your family when you die, but living benefits can help take care of you while you're living. You can access up to 90% of your death benefit while you're living if you're diagnosed with a critical illness or like cancer or have a heart attack or anything like that, and stroke. And then also there's certain injuries as well that you can access that money. So you want to make sure you have life insurance with living benefits. An example is if you have a $500,000 policy and you're diagnosed with cancer, say stage 4 cancer, you can withdraw $450,000 from that policy and still leave your family with $50,000 death benefit in case of your demise. Now, you want to be aware of tax codes and tax laws. We're about to enter tax season, and tax laws and codes have changed, and there's nothing certain except death and taxes. And the codes are like 401k, IRAs, 403bs, and a lot of us don't think of those as tax codes. We think of it as retirement vehicles, but it's those tax codes allow you to get a pre-tax benefit or not have to pay taxes on the money that you invest in that retirement vehicle, but you don't realize that you're paying money on the harvest. We call it tax-free seed and a taxable harvest. Now, I don't know about you, but I'd rather pay taxes on the seed and get a tax-free harvest. So keep that in mind. And then you got tax laws that dictate your income tax, Social Security tax, probate tax, estate tax, and Form 706 tax in case you have a business when you pass away. So these are things that you have to be aware of, and don't look for the cheapest tax preparation service, look for the best, because what you save in tax prep can cost you thousands of dollars in either a reduced refund or an increased tax liability. And then investment losses, market risk, and global economic impact. A chain is only as good as its weakest link. We're in a global economy. Just like we're in a pandemic, what happened in China is affecting the whole world. Supply chain is like nature. It's all around us. Now, here's what I was talking about, saving, protecting your investment and getting that high return on interest, high return on investment without market loss. Now, that's called indexing. And indexing is having a ceiling and a floor. Now, the ceiling will cap the amount of money you can make. Let's say your ceiling is 18, but the market is paying 20. You're only going to get 18%. Now, the floor is usually 0, but there are products out there that'll pay you 0.25%. Now, when the market crashes, that floor is going to protect you from going in the gutter with everybody else in the market. Now, look at this chart. In this chart, the red line is indexed to the market and the blue line is in the market. As you can see, in 2000, that's when we had the dot-com boom, And these are real numbers. So this is based on a dollar invested in beginning in 1998. So that dollar by 2000 became $1.47 for the people in the market. Index to the market, they only got, because of the cap, they got the 130. But now look at when the .com market crashed. Those folks on the blue line went down to 94 cents, which was less than what they started with. But the people that were indexed to the market, they got $1.30. So let's look how it goes up. The people in the market had to come up from the gutter at 94 cents, but the people indexed to the market came up from the floor at $1.31. And as the housing market began to boom, then the people in the market, yeah, they got some money back, $1.48, but the people indexed to the market, and they doubled their money from the initial investment. And then the market crashed. The housing market, mortgage industries crashed. And as you can see, the people in the market, they fell to 90 cents, which was below what they had when the .com market crashed. But the people indexed to the market, they had already doubled their money and made a few cents more. So as the market picked up, the people indexed to the market, they came up from the floor, and the people in the market came up from the gutter. And as you can see, at the end of that time in 2017, the people indexed to the market had a return of 4.2 or $4.25, where the people in the market had 235. Let's imagine that was $100,000 that was invested. If you were indexed to the market, you would have 425,000, and the people in the market would only have 235. So remember, indexing is the way to go. Now, the final obstacle is taking action. If you study long, you study wrong. Faith without works is dead. And the distance between what you want and what you get is what you do. So I'm offering a complimentary guide that talks about these 6 obstacles to winning the money game. So if you text the word guide, that's GUIDE, to 770-796-4944, you can get a complimentary copy. Now, this financial blueprint works like this. First, you want to set your financial goals. Next, you want to develop a plan. Then you want to take action, because remember, what you get is is based on what you do. And then you want to review and update that plan regularly, either semi-annually or annually. Then your results are you're building a financial and secure legacy. And you're walking away with a nice financial nest egg, or nice resources, I should say. Now, there are 4 sites to optimizing your financial health. The first one is hindsight, which is always 2020, but your hindsight is basically looking at the actions you took and the decisions you made, and look at the results. Were those actions resulting in positive, did you get positive results, or were there things that you were like, wow, I wish I hadn't have done it? But regardless, if it's something that worked for you, stick with it. If it's not broke, don't fix it. But if it's something that you feel like, oh, wow, I need a pity party to get over this, have a pity party, but don't stay there long. Get out of there. But you want to take that hindsight, that 2020 vision, and develop some insight. And when that insight, you want to have foresight to move forward with a new strategy or a revised strategy. And then you want to have oversight, which is basically the checks and balances to make sure you can catch anything that's causing a negative, where you won't have that hindsight that you regret and need to go to that pity party for. So remember, hindsight to develop insight, and strategize for foresight, and develop oversight. So I just want to thank you for being part of this session. And I have a book out. It's also a #1 new release on Amazon called Diagnose Your Financial Health. You can order it today on Amazon. And remember, you can text the word guide to 770-796-4944. 844 to get your complimentary copy. Thank you, and I appreciate you.
Hello, everyone. This is Constance Craig Mason. I am here today, hopefully, to empower you to go into your 2021 pumped up, fired up, and super excited about your next. I want to talk with you a little bit about myself before I hop into my talk. So, I am Constance Craig Mason. I am a financial expert. I'm also an insurance agency owner, as well as an international speaker and an author. And I am before you because I have put in the time to work on myself. Much of what I'm going to talk with you today is about the same thing. Now, my mentors and coaches always tell me to talk about what you know, write about what you know. So that is what I'm going to do with you here today. So just to give you an idea of what we're going to go over, I'm going to share 3 tips, okay? The first one is how to use resilience as a catapult for defining your success. Also, how to use fear as a fuel to create legacy now. And then I want you to think about the third thing, which is how to invest in the most valuable commodity ever. And I'm going to leave that one for last. I'm not going to share right now what that one is, what to invest in. But to give you a little bit of background on myself. So I grew up in the inner city of Baltimore, Maryland. And I grew up with a mom who was very young. You know, she had 2 little girls by the time she was 17. And although we didn't have a lot of money and a lot of resources, we had a lot of love. And that is something that I feel like a lot of moms who grow up, you know, not having a silver spoon in their mouth, you know, trying to make the ends meet for their children. And even, you know, some dads as well. You know, I grew up in a single parent home where, you know, we had a lot of love, not that much resources, but it didn't stop my mom from being determined to be the best person that she could possibly be. And some of the things that I'm going to share with you today are those very things that I watched my mom do and that I repeated for myself in my life. So when you think about being a financial expert, you know, an insurance agency owner, even an international speaker and author, all of that sounds amazing, but that is not how it started out. It wasn't that way for my mom. It wasn't that way for my grandma. And it certainly wasn't that way for me. So I ended up having 2 little children by the time I was 19 and 3 by the time I was 21. So even though it was not my intention to kind of repeat the cycle of being a young mom, just like my mother was, it happened. How many know life happens? And so when you go through poverty, you know, that is one of those things where you feel like, you know, you don't have all the resources, you don't have maybe a good circle that can show you the way of success. But that should not stop you. It didn't stop me. And going back to my first tip that I'll talk with you today, using resilience as a catapult for defining success, that is exactly what I did. And when I talk about resilience, most of us know what that means. It really means when life happens, you get right back up. When you get knocked down, you get right back up as fast as you possibly can. And I'll share a little story with you. Over the last year, I want to say about 16 months of the last 2 years, actually, I had been stricken with some really, really serious illnesses. I had not experienced these illnesses before in my entire life. And here I was at 40 years old in the hospital bed. First, my mental crashed, then my physical body crashed. And at 40 years old, they say that things change when you hit 40. You come into your own self. You kind of feel like you have life down pack a little bit. And here I was, disabled in the bed, not able to mentally function, not able to physically do for myself. And I'm 40 years old. And I was super excited about turning 40 because I had heard great things about it. And here I was in this space, not knowing what my next day was going to be about. I went to a mental health practice 3 days a week for 6 hours a day. And I was determined that these people were going to help me or I had no other options. And so sitting in here, I had a cap on my head. I had unironed clothes. I had fuzzy socks with Crocs on. And I was sitting there like this. And even though I knew I needed all of the help that I could possibly get for my mental health, I was still a little bit frustrated. And I was like, what are these people going to possibly do for me? You know, this mental health thing came down on me all at once. I had a thriving business. I had a loving family, an awesome marriage. My kids were all grown, and I was so looking forward to being 40. And here I was sitting in a room full of strangers talking about our problems and our challenges and why we had difficulty getting up in the morning to start the day and what our childhood traumas had to do with our now. And here I was sitting there, not worried about what clients I was going to get, not worried about my next speaking opportunity, but sitting here in unironed clothes, unkempt hair, a cap on my head, fuzzy socks, and Crocs. Not knowing what time of day it was, not even knowing what day of the week it was. I did not care. And when I look at myself today, just a little under 2 years later, I am not looking like what I went through. Now, some might say that's resilience. I have a hashtag that I use every day, and it's called Wake Up Running, because I feel like I was able to bounce back from what had hit me almost 2 years ago, and I came out running. I came out running because I knew my legacy was bigger than me. It was bigger than even my children and my children's children. It is about all of the people like you that I get to talk to every day, that I get to empower every day, that I get to impact every day. So I have to get up running. And resilience is the key to that. When you go through something, you get back up running as fast as you possibly can. And you take those lessons, not the losses, you take the lessons right along with you as you rise every day. Super excited about who you're going to touch and what you're going to do. Now, when you think about resilience, you know, during that time, I spent $331,000 of medical claims during that 16-month period. That's usually for people who have chronic illnesses such as heart disease and Alzheimer's and things like that. And I had mental health challenges at the time. I had blood clots. I had respiratory issues, all of which come down on me at one time. And that was where all of those claims was coming from. But I am healed and healthy today. I thank God that he was able to bring me back from that time frame and allow me to be here with you sharing these tips. So resilience, use it as a catapult. You know what catapults do? It skyrockets you to the next place. And so that's what I want you to do. Define your success from your resilience. And how do you do that? Again, when you go through something, don't just go through it and not reconcile what did you go through it for. You know, think about what did you learn so you can turn those lessons into legacy. I want you to think about that. What have you gone through that you can now say that you are an expert in that thing? Now you can define it as a success in your life versus a loss. The next thing I want to talk to you about is using fear as fuel. Now, you use fear as fuel to create legacy now. Again, I wake up running every day because I've almost lost 2 years of my life being down, being sick, being frustrated. And so every day that I wake up, I think, how can I get to the next level? What can I do that I can show my children that they don't have to repeat the same mistakes that I made? So when I'm afraid of something, because there was no blueprint, there was no roadmap, there was no silver spoon left for me or my sister. And so when I think about being able to go and be first, I sat on Clubhouse the other day when I was in a room and they talked about first generation wealth and first generation college grads and first generation people who are successful. And I raised my hand and I said, you know what? I am a first generation everything. A first generation everything, because not taking anything away from my ancestors, but there was not a roadmap for how to be successful in marriage, for how to be successful in your finances, for how to be a successful parent. There was no roadmap. And so when you think about fear and you are the first person, you know that there's some fear, some anxiety, some palpitations, some chest pain, you name it, that comes with having to be the first person to do anything. And so what I want to encourage you to do is to be fearless. And I know oftentimes, even in spiritual concepts, we hear to not fear at all. But that's not really what I believe God is saying. He is saying to not let fear rule you, to not let fear stop you, and to feel whatever fear you have. Because I guarantee if a lion walks in this room right now, I would be afraid and I probably would run. But at the end of the day, that's a realistic fear. It's right in front of you. You see it there. But some people don't understand what fear is when it's not something tangible that you see. Right? Fear can come up in you again when you're doing a new business, or you're doing a new, when you're getting promoted, or you're a new parent. Fear can rise up in you, and it's hard to explain to somebody because they can't see it, but you see it and you feel it. And what I want to encourage you to do is to feel it and do it anyway. Feel the fear and do it anyway. And what I want you to do today is be that much less fearful than you were the day before. So every single day, you're going to have less and less fear, and you're going to have more and more confidence. There's a quote from James F. Burns, and he says, too many people think about security more than they think about opportunity. I'll say it again. Too many people think about security instead of opportunity, more afraid of life than death. Now, when I read that quote, it really resonated with me, because when we think about having to live this life or getting to live this life, it should be something that excites you. It should be something that we're grateful about, not afraid of taking a leap, because guess what? When you take that leap, there's going to be someone there to catch you. There's going to be someone there to guide you. Someone like me who's already been there, done that, and got the t-shirt to prove that I've been through some stuff. And when you think about creating legacy now, everything you're doing today is what is setting up that legacy. If you're going for your new business, if you're expanding or pivoting your business, you are creating legacy for your generations to come. So take courage. That's what I want to say. Take courage today. Don't be afraid. Take the steps that you need to so you can get to the next level. And so my next thing that I want to talk with you about is investing in the most valuable commodity ever. And that commodity is you. Invest in you more so than stocks and bonds and ETFs and real estate. All of those are amazing investments, but the investment in you will always return on that investment. That's the same thing that I did. I didn't grow up with a silver spoon. I don't have what they call ABCs behind my name. I joke when I think about having degrees and masters and that kind of thing. I don't have those things, but it has not stopped me from being a financial expert. It has not stopped me from being an Amazon bestselling author. It has not stopped me from being an international speaker. Why? Because I invest in myself. I take the time, I pay for courses, I pay for coaches. Before I had any money to invest in any of those things, I was Googling everything. Google came out right around the time that I was a young adult. And I was Googling every basic need, not things like investing and buying homes. No, basic needs like how to get a driver's license, how to get a bank account, how to establish credit, basic adulting needs. Google was my BFF. I always say that. Google was my BFF. And when I think about what I was doing as a young adult, I was literally looking for all the answers on Google. And I'll bring you up to date. About a couple of weeks ago, I got a call from a gentleman from CBS 21, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. And he had left a message for me because he said, we were looking for a financial expert to put in our New Year, New You segment. And we were looking for people in our area, and your information popped up. Now think about it. I spent the majority of my young adult life Googling all the answers about basic needs and how to get by. And here it is, 20 years later, I am the answer for somebody's questions. I took a moment and I had to breathe that in, because God had shown me full circle that because I had invested in myself, I was able to be found on Google, of all places, as a financial expert. And here I was, someone who grew up in poverty, who is now able to have answers that someone could use for their 2021 goals. And so what I want to encourage you today, again, is to use resilience as a catapult for defining your own success. And the next thing is to use fear as a fuel to create legacy now. Wake up running every day towards your goals. And the last thing, invest in the most valuable commodity ever, which is you. You are the best investment ever. And so what I want to leave you and challenge you with is you need to make a decision to be bigger. Make a decision to be bigger. And if you make that decision, the next thing you want to do is put some action behind that decision. Okay, the only person that you are destined to become is the person you decide to be. And as much as I want to take credit for that quote, that was not me. That was Ralph Waldo Emerson who said, the only person you are destined to become is the person you decide to be. And so what I want to leave you with is a juicy freebie today. If you would be able to go to bit.ly/4sabotage, it is the number 4 and the word sabotage, you will be able to find an ebook where I help you to define what self-sabotage looks like and how to avoid it. And you will not have a cost if you put in the code SELF, SELF. And I also challenge you to follow me on social media on all of the platforms as C. Craig Mason. So I am challenging you today. Make a decision to be bigger. Use your resilience as a catapult for defining your success, and use fear as fuel to create your legacy now. And the last thing I want to restate for you is to invest in yourself, because you are the greatest investment ever. Thank you so much. And I'm looking so forward to connecting with you in 2021.
Hello there, everyone. It's Latoya Rose. I am your fiscal affairs strategist, and I am here to just encourage you. My title today is Grit Over Distractions. And for all of my comeback champions, my underdogs, those people who, someone may have told you your dreams are small, you're playing too big, I'm ready to tell you that with grit over distractions, you will create profits. Now, before we get going all deep into my tips, let me just define for you grit and distractions, because those two terms, a lot of times people get a little confused as to what is grit. So grit is all about your character. It's about being at a level of resolve, meaning no matter what comes your way, you have a level of resolve, of know-how, of just purpose that you're going to move forward regardless of the facts. Grit is also the strength of your character, who you truly are, not the thing or the person that people want you to be. That is grit. So even when your bank account may be negative, even when it seems that everyone who once wanted to work with you is working with everyone else, with the strength of your character, with that grit, you will succeed. Distractions. Distractions is anything, and I like to say everything, that takes your attention away from being the best person that you can be. The best mother, the best father, the best business owner, the best friend, the best human being. A distraction, a phone call from people who may be bored, right? I'm talking about maybe missing a paycheck. A distraction is any little thing that can deter your attention, turn you to the left or to the right. Behind me, there is a mural of Black Wall Street, also known as Black Wall Street. It's located in Tulsa, Oklahoma, historic Greenwood Avenue. Let me tell you, in 1921, May 31st to be exact, overnight, for 2 days, May 31st and June 1st of 1921, a land 40 plus blocks burned, was bombed by white mobsters. Now, on these 40 plus blocks, there were African Americans Native Americans, but mainly African American businesses who were thriving. They knew how to circulate their dollars within their community. Community meant that even if there was a distraction, meaning a dispute or a disagreement, we got over it, yet we continue to circulate. We continue to connect. We continue to support each other's business. 1921, there was a race massacre, bombings. Current day in 2020, we only have 2 buildings left. Yet, what we've been doing by sharing the story is so many Black Wall Streets have been created globally. I'm talking about you, and even that person that's sitting next to you. Minorities coming together, realizing that they have something to offer the world. Now, when you understand that the strength of your character, and you realize that anything that goes against you earning money, with you standing up and being who you are supposed to be, is a distraction, let me tell you, the over is defined as going upward and getting beyond it. See, sometimes it's hard to see a mountain and telling it to move, but sometimes you have to rise up and get over something so that you can actually be, again, the best version of yourself. So grit over distractions, right? I like to call it God mode. Whenever you get into God mode, you have just this rhythm of the beat. Oh yeah, a rhythm of the beat. You ever just grew to a song and thought, man, that's my jam? You ever just play that music in the background as you're writing your business plan, as you're doing your bookkeeping, as you're creating some type of product line? That's what I need for you to do moving forward in quarter 1, 2, 3, 4, and beyond. See, your children's children should be able to eat off of your grit over distraction mode right now. How do you create profits? Well, first of all, you have to be consistent. You have to be consistent with thinking positive, knowing that you were called to be great. 2, you have to have a plan of action that you have to execute every day. That goes back with being consistent, right? 3, employ mentors, as also, number 4, delegate the work. I'm talking about the easy stuff. I know you can do it all. Yet we have to get out of the do it ourselves. Because see, the tedious tasks that you could be doing for little or no money, when you delegate it, you create a freedom of time. See, in order to create profits, you have to know your numbers. So 5, knowing your numbers and not running from the fact that we all have had some type of trauma, some type of tragedy that may have distracted us from being money savvy with money or behaving well with our money. Yet you have to just forgive yourself. That's number 6. Forgive yourself for not knowing the things that you probably should have known. Now you know it. 8, show up. Price at a point that's at an industry standard. I don't care if you're starting in business today. Price your products and services at industry standard. Offer no one discounts, especially not out the gate. For what? Why are you discounting yourself? Number 9, collaborate. Even with people who offer the same services as you. Because what that does is that shows the greater at large audience and community that there is no competition, that I have options, and it's okay because they know I have options. And finally, number 10. Oh yes, number 10 for completion. In order to maintain this grit over distractions, to create your profits, I need for you to rinse and repeat steps 1 through 9 in the next venture. See, Ecclesiastes 11, 1 and 2, the NIV version, not only does it tell us to pretty much have a passport, right, so we can ship our grain across the seas, it also tells us to have 7, yes, 8 streams of income, for we do not know when despair is going to hit. And I need for you to realize something. With preparation, with consistency, with mentorship, wise counsel, and with having just a God mode that is unexplainable, you will create the profits that not only you can enjoy, but like I said before, like Beyonce said in her song, honey, let your grandchildren be rich and on the Forbes list. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I am Latoya Rose. I am your wealth strategist. I am the person who gives you the audacity to discover your genius and monetize it. I hope that you will embrace your comeback, and I hope that you will continue to stand up because grit over distractions creates profit.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Michelle Teague from A Teague of Your Own, and it is a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Several years ago, right after a ceremony installing the officers to a women's group that I belong to, I stepped up to the podium, looked out at the 50 or so women who were sitting in the audience, and I could see they were full of smiles. You could see hope and happiness in their eyes. And then it hit me. Oh, heck, I'm their leader. They're waiting for me to say something. They're waiting for me to do something. I had a choice to make of what kind of leader I was going to be for them. There are lots of bad leaders out there, and I certainly didn't want to be one of them. But there's lots of good leaders out there too. I thought to myself, what kind of leader would I want to follow? I want to be that leader. Think about some of the leaders you admire. What do they have in common? How would you describe them? Many people would say that a great leader is honest, they're trustworthy, they have integrity. Most would say leaders communicate well, they're confident, and they're able to make good decisions. Great leaders hold themselves accountable, not just to themselves, but to their followers. They inspire others to go above and beyond, always putting other people first. Great leaders think about what is best for their followers. Who wouldn't want to be a great leader like that? Let's take a look at what you can do to be the leader you want to follow. We're going to take a look at 3 different areas to help you become the leader you want to follow. We're going to look at the differences between managers and leaders. We're going to discuss both the golden rule and the platinum rule. And we're going to describe how you need to choose between simply surviving or succeeding. And at the end, I've got a free resource that will help you become a better leader, one that you will want to follow. First, let's take a look at the differences between being a leader and being a manager. I need you to write this down. You lead people and you manage tasks. Did you get that? You lead people and you manage tasks. That's a huge difference. Leaders create a vision. They paint a picture of what they see as possible and inspire and engage their people into turning that into a reality. They think beyond what leaders do, and they activate people into being part of something bigger than themselves. They know that high functioning teams can accomplish a lot more working together than individuals working by themselves. Managers, on the other hand, create goals. They focus on setting and measuring those goals and then set out to achieve them. They create different situations and control them to reach or exceed their expectations. Leaders are change agents. They are proud disruptors. Innovation is their mantra. They embrace change and they know that even if things are working, there is always a better way. And they understand and accept the fact that changes to the system will often create waves. Managers, they maintain the status quo. They stick with what works, refining systems, refining structures and processes to make them better and make improvements. Leaders take risks. They're willing to try new things, even if it means they fail miserably. They know that failure is often a step on the path to success. Conversely, Managers control risk. They work to minimize risk. They seek to avoid and control problems rather than embracing them. Leaders grow both personally and professionally. They know if they aren't learning something new every day, they're falling behind. They remain curious and seek to remain relevant in an ever changing world of work. They seek out new people and information that will expand their thinking. Managers rely on established skills. They often double down on what made them successful, perfecting existing skills and adopting proven behaviors. Leaders build on relationships. They focus on people, all the stakeholders they need to influence in order to realize their vision. They know who their stakeholders are and spend most of their time with them. They build loyalty and trust by consistently delivering on what they promised. Managers build systems and processes. They focus on the structures necessary to set and achieve goals. They focus on the analytical and ensure systems are in place to attain desired outcomes. Leaders coach people. They know that people who work for them have the answers or they're able to find the answers. They see their people as competent and they're optimistic about their potential. They resist the temptation to tell people what to do or how to do it. Managers, they direct people. They assign tasks and they provide guidance on how to accomplish those tasks. Leaders create fans, and we're not talking about your average fan. They have people who will go beyond following them. Their followers become raving fans and avid promoters, helping them build their brand and achieve their goals. Their fans help increase their visibility and their credibility. Managers, they have employees. They have staff who follow direction and seek to make sure that the boss is happy. Are you a manager or are you a leader? Sometimes, if you're an entrepreneur, you might have to be both. Maybe you're working for a small organization where you have to do both. For the women's group that I was leading, I chose to be a leader because that's what they needed. Next, let's take a look at both the golden rule and the platinum rule and how great leaders can use this information to better communicate and lead their followers. Just about everyone has heard of the golden rule, which goes something like this: do unto others as you would have them do unto you. In other words, treat other people in business and in life the way you want to be treated. Dr. Tony Alexander writes in his book, The Platinum Rule, that the golden rule doesn't always work. Everyone is different. And the truth of the matter is that in many cases, what you would want to happen to you isn't exactly what your business partner, your employees, your customers, or your investors would want done to them. Dr. Alexander's book explains the platinum rule. Do unto others as they would want done to them, or treat other people the way they want to be treated. The golden rule, as good as it is, has some limitations, since all people in all situations are different. When you follow the platinum rule, however, you can be sure you're actually doing what the other person wants done and assure yourself a better outcome. There's a story Dale Carnegie told in his book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, which illustrates the platinum rule. He writes, "Personally, I am very fond of strawberries and cream, but I have found for some strange reason, fish prefer worms. So when I went fishing, I didn't think about what I wanted. I thought about what they wanted. I didn't bait the hook with strawberries and cream. Rather, I dangled a worm or a grasshopper in front of the fish and said, 'Wouldn't you like to have that?' Why not use the same common sense when we're trying to communicate and lead people? For the women's group I was president of, I chose to communicate and lead in their preferences, not mine. Write this down. Communication is the real work of leadership. Did you get that? Communication is the real work of leadership. The dean of the Harvard Business School said that, and it is so true. We need to communicate with our followers in a style they prefer. Same with leading them. The people you're leading, are they reserved or are they outgoing? Are they task oriented or are they people oriented? A leadership communication tool such as DISC can help you determine the preferences of the people around you and how to better communicate and lead them. Stay tuned. I have a free gift for you that can help you be a better leader, one that you will want to follow. Finally, we're going to take a look at how great leaders choose to move an organization from beyond surviving to thriving and succeeding. Surviving in business means you are meeting your obligations and maybe you're turning a profit, but you're not really doing anything to set your business up for long-term success. You probably have the next few months planned out, or maybe even up to 6 months. But are you planned out for the next year, or even for the next 18 to 24 months? Success, by contrast, means that you are doing all the things to survive, but you're also positioning your organization for a prosperous future. Your business is thriving today while keeping an eye on what is right around the corner. See, the key difference between success and surviving is not what you're doing right now, but what you are set up to do months or even years from now. Successful business owners always have one eye on the future. They're preparing and planning for changes in their industry or in their markets. They're looking for ways to increase their market share while preparing for the lean times that most businesses face. They invest in new employees, new ideas, and new equipment with the goal of ensuring prosperity felt today will last long into the future. They also invest in marketing their organization to increase their customer base. All of this takes time. Write this down. Success doesn't happen overnight. Did you get that? Success doesn't happen overnight. As Steve Jobs once said, overnight success stories take a long time. You have to be willing to put in the effort, to put in the hard work, to put in the time to be successful. What are you going to choose? A great leader will choose to thrive and succeed. They will choose to put in the time and the hard work to help their people and their organization be successful. Your followers need to see that you are willing to roll up those sleeves and work right alongside of them to get things done. They want to see you as a role model. To succeed, you can't ask people to do what you aren't willing to do yourself. You need to lead by example. For the women's group that I was president of, I chose to succeed and to lead by example. You see, being a leader you want to follow is really about choices. What are you going to choose? Are you going to choose to be a leader or a manager? Are you going to choose to communicate and lead people how you prefer, meaning the golden rule, or how they prefer, meaning the platinum rule? Are you going to choose to simply survive? Or are you going to choose to thrive and succeed in your business? To be the leader you want to follow, you need to make a choice and you need to lead by example. Do you know anyone, could be yourself, could be a family member, could be a friend, who's struggling with team members not communicating with each other or aggravated with the conflict that prevents their teams from working together to accomplish their organization's goals. Or maybe, just maybe, what keeps them up at night is the thought of not having people ready to fill management or supervisory roles. What if it didn't have to be that way? At A Teague of Your Own, we help people lead to succeed, communicate to elevate, and build teams to fulfill dreams. As promised, I have a free resource for you. Simply go to our website, ateagueofyourown.com, and sign up for the free leadership discommunication tool. It will help you follow the platinum rule by providing you with insight into how to best communicate and lead the people around you based on their preferred styles. Thanks so much for joining me. With the right choices, I'm sure you are going to be a great leader, and you are going to become the leader you want to follow.
Hello, welcome champions. Today we have come to be a part of an amazing event. Time is infinite, but the time that we've been given is not. The time that we've been blessed with actually comes with a time that we start and a time that we end, which is so imperative for us to make today our January 1st. Hello, I'm Nedra Buckmeyer, and I am confident of a few things. I'm confident that as I show up in purpose and on purpose, that I will ignite those that desire hope, and it will ignite their passions. And I help individuals to rewrite their futures. So I am so glad that you're here today. Welcome to the world's #1 5-day virtual summit, helping develop the champion within you. I'm glad that you're here. I believe that you're here today because you've already accomplished many things in your life. But there are still some things that you desire to accomplish. So I'm glad that you've joined me today because we are going to talk about how to navigate from hope to fulfillment. As I've experienced success as well as failures in my life, I've actually come up with a fun acrostic or acronym, if you would say. Hope is heightened optimism, passionately expecting. Is something that you are passionate about. So it's heightened, you are optimistic about it, you are passionately expecting it. And that's one of the terms that I use when I'm trying to help individuals navigate from hope to fulfillment. So I'm so glad that you've joined me today. And as I have navigated from success, from hope, that is, to fulfillment in real life, I realized that there are some founding principles that I have learned along my journey. I call it the R3 principle: reflect, realign, and realize. It has become an essential, foundational, navigational realization for me as I've gone from concept, hoping, to fulfillment. So I'm glad you're here today. So the first component of that R3 principle is reflect. When you hear the word, you may immediately begin to reflect on your life, some of the things that you've already accomplished, some of the things that are happening right now in your present life, and some of the things that you desire to accomplish. See, when you reflect, you understand what has already happened. You're very familiar with what is, but you're also optimistically looking towards what can and will be. So when you reflect, you're really assessing your life. And when you assess something, you are judging it based upon its worth and its significance. Where is that in your life? what things are worthy, noteworthy, what things that you can, that have impacted others or yourself to a level of significance. So as you reflect, you may begin to ask yourself the question, well, what's significant right now? What am I still hoping for that I have not yet achieved? I believe that along this journey called life, that the test of time, it begins to bump up against the things that we desire. And it can sometimes diminish that heightened optimism. But I want you to know today that as you continue along this journey, although there may be some times that you feel like the air has been pushed out of your hopes and your dreams, all you have to do is reset and then begin to reflect so that you can take an earnest and honest assessment of where you are, what you've accomplished, what you desire to accomplish, and then begin to chart that down as to where you are headed so that you can put together some actionable steps that can move you from that hope to navigating to fulfillment. Today, every decision that you've made, whatever you've put in place, whatever you've stopped, whatever you have started, everything that you have done has brought you to right where you are today. All of the decisions, the things that you have succeeded, where you have succeeded, and the places where you failed, it's brought you to today, which is why it's important that today become your January 1st. Secondly, the second component of helping you to navigate from hope to fulfillment in the R3 principle is realign. Immediately when I hear that word, I think of a shifting and a changing and a pivot. As we've made the earnest assessment, when you make that assessment, it helps things to become clearer. You have a clear path because you're kind of doing a brain dump of all the things you've experienced. And in these things that you are desiring, that hope, that dream, that vision that you see ahead of you, you have clarity now. You've put it down on paper. You've had the ability to write it down. So it helps you to know what was, what is, and what will be. And then it gives you a specific path to follow towards fulfillment. And so now as you are aligning those things, what's important, what's not as important, things that are imminent, that needs to take place right now, those will help you as you are realigning places and spaces, things that you need to that needs immediate attention for you to move forward to fulfillment. And so as you are beginning to realize, I believe that you are understanding some things, even as I'm speaking to you now, that as you are reflecting in your mind, you've already begun to think of some things. And now as you are understanding, I need to shift and change some things. And when you realign some things, you are literally changing the position of it. And so it can go from a level of not important to the absolute important in order for you to fulfill those things. So at this point, I know you're already realizing that change is imminent. Change, something needs to change in order for you to move from that hope so that you can actually fulfill it. I've understood that change always compels a commitment to exchange something or one thing for something else. And that every change starts with a decision because you are desiring an alternate result. There's something else that you are desiring to achieve or see happen, which is why you realize as you are aligning these priorities, aligning these desires, aligning these hopes so that you can actually walk in fulfillment. I can remember not so long ago in my life about 2.5 years ago, I needed to do something about my health, or rather, I wanted to improve my health and my overall wellness. One of the desires I had is that I wanted to lose weight. So it already reflected on where I was. I was feeling sluggish. I was literally carrying too much weight for my height and for my body type. And it was beginning to cause some other things to happen for me from a health perspective. So I had to make a choice. I had to make a decision. And after I made the decision, it was my hope to lose the weight, my desire to lose the weight, but I had to realign some things. I had to realign several things, actually. One of the things, working full-time, traveling, also being a partner in a nonprofit, a lead partner in a nonprofit organization, being a speaker, traveling internationally, I had to realign and make some adjustments. So I already had the commitment. I made the decision to make the change. Now I needed to follow through. So I had to realign. I had to change the position of health being absolute primary for me. And so what did I adjust? I made adjustment in my schedule. I ended up getting up at 4:30 in the morning to meet my trainer at 5:30. It was pitch black. The mornings that I would get up, and made that adjustment, I made that realignment in my life so that my desire of moving from better health and wellness, it was fulfilled. Not only did I change that part of the day where I was waking up, I also had to change what I ate. I was more cognizant of what I was putting in my body. I also had to change my mental perspective. One, from getting up that early in the morning, because really naturally, not an early morning person. I am I like to stay up later. So I had to make that adjustment so that I can move from hope to fulfillment. And so it was great that I hired a trainer, but I still had to have some actionable steps that took me from what I desired to actually walking in fulfillment. And so as I realigned those areas, I moved from that desire, an absolutely needed desire from a health and wellness perspective, to being able to lose the weight. And now 2.5 years after, being able to maintain and still be cognizant of the things that I'm putting in my body, because I desire that my body actually does not outlive my purpose, that I have the ability to remain healthy and strong. And so do you, as you are navigating from hope to fulfillment. Lastly, our last component is realization. You will be able to realize what you've been working towards as you pull these components together. Once you've reflected, you've made the earnest and the honest assessment. You've gotten clarity from the assessment. You've put together some goals. You've written it down, because listen, it's not real until you write it down. So you've written it down, and now you're making actionable steps to move toward that place of fulfillment. Reflection coupled with realignment will help you realize your hope. And when you realize, the meaning of that word is actual concrete evidence. You now have evidence that you've been able to not only reflect, realign, but now you have the proof in your hands. Whatever it is that you have desired to achieve, you have the capability to do that as you couple these together. No longer is it a hope, but it's now a realization. No longer is it a dream, but now it's a realization. No longer is it something that you're striving for, but now it's a completed task. It's a completed goal. You've finished it. Now you have the evidence. Remember, you can be the limitation or the solution to your success and what you desire to change and achieve. Because at the end of the day, you are the common denominator. You are the central focus in whether you are successful or whether you failed. And I believe that you've realized this throughout some of the things that you have already achieved. But as you are navigating from hope to fulfillment, I believe along your journey, you'll realize some things about yourself. You may realize some strengths that you did not realize you had. And conversely, you may realize some areas that tried to deteriorate your strength. And so that you will know what you need, areas that you need to bolster, areas that you need to work on. And so today, is this going to be your January 1st? I'll ask you, who do you need to become to walk in your hope that is fulfilled? What do you need to realign? What do you need to shift? Where do you need to pivot in order to see it through to the end? I encourage you to connect with me because I love to hear your story. I'd love to hear your story of how you have utilized the R3 principle: reflect, realign, and realize. Remember, champion, today is your January 1st. You can begin today navigating through your experience from hoping to fulfillment. I know that you have heightened, optimistic, passionate ideas that you are expecting. But possibly there's a shift and a realignment that needs to take place in order for that to happen. I hope that the R3 principle helps you to navigate from hope to fulfillment. Today is your January 1st, champion. I join you today in celebrating what you're going to accomplish, but I also want you to connect with me. Will you do that? You can connect with me on Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, as well as YouTube. You can find me there as Nedra Buckmeyer. I am signing off, and I wish you a phenomenal remainder of your year. Today is your January 1st, and you are absolutely a champion.
Queen, it's time to play your royal position. I'm your girl, Minister Nikita Davis, the proud CEO and founder of Jesus Coffee and Prayer Christian Publishing House, the #1 Christian publishing house in the land. And I'm honored to be here with you on this amazing summit, the Comeback Champion. Come on, y'all. Look, if you made it through 2020 and you are here and you are under the sound of my voice, you are a comeback champion. I am honored and delighted to be amongst the amazing speakers, all the didactic workshops that you've had the opportunity to listen to, whether live or on the replay. We're going to go ahead and remix that thing and add Queen, it's time to raise the bar into the mix. I'm going to teach you. I want you to learn how to earn from 5K to 5 figures monthly doing what you love. Now, I want to be real clear here. This is specifically for speakers, authors, and girl bosses. So if you're a speaker, you aspire to be a speaker. If you're an author, you aspire to be an author, or you're a girl boss, whether that's a product-based or a service-based business, or aspire to be, then you're in the right seat. I want to lay a little foundation here for you. The talk that I'm providing to you today is a little bit more in depth. I have several signature talks that I provide to my clientele, and on a larger scale, whether I take the stage in the live format before COVID-19 or virtually here today. The first one I talk about is called the Queen Play Your Royal Position, and there's 5 key components there. That's really where we get clarity about who you are, whose you are, and what God has called you to do. This is the level up. So if you're listening to me now, you're listening to part 2, the level up portion. And that's why we call this one Queen, Raise the Bar. See, after you're already playing your royal position, meaning you've stepped out on faith and you're doing the thing that God has called you to do in your speaker, author, girl, boss business, now it's time to raise the bar. So today I'm going to give you those fundamental tips so you can do just that. So I pray that you already have pen and paper and you are taking these bite-sized nuggets to get you in the game, because if you do it right, you should be able to apply this immediately if you're not already doing it and make money. I've had clients take a course similar to this, and within 2 days, they've already told me how they've been able to level up and increase their revenue, their profit, their bottom line from listening to some of the fundamental pieces I'm about to share with you. So let's go ahead and jump right into it. So If you didn't know, I am an ordained minister, right? And so the first caveat, the first piece, the pillar, the foundation of everything I'm talking to you about first starts with faith. I know it seems so cliche. I know it seems like, well, yeah, that makes sense. But you'd be surprised how many people set out on a mission, set out on a task, set out to do the unimaginable, and they don't have any faith. They don't have any courage. They don't have any guts to do it. It's just an idea. It's just a thought. It's a dream, but they don't have the faith to do it. So they remain stuck and stagnant. My hope, my prayer is that that is not you, that you have faith of more than a mustard seed. And if you're under the sound of my voice, you are ready to activate and ignite the thing that God has called you to do. You've been doing it. You've been dibbling. You've been dabbling. Now you're really ready to make it pop. And that's why you're here. So the first piece that you need to write down on your paper, pen, pad, live or replay is faith. That is going to be monumental to you having the courage, the heart of a champion, right? A comeback champion to take it to the next level. You got to have that. So for me personally, it was getting in my word. Again, I know everybody listening may not have the same belief system, but I just got to tell you what worked for me, right? And what worked for me was getting in my word. I start my day off with prayer. I start my day off with reading my Bible. I start my day off with gratitude to God. I start my day off with the foundation of Christ. For me, that has been the absolute best thing that I ever could do because it helps me fix my focus and it helps me. I believe that if I start off with gratitude in the atmosphere, that it has no choice but to come back to me some 10, some 30, some 60 fold. So that's the first piece, faith. Now let's deep dive into it. So there's several pillars. The first pillar, and this is it, assuming that you're already an active business owner, you've been in your business, but you're ready to take it to the next level. I want you to get real granular in 2021 and beyond on your power of the pre-sale. Write that down. That's number 2, the power of the pre-sale. This is so pivotal. How do you vet and let people know or find out that people are really interested in your product or your service? You've got to find a way to vet it. And the best way to do it is to pre-sale. 98% of the products and services that I provide to my clients, whether they are establishing their own best-selling book, joining a collaborative book that I'm producing, which I've got several in the works for 2021, whether they're stepping on one of my global international stages like this, where they're going to be in front of thousands or millions, depending on the press that they provide, or whether they need help packaging their media, their marketing, and their PR efforts so that the world can truly know who they are. It's the pre-sale, meaning that I don't immediately provide a product as soon as they make a purchase towards my PayPal, my Stripe account, okay? So I want you to get really good at that. And I want to encourage you. You may say, well, I've tried to pre-sell this or I've tried to pre-sell that and nobody's purchasing it. It doesn't mean that it's not a good offer. It could mean that you're not pitching it right. It could mean that you don't have the right people being targeted that would see your product or service as a value. So I would encourage you to get back to the drawing board on that before you just ditch the idea altogether. So what I want you to walk away with is go back and look at your system, whether you have a product-based or a business-based, or excuse me, a service-based business, and look at your power of the pre-sale. Have you been doing it? Has it been effective? If it hasn't, can you make small tweaks before you just toss the whole program away? I encourage you to look back at that. I make the majority of my money on pre-sale on any product or service. And so I want to encourage you to do the same. You can be just like Apple or iPhone, how they sell out all the iPhones and people in front of Best Buy camped out in a camper. They can do the same thing for you. They're standing in line for Jordans. They can stand in line for your product and service because you've created value that they find irresistible. You have a tasty, juicy offer that they cannot live without. And so therefore, they're willing to pay you for something they can't get for a couple weeks, a couple days, a couple months, because you're still crafting it. Supply and demand at its finest, you guys. So get real good at that and then produce. You got to produce so you won't be in business long, okay? But get really good with the power of the pre-sale and you will watch your bottom line skyrocket, okay? Another piece, after you got the power of the pre-sale, then I need you to get the power of the packaging. Come on, y'all. Packaging. You can put that in the comments, the chat. You can tweet that. When you think of your Fortune 500 companies, your Fortune top 100 companies, they have mastered down to science the power of the packaging. And by packaging, I mean bundle, baby. And that means what other complementary services can you surround your all-star dish? So kind of think of it like this. You are the steak, whatever your favorite steak. I don't care if it's Morton's or Fleming's. I'm a Ruth Chris girl myself. Okay, now not every day, but every now and again I get a hankering for a little piece of Ruth Chris, okay? But whatever steak you like, or if you don't like steak, whatever your favorite dish is, it's great by itself, but it needs a lineup. It needs a co-star cast. What's the co-star cast that goes around that main dish? For me, when I go to Ruth Chris, I think about that juicy steak, whether it's a porterhouse or, or get me a good old T-bone. But guess what? I don't just go to Ruth Chris and just want a steak. I actually want some sides. Well, guess what? I got to buy the corn separately. I got to get the green beans or what have you separately. It's got to be added because those are things that marry the dishes well. For those who have an occasional drink, I personally don't drink, not knocking anybody who does, but you may have a wine that you like to pair with your favorite steak or with your favorite seafood dish, right? So that's what I mean. So for example, I am the publisher of Purpose. Yes, I help queens to publish their best-selling books. We've got a 100% best-selling track record. God gets all the glory for that. He's really helped my team to be equipped and master the art of marketing in the book world, if you will. But we didn't stop there. We started off with the book, but it quickly morphed into women saying, hey, I now need to spread my message on stage. And that opened a door, a complimentary door for our queens, and that's what I call my ladies. So if you're watching this, you're a queen. If you are one of my females watching this, one of my women who are watching this program today. So yes, that became a complimentary dish, right? People needed access to PR and getting their information on CBS, ABC, NBC, Fox. So that opened up another avenue for my marketing team. Whereas originally we didn't start there, but it quickly morphed. It wasn't because I just said, oh, this is what they want. It's no, they told me. If you listen to your client, if you listen to your target market, they will tell you what they need. It's up to you to find the pain point and provide a top-notch solution. So bundle, the power of the package, okay? Write that down. The next piece, after you got your faith, you understand the power of the pre-sale, you understand the power of the packaging. Now, queen, I need you to understand the power of the price. Cha-ching, let's get to the money, the coin, the bag, the Lucha-Grino, whatever you want to call it, okay? Now I'm having some fun, you guys. Business doesn't always have to be so square. We can still laugh and we can still smile because guess what? God gets all the glory and we can smile and laugh all the way to the bank, okay? So I want to help you secure the bag. And I'll just be honest with you. Many of the women, and I literally have helped in the past year during the pandemic, I mean, I just can't even count hundreds of women. I mean, probably close to 200-300 women become either best-selling, international best-selling authors, in addition to helping women get major media coverage, ABC, NBC, Fox, CBS, you name it. So just God has equipped me to be a connector of my queens, to get them in the right places and to get their brand, their product, and their service seen and heard, which ultimately should add up to the bottom line. But what I notice many times is they're not charging enough. They're not charging enough. When you price your products and services, yes, you want to look at the market. Yeah, you may want to look at the competitor, but can I be honest with you? I don't spend too much stock. I probably spend 10% there, if that, because for me, I don't care what anybody else is charging. It's not what other people are charging, it's what people are willing to pay. And how you create that is the value. Think about the years it took you in school, your college education. Think about your years of experience on your corporate job. Think about the years of life experience you had to go through all the bumps and bruises and the heartache and the pain and just all of those things you had to endure. If you are providing someone your signature service, your signature program or your package or your product, then you're giving the best of you, all of that education, whether it be from school, whether it be from work, whether it be from life, whether it be from pain. You're giving all of that to them bundled up with a bow on it. They get to skip past all the mud and get straight to the solution with your help. What would somebody pay for that? I really need you to think about that. Stop cutting yourself short. And I know many times people will say, well, if I charge all of this, then I won't have any business. I'll be honest with you. The people who are not willing to see the value after you have done it in a decent way and in a way that they should gravitate towards it, those are not your people. I want to break you free right now. Those are not your people. If you're doing what you're supposed to do and you've got the right target market and you've niched it down correctly and you're providing tons of value and you're doing all the right marketing and they don't want to buy at that price point, 9 times out of 10, you don't have the right people in place. If that's not the case and you do have the right people in place, then I need you to look back at how you're trying to attract the right people to do business with you. So my philosophy, and somebody may have said this before, so anonymously, if it's somebody else, forgive me, but my philosophy is to charge my value, add interest, and then add tax. I'm gonna say that again. Charge my value, charge what I'm worth, add interest, and then add tax. So I want to recommend and encourage you in this season in 2021 and beyond to charge your worth. No more shortcuts. You're overworking yourself. You're being underpaid. You're increasing the ability for you to be burnt out, which is the very thing the enemy wants to happen. Maybe he couldn't get you to stop from not going forth with the business or the book or the speaker or the author business, but now he's going to burn you out and you're going to stop on your own. So don't do that. People have to pay you for your time. You are valuable. Your time is outside of your life is one of the only things that you can never get back, baby. So your time is valuable. Stop giving all this free. There are certain things that can be free. You do got to crawl before you walk, and you got to walk before you run. However, everything is not free. Even for my folks that are in the ministry, amen, right? You've got to get paid what you are worth. Otherwise, you will burn out or you'll find yourself in this rat race your entire life, never achieving your full potential. The moment I began to truly charge what I was worth, what I was bringing to the table, how I was making life-changing transformations in folks' lives, helping them level up, meet people they never met before, connect with people they never connect with, getting their business the visibility that it deserved. And I began to charge what I truly was worth. Again, what I was worth, add interest plus tax. That is when I began to see my business just blow up, go from making $2,000 in January of 2019 to clearing almost $20,000 a month by the end of 2020. So what I'm trying to encourage you and make a 6-figure business in the first year of my full year in business. Matter of fact, it was less than a year. I hit 6 figures before it was a year. I think it was month 10 or month 11 that I was able to hit it. All the glory belongs to God. This is no brag or no boast, but I'm trying to tell you, I'm not telling you what I read in school. I'm not telling you what they told me at Harvard or on Forbes, which those are reputable companies. I'm telling you what I lived, what I experienced. And when I began to charge what I was worth, added interest plus tax, that is when I began to see my business skyrocket. And I also began to see more people be impacted. I made a bigger impact in the earth. Before I leave out of here today, because I've talked to you already about the faith, you got to have it. Talk to you about the power of the pre-sale, you got to do it. Talk to you about the power of packaging. We talked about the power of pricing. 2 quick pieces, the power of collaboration, y'all. Write that down. I know you may be thinking, I collaborate, I'm in groups, I share. That's beautiful. I need you to be strategic. I need you to be like a surgeon. I need you to be laser focused on how strategic you are, not manipulative, not parasitic in your relationships, but that you are intentional and deliberate about how and who and when you build this supporting cast, how you build your leadership team, how you build your squad and your tribe so that you all can support each other and level up together. There's time out for just any and everybody being in your circle. Yes, I fell in that trap too, okay? There was a time where I just wanted everybody to come along because the heart of me is to see everybody win. And my heart is still to see everybody win. However, there are some people that just want to use and abuse and take. I forget who says this, but someone great once said, those who are givers have to create boundaries because takers do not have any. So make sure you get the right collaborations. Make sure you've got the right kingdom connections and people who want to spur you on that you can edify and help grow up and glow up in this season too. That was pivotal. That was one of the most single-handed things I could have done to help blow my business up. And I expect 2021 to take off. I will be a 7-figure business within the next 1 to 2 years. You can mark those words. And it's because of God's glory and his grace and because of the strategic movement, collaborations, and some of the other tools that I provided to you. With the last 2 minutes that I have for you, I talked about the power of collaboration. I want to talk about the power of consistency. Y'all know the saying, consistency busts pipes. Consistency. Don't give up. Don't give in. Repeat that. Don't give up. Don't give in. Okay? So whatever you do, you can't be upset with your mother, your brother, the preacher, the teacher, your neighbor, your cousin. It don't matter. God didn't give them the vision. He gave it to you. So one of the most pivotal things you can do is to stay consistent and continue to follow your dream. Be active, be deliberate. Use some of these strategies and tips and tools that I provided to you so that you can win in 2021 and beyond. But you got to be consistent. Consistently show up and watch how God glows up in your life in this season and the next. And the last quick piece I'll give to you, I gave you the collaboration and I gave you consistency, is the power of the press. You gotta have it. Get you some PR. If you need help, feel free to reach out to a girl, reach out to anybody you choose, but you need that. You've got to start thinking of yourself as a Fortune 500 company in order to yield Fortune 500 fruit. Okay, you can rewind that back. So look, I've given you all the tips that I personally have used. If you need something more in depth, if you would like those written out from me, reach out to me. You can email me at info, that's INFO, at JesusCoffeeAndPrayer.com. Email me in the subject line, put Come Back Champion, and I will have a free gift for you as a friendly reminder, in addition to the Queen Experience 5 pillars and concepts. Those are bonuses. Those are from step 1. So if you want those, if you want this on repeat in regards to the pillars that I provided, email me at info@JesusCoffeeAndPrayer.com and I will get them in your hand. Make sure you follow me at Jesus Coffee and Prayer on Facebook and Instagram. May God bless you. Remember, Queen, it's time to raise the bar. Learn and earn from 5K to 5 figures doing what you love. God bless. Have an amazing 2021 and beyond.
Hey, I am Rhino Julie, and I am so excited to be here at the Comeback Champions Summit. It is an honor to be speaking to you guys today, and we are about to have so much fun. Guys, before we get started, I just have to tell you where I started. So I do own 3 gyms, and I've owned them for 16 years, but that is not how I started. I started 16 years ago. I was 65 pounds heavier. I own this little print mailing business. And I don't know about you guys, but my businesses over the years, they've gone like this. And so has my health. And so has my weight. And can anyone identify with that with me here? Oh my goodness. Okay. So 16 years ago, I just remember I was at a client's office and I was talking to them about their marketing and I was putting their package together. And this guy's name was Rusy Bostangiev, and he was really intimidating, okay? And I just remember I couldn't get my skirt. It was the skirt I was wearing. I couldn't get my skirt buttoned. And so I was actually wearing a jacket to cover up the fact that my skirt wouldn't button because just none of my clothes were fitting. And I just remember I'm in Las Vegas, that's where I live. And I was just sweating because it's actually kind of hot in Las Vegas. And my top button of my skirt was unbuttoned. And I was just so uncomfortable. I could hardly stand it. I was so unconfident and I was feeling so bad about myself. And I was driving back home after this meeting. And I remember hearing this commercial for this doctor, and the doctor said, "Hey, I will help you lose weight. Give me $500. And I was like, oh, it's a doctor. So I drove to this little house that was on Eastern, and it was renovated into offices. And I went in there, and I just remember this doctor giving me this diet plan where I was eating like this much chicken and just a tiny slice of tomato, and just this diet plan that I was put on, life was not worth living on this diet plan. I was grumpy. I was tired. It was just not enough food. But of course, I lost the weight. And then, of course, I gained the weight back. And I just remember thinking, like, this is where my life ended up. Like, I remember when I was a kid, I used to think I was going to grow up and I was going to do great things. And I was going to have this business. And then this is where my story ends, is with me unable to lose weight and just feeling bad about myself every minute of the day, while also just loving food so much. Can any of you guys like feel me on any of this? I love food so much. Food is just this amazing, beautiful gift. Okay, so back to the story. So I went to another doctor, and this doctor was like, oh, well, of course you have a hard time losing the weight and keeping it off because your adrenals don't work properly. You produce too much cortisol. You have all of these things wrong with you. Of course you can't lose the weight. And I was like, what? This is terrible. And I just remember thinking, I have to figure out a way to lose weight once and for all without losing my mind, because I know I can't do the strict diet thing. I just couldn't. And I ended up quitting my little print mailer business, just quit it, gave all of my customers to my competitors. And I ended up starting what is today the Camp Rhino gyms in Las Vegas. And for the next 16 years, I was obsessed with weight loss. It's all I thought about. I would lose the weight and then I would gain it back. And then I would lose the weight and then I would gain it back over and over. And I was like, I am going to figure out once and for all how to keep the weight off. And has any of you guys ever experienced that, where you would lose the weight and you did it by just being super disciplined and doing all these things that you just know you don't want to do for the rest of your life? You're like, I am just going to do this until I get the weight off, and then I'm going to have some fun. Maybe even your weeks are like that, like 5 days of trying to be really, really good, and then 2 days of just eating whatever. And then that weight slowly creeps up. I just remember every December, I would have a certain number on the scale, and I was like, okay, I'm going to lose that weight. And then the next year, December, I would lose almost all of it except for like a pound. And then I would do that every December. And then every year I would be just a little bit higher and a little bit higher on the scale. Have you guys done that? Are you guys feeling me? Okay. So back to the story. I don't really like working out, but I have always forced myself to. And I also love food. And when I say I love food, I mean, okay, I don't want to like do this thing on long-term weight loss, this comeback champion summit talk, and then be getting you all excited about food. So I won't go into all the foods I love, but hopefully you're feeling me, and hopefully you're like me. Like, hopefully you want to figure out a way to live your life and enjoy going to dinner with your family. We should be able to go to our family's house and eat the favorite family recipes without feeling bad, right? You guys feeling me? We should be able to live amazing, beautiful lives without constantly worrying about this. I was just talking to one of my clients today, and she said, like, her whole goal was to be not fat by 40. And she did it, by the way. And she's loving her life. And she drinks wine when she goes to wine country. And she eats her mom's pie, okay? That is the way that life should be. We don't want to spend our entire lives in this brutal cycle of sacrifice to try to get to a certain point, and then gorge, and then back to where we were over and over and over again. We want to figure out how to lose that weight once and for all. And guess what, guys? I have the answer. So I'm not just telling you the problem, okay? I have the answer, but it's not always what we would expect. Did you guys know that self-control is actually something that runs out every day. So if we say, I'm going to go be disciplined and I'm going to get motivated and I'm going to have self-control, it's not that easy. Like, it's not our fault that we go to bed at night and we say, tomorrow I'm going to be awesome. And then we wake up and then every interaction we have chips away at our self-control until all we're left with is the inability to choose wisely when it comes to lunch. And instead of having the healthy lunch that we wanted to have, we just go all out and just eat whatever we happen to be craving. So knowing that self-control is not really on our side when it comes to trying to make these long-term changes, what are we left with? I tell you what we're left with. We are left with choosing habits that we know we can implement into our lives with a 9 out of 10 certainty. And we're left with implementing one habit at a time until that habit becomes this healthy addiction, this routine that we just automatically do and we don't even think about it. And then we move on to the next one. And so is it okay if I tell you guys about something I made? So I made this for me. And it's called the Rhino 11 program. And by the way, I'm probably going to invite you guys all to come and check it out because it's the answer to this. So yes, like, it's easy for me to stand up and say, okay, you need to choose one habit for you to do. And then once you have that habit, choose the next habit. Okay, but what habits do we choose? What habits are the best for us? What habits fit into our lifestyle? What habits are we going to stick to that also give us those long-term results? Like, those are the questions that we need to ask. And I'm just going to give you an example. So a lot of you guys are just these high achievers. You're these A-type personalities. You guys like go for things and you go hard. So maybe all of the times before that you tried to exercise and eat healthy, like, you went all out and you did all kinds of crazy, unnecessary things. Like keto, unnecessary. It's a means to an end. Like, it is a way that people have used to get, like, to lose weight. And for some people, it's a great way because they love protein and vegetables and, you know, it's a great way for them, right? But for other people, keto is extreme and it's hard and it makes them grumpy and sad. I'm talking about myself here. I get grumpy and sad on keto, right? So you guys have tried these maybe extreme things and then they're not sustainable. Did you know that the #1 requirement for long-term weight loss and health is picking something that you can stick to? That's the #1 thing. And so we're right back to talking about these habits and saying, okay, we need to pick one habit that we can stick to. And let's say that you say, I don't have time. I don't have time. I am a busy entrepreneur. I am a busy working professional. I do not have time to exercise, or insert whatever you want on that line. Some of our members in my Rhino 11 program, they are waking up every morning and right after they go to the bathroom, you know, we all go pee first thing in the morning, they go and they just hold plank. So they just hold plank on their hands and on their feet for as long as they can. And I have one girl, she lasted 2 seconds the first day. And then the next day she did it, she lasted 5 seconds. And the next day she did it, she lasted 7 seconds. So do you have 7 seconds for me? Do you have 30 seconds for me that you can hold plank, that you can knock out some squats first thing in the morning or right before you take a shower at night? We can find that time when you're waiting for something to come out of the oven, or maybe you're like, who knows, maybe you're at your desk right now. Like, I'm always squatting at my desk. I'm always doing push-ups on my desk, just trying to get any little bit in that I can. And guess what? All of that counts. You don't have to go and do these crazy hour-long routines at the gym to get results. Isn't that cool? So more importantly than getting into a program that's super hardcore or that's going to help you do X in X amount of time, the most important thing is picking something that you know you can stick to. And if it's just doing a 30-second plank every morning, that's where we start. But here's the kicker. This is the secret, right? Is that you have to celebrate at the end of each day and at the end of each week. You have to celebrate that you did that thing, because motivation does not happen without celebration, guys. Our brains are wired to where when we focus on the wins and we focus on what we did and we celebrate what we did, then we're motivated to continue. But if we always say that's not enough, I'm not doing enough, I'm not doing enough, there's no motivation in that. So once you do your planks for 30 seconds every morning, maybe that's what you're doing. And then you reward yourself, you celebrate, you say, yeah, I did that. And yeah, I'm proud of myself for doing that. Then next week, you find yourself willing and able to do something a little more because you're motivated. And so you do something a little more, you add something, you add 10 squats. And then you reward yourself and you celebrate that you did that. And then the next week you add a little bit more. And what you find, if you keep adding habits that you know you can stick to, and you keep celebrating that you completed those habits, then that's when you all of a sudden get all the way up to this beautiful lifestyle that you never knew you would want. You can change your desires just by starting with those baby steps and working your way up. And you don't start with something that you can't sustain. You start with something that you know that you can sustain. How beautiful is that? How awesome is that? And guys, I do not recognize my life right now. 10 years ago, if you would have told me what my life looked like now, I would say, oh no, there's no way I could be happy with that lifestyle. There's no way. Like I used to eat like around a pound of Jelly Bellies every night. And a pound of Jelly Bellies is a lot. And it's actually kind of expensive. Like that's what I used to do. That used to be my life. And now I don't want that. I swear to you, I don't want that. But it didn't start by quitting sugar cold turkey. No, I started by adding things into my life that made me crave more good things. And so it wasn't by restricting, and it wasn't by saying, no, Rhino Julie, you can't have that. It wasn't doing that because, oh my goodness, when we tell ourselves that we can't have something, it's all we think about and it's all we want, right? Oh yeah, you've done it before. I've done it before. No, but I added the good stuff little by little in manageable pieces until now I am a completely different person who desires different things. How amazing is that, guys? You know what? I really want to just extend the invitation to you. I want you to go to rhino11.com. And I hope that something I said just sticks, right? I hope that something I said helps you just make that one change. But I want to invite you to come into my Rhino family. So before coronavirus, I was only at the gyms, and the people in Las Vegas were the only people I could help. And once my gyms were shut down, and they're open again, thank goodness, but there's still some people who don't want to go to the gyms. There's still some people who are scared to go to the gyms. There's still some people who, because of how much weight they gained during COVID, they don't feel comfortable, even though my gym is so supportive and so positive that, they just don't feel comfortable. And so now I have something I've never had before. I have my online family, and at rhino11.com, you can go there and you can join us for a week. You could get a free week, and you could just see what happens when you have a group supporting you, and see what happens when you have me helping you figure out your action steps. We actually get on a Zoom call every week, and I answer questions and help everybody. And it's my favorite time of the week because it's just amazing. And also every week you learn something. So there's a members site. I went way above and beyond because this program is only $9 a week, but it's my heart project. Like it's really fun for me because we're doing things the long-term way. So there's not instant gratification in what we're doing. I mean, there kind of is because we celebrate our wins and you actually start to feel pretty awesome pretty fast. But it's not like the gimmicky, like, oh, you're going to lose 20 pounds in, 4 weeks or anything like that. It's slow and steady, long-term, gradual habit change. And from day one, you get access to a membership site. And from day one, you're watching videos and you have your little workbook and you're just becoming aware of where you're at now. You're becoming aware of where you want to go. And then I help you figure out what your first habit is. And I give you some suggestions. And then you get on the call with us. You're in our little online group. And then we celebrate that you completed your habit for the first week. So there's accountability. So you don't fall through the cracks. There's accountability. And then the next week, like for the next week, we figure out what your next habit's going to be. And it's based on what your long-term goals are. So I have some people in the group, they're like, Julie, yes, I understand why I need to go slow, because the slower you lose weight, the longer it stays off, by the way. But they're like, okay, I understand I need to go slow, but I really need this and I need it a little sooner. And we say, okay, out of all of these habits that will definitely help you lose weight faster, which one do you know you can do? Which one do you know you can accomplish with a 9 out of 10 certainty? And then they'll tell me, and I say, okay, that's going to be your habit for this next week. I'm going to be checking on you in a week. So I want to extend that invitation to you to just try it for a week. I put 4 videos up at the front so that you could get access to more in the first week, because I really hope it'll help you. And regardless, whether you join my little online family or whether you go on your own, I want you to, first of all, give yourself some grace. It is not your fault. Like wherever you're at right now, you just didn't know. It's easy when we know how, right? Like right now, it's easy for me if I need, if I gain like 5 pounds, right? It's easy. I know how. Like I've done it before, and I've done it before the long-term way, right? But when you don't know it, you just don't know it. And so I just want to help you figure out how your body works. I want to help you take command over your body. And I want to help you take command over the rest of your life, because I truly believe that when we feel good on the inside and we feel good on the outside, that's when we're able to claim command over the rest of our lives. And that's when we're able to have better relationships. And that's when we're able to improve our finances. And that's when we're able to improve every aspect of our lives. And I want that for you so bad. So whether you go to rhino11.com and take me up on the free week, I just want to get to know everybody out there. Or whether you do it on your own, please just look me up on Facebook, Rhino Julie, or on Instagram, Rhino Julie, or my Rhino Julie podcast. Let's stay connected. If you follow me, I will follow you back. I would just love to be as connected with as many people in the world who want to improve their mind and their body, and who want that inside and out joy and happiness improvement. So guys, I just want to encourage you, from someone who is the comeback champion of losing weight, someone who's been told by doctors that I would have a hard time losing weight if I could at all, for someone who has gained and lost weight publicly as a gym owner over and over and over, I just want to encourage you guys to be the comeback champions in your own life and claim command over your bodies so that you can claim command over the rest of your lives once and for all. I look forward to connecting with you guys, and I just cannot wait to see what the future brings all of us. Oh, guys, I almost forgot. Okay, I do this at the end of everything. Just humor me, okay? Put your hands in. We do this at the end of every talk, at the end of every class at my gym. We're going to do Rhino Tough on 3, okay? Ready? Is your hand in? Rhino Tough on 3. 1, 2, 3. Rhino Tough. Bye, guys.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for attending the Comeback Champion Summit. I want to thank Shay Brown for giving me the opportunity to come here and share my story with you all today. So, becoming who you were meant to be. We all have that person inside when we were younger that we just dreamed of being, and then sometimes life just happens and you veer off course. And that happened with me. I remember as a teen, I grew up in the woods in Rhode Island, and I remember I had a stick in my hand, and I was looking out at the trees, and I was just preaching away, just giving a motivational speak to the trees. And I was motivating, I was uplifting, and the trees were my audience. As the wind's blowing, the leaves are making noise, and that was my applause at the end of my speech. And my mom is up on the deck, and I hear her, she's like, "Boy, what are you doing down there?" And I told her, I'm motivating the masses. And she kind of like shook her head a little bit and she walked off. But that moment right there, I knew that's what I wanted to do. I was born to be on stage. But somehow I ended up spending many, many years as a restaurant manager. I was good at it. I made decent money with it. I was able to take care of my kids, but that schedule was brutal. So anyone that works in that industry, you know that schedule is brutal. So working nights, working weekends, working every holiday. It just wasn't good. I was missing too many things with the children. And I always had dreams in the back of my mind of being out there with the trees and just imagining myself in an arena full of people just pouring out from my heart. So this one day I'm driving to work. I had an hour commute. And as I'm driving, I just start to breathe a little erratically. And then my heart started racing. I started pouring in sweat. Like I seriously thought I was having a heart attack. I ended up pulling off on the side of the highway, and I had an all-out panic attack, an anxiety attack. But I just knew, like I started bawling my eyes out because I knew I wasn't where I was supposed to be in life. I was in my early 30s when this happened. And I ended up not going into work that night. I took the next exit and I went back home. I called my boss and just told him, I was like, I just can't do it. So obviously he wasn't happy, but he just understood what I was going through. And so at that moment, I decided I need to do something to break this up. I need to do something that fulfills my soul. And so the other part of what I wanted to do, I wanted to do something in the health and fitness field also. So I had a big garage. I didn't get blessed with the handy gene. So I turned my garage into a gym. And I just started, put a couple ads out on Craigslist and just started training some people. So I would spend anywhere from 10 to 12 hours at the restaurant, but I would come home and then I would teach a 1-hour fitness class in my garage. And that was kind of a good way to decompress because I was taking the stress of the restaurant into my home, being short with the kids, snapping at my now ex, and it just wasn't good. So I needed a positive outlet. And little did I know that positive outlook was going to completely change my life. So from there, it just started to grow just organically. People started bringing other people in. And this was right when Planet Fitness started popping up all over the place. So there's these $10 gyms, and I had people paying me at the time. It was 5 times as much. I'm more than that now, but back then I was only charging $50 a month for three classes a week. And it just grew, and it grew to the point to where I had to rent space at a facility. And that was great. So another thing I wanted to do too is I always had dreams of being a DJ. So I had the most ghetto DJ booth that I built because, as I said earlier, I don't have the handy gene. So it was just old wood that my dad had out in the yard. I got it, I nailed it in. I made a stand. I bought a mixer. I bought the 2 turntables. Younger people, you guys don't know about turntables. So I bought the 2 turntables. I bought the DJ speakers, and I had my little system all set up. So, and I'll show you where that ties in as the story goes on. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to do something in the health and fitness field. I wanted to be a speaker and motivate people, and I wanted to be some type of DJ. But I fell into the restaurant trap. So now, as things are starting to progress in fitness, lo and behold, I lose my management job. So talk about the universe speaking, because I was putting out some good into the world, but I had that comfort of that steady paycheck coming in from restaurant management, along with, the benefits that go with it. So it was a little scary at first. My ex was pregnant with my twin boys, children number 4 and 5. Yes, 5 kids. So I remember I picked up the phone and I called her. I was like, hey, great news. She's like, ooh, what? With the excitement in the voice. And I said, I lost my job. And she's like, what? And I'm like, you're 7 months pregnant with twins and already with 3 other smaller kids in the house. She's like, what do you mean you lost your job? How is that good news? I was like, no, it's good news because I don't have to do that ever again. Because remember, I wasn't happy. I wasn't fulfilled. I was coming home grumpy all the time. And she's like, well, what are we going to do about money? I'm like, we'll figure that out. I said, I have to follow the dream. It's like, I was meant to be a certain person. I was meant to be doing a certain thing. I was meant to be impacting people's lives. And yeah, I was training and developing people in the restaurant industry, but it wasn't fueling my soul. So there's nothing against the industry. It just wasn't for me. So I was like, yeah, we can make this happen. But now there's a whole process because it definitely didn't just happen. I didn't have great credit. I didn't have savings. I didn't have any business background. I dropped out of college, not once, not twice, but 3 times. But you got to look on the bright side. I at least started it 3 times. See, so there's got to be some type of silver line in there. But I dropped out 3 times. So I didn't have that background. But what I did have was a lot of skills that I learned being a restaurant manager. So learning the hiring, firing process, learning sales forecasting, budgeting, income statements, so on and so forth. So I actually had a lot more knowledge than I gave myself credit for. But I said, I'm just going to focus on helping people change their lives. As long as I focus on that, doors are going to open. You know, the universe always gives back when you put out good. So I remember speaking with my parents and my mom, because, you know, like I said, it took a minute for things to pick up. So we struggled for the first few months. And my mother was like, you know, how much longer are you going to keep this up? Like, you need a steady income. And I told her, I'm like, I know I'm getting close. Like, it keeps growing. Like, I'm getting close. It's going to happen. So finally, the time came for me to open up my own facility. Now, I had written it down on a piece of paper maybe a year and a half prior what I wanted my gym layout to be. And so I wrote it down in a notebook, and, you know, the notebook was somewhere just collecting dust. But what had happened was I was renting space in a facility. I had 41 people in class. And at the end of class, one of my clients approaches me and says, Rob, why don't you have your own facility? And I said, you know, stupid choices when I was younger that I'm still paying for now, credit wise. I said, and I don't have any savings. And he's like, really? He's like, I'm going to talk to a friend of mine. We'll see if we can help you out. So 2 of my clients, we met. They put me through like a Shark Tank style interview, and they decided to back me. And we opened up a 5,000 square foot facility. And so I got the fitness part down, but now it's like, what style of fitness do I want to do? Because as I said, I wanted to be a trainer. Like, I don't want to just help people lose weight. Like, I want to inspire people to change their lives. And so I said, I think I can do that using fitness as the platform, because there's many different platforms to do it. So I wanted to do it using fitness. And having a facility like that, you got to have a banging system. And that's where I was able to scratch the DJ itch, because I control the music, what I'm playing during class, had a microphone, and I was in my happy place once we got this place open. But I'm going to talk to you really quick about the power of vision. So as I said a second ago, I wrote down what I wanted the layout of the gym to be. So a year and a half prior to my clients approaching me about collaborating. And we were going around looking at different sites, and we walked into this one site. And when I tell you, this place was a dump, it was an absolute dump. It smelled. There was mold. I don't know if it was mold, but it was just stained up carpet. There were holes all over the wall. It used to be a call center. So there was like, you know, just little phone jacks all over the place. And it was just dirty. But I walked in and I immediately went back to what I had written down. The layout was perfect. And I said that, and my partners looked at me like, this place is perfect. I said, yeah. I said, we can get rid of the carpet. Like, we can clean it up. We can paint the walls. It's like, we can do all that. I was like, but this layout is absolutely perfect for what we need. So they bought into my vision, and we put together a really, really nice looking facility. And it was great. So we had the music and all of that stuff. And that all came from that vision back as a teen when I was in the backyard. Like, I had visions of all of that, of being able to touch people's lives, being able to just play music. And it was all coming together. But now I started doing workshops and doing groups where I'm getting up in front of others, like outside of the gym setting, and talking about resilience and perseverance and goal setting and vision and taking action and all that stuff. And I was like, you know what? Like, I want to be able to take this even bigger. Because, you know, when you're out there talking to the trees, like, the forest is huge. And just like that, there's 7 billion people on this planet. And people need to hear what I have to say, from my own experiences. So I wanted to get deeper. So I joined a speaker program, and that program changed my delivery. It changed so much because I went from just talking to people to being able to transform people with my stories. Because it's one thing to just get up and say, hi, I'm Rob Foster. I donated a kidney to my sister. I'm good. She's good. Have a great day. Right? That doesn't inspire anyone. But without going into the whole story, but if I say Christmas Day, 2009, I'm getting the table ready for dinner. And then the phone rings. And when I answer the phone, I see it's my sister calling, thinking she's calling to say, hey, Merry Christmas. How are the kids? And I talked to her kids, and it was but she had a somber tone in her voice. So I knew something wasn't right. And I was like, sis, what's going on? And she tells me, I just went to the emergency room with pain in my leg. And from the testing, they found out that my kidneys are operating at 15% function, and they're going to fail. And I was definitely not expecting to hear that, but just see the difference in that delivery. So starting with Christmas 2009, like I brought you to a place where you're thinking, what am I doing? What was I doing Christmas 2009? And then like I was able to pull you into the story. And that's what I mean about this power in the things that you go through. There's absolute power. So to make it all come full circle now is I've created a program called Speak About Yourself Out Loud. And in that program, I teach you how to take those stories and how to craft your experience into a powerful message. Because it could be something so simple. Like I'll share another quick one with you about an apple bob contest. So anyone over the age of 35, you should know what the apple bob contest is. So back in the day, we used to do it in school for our field day. People wouldn't think twice about doing that now with COVID being around. But I remember waiting in line. My friend was in front of me, and he's telling me, you have no chance of beating me. I'm winning this hands down. And, I was in second grade when this was happening. So I was like, all right, we'll see. And so it's his turn to go. And he goes down, and he's back up 5 seconds, which is far ahead of the next fastest person. But he questioned my ability to beat him. And that day actually fueled something within me. So I remember walking over to the tub. I'm pulling up my sleeves. I'm getting right. I'm casing it, looking at the tub, picking my apple victim. I'm like, I think I want that one. It was in the corner. So I was like, if I can pin it to the side, drop it down, sink my teeth in, and pull it up, I can beat 5 seconds. Like I know I can. And so I get there, my hands on the side. The teacher says, go. And I duck my head down. I came up in 2.2. And I looked at my friend. I said, don't you ever question my abilities again. See, and it's something so simple as an apple bob contest, but I spun that around into a life lesson. So about not letting other people put limitations on you. And we've all either done that or currently doing it or have dealt with that in the past. Is don't let people put limitations on you. Whatever your goal is, whatever your dreams, your hopes, your wishes, you can make that happen. You have the power to become who you were meant to be. And so how we're going to break that down, you got to start out with a pain assessment. That's where you currently are. Say using the GPS theory, that's your starting point. And you got to be brutally honest with yourself right out. Am I happy in the job I'm in? Am I happy in my relationship? Happy, fulfilled? Do I have a fulfilling relationship with my children? My closest friends, are they supportive or are they life suckers? And you got to write all that stuff down because that's the only way you can move forward. And then you go through with each one and say, all right, how can I improve in this area? Right. So that's the first step is your current assessment. Where am I? The second one is you got to cast that vision. Like, what do I want? And you're not just setting generic goals here. You got to cast a vision. You got to see it. The way I saw my gym when I wrote it down and I walked into that building, I saw it. I felt it. And I knew that was the right place. So once you know exactly what you want, now you got to get rid of all the excuses. Get rid of everything. Be like, what could possibly stop me from making this happen? And write it all down ahead of time. Time, money, making other excuses, just, support system, no matter what it is, credit, just write it all down. Because once it's on paper, you can now write a plan of action to get past each thing. Like, do you have to borrow money? Do you have to put it on credit card? Do you need a credit repair company? Whatever it is, you take that next leap. Then you start writing out your goal. And then from the goal, you write out your success plan. Don't call it an action plan. Call it a success plan. If you stick to these steps, you're going to have the success that you want. So you write out that success plan. And then you got to assess your support system. And I'm not saying you have to cut people out, but you can cut people out of the conversation. So if you're with someone who's negative all the time or telling you you can't do that, you're not able to, just don't talk about your goals with that person. You can still keep them in your life, but that conversation's off limits because they're going to put doubt in your mind. And once you have doubt, procrastination comes next, and then you're going to end up staying exactly where you are. And you don't want that. So then from there, you got to go all in. You got to be relentless. You got to take massive, purposeful, specific action and focus daily. Don't worry about what's going to happen a year from now. Focus on what's happened today. Crush today. Start with the morning. Make the morning productive, and the rest of your day is going to flow beautifully. But crush each day as it comes. And then the last one is grind. Get on that grind, and then you adapt. You grind harder, you adapt again. You grind even harder, you adapt again. And then that's how you're going to become who you were meant to be. And again, thank you very much for allowing me to come here and share with you. Hope you guys got a lot of good out of this. If you want to reach me further, my website is robertbfoster.com/speaker. Thank you very much. Look forward to working with you.
4 years ago, I decided to dare myself to do something in my business that, quite frankly, I thought was impossible. But they say shoot for the stars, and I decided I was going to go beyond the stars. I was going to go to the moon. And so that year, I made a decision that I would 4 times my annual income. So take all the money that I had made the year before, and I was going to 4 times that total amount in 1 month. I know, an absolute dare. But I signed up for it. I said, I don't know how, but I'm daring myself that I'm going to figure out how to do it. I'm going to be very happy when I do, and then I'm going to share it with everyone who's willing to listen. So let me ask you a question. When you think of how can I multiply my income? How can I grow my business? How can I make more money in my job? Bottom line, I want more money in my bank account than I'm receiving today. And I want to multiply what I'm making. I'm not talking about a 10% increase, 5%, 20%. Like, how about double? Or 3 times or 4 times like I did, or 10 times your income? I don't know about you, but most people, and this used to be me too, once we ask that question, the next thing we do is we go into the logical part of our brain and we start thinking about the strategy. What do we need to do so that this can, work out for us? What is the new product we need to launch? What is 10% going to look like? What do I have to do in order to make that happen? How do I have to pivot in my business? And all these questions are really logical. And the thing that we're missing is that we have a part of us that supersedes our logic. I will share a little bit more about that with you. But let's continue this, this little game that we're playing about multiplying our income and what are some of the things that we typically do. So I know for me, in the past, once I made a decision that I was going to grow my business, multiply my income, get a 5 or 10% increase, I would do things like grab a calculator, look at my QuickBooks, open up my Excel spreadsheet with all my numbers from the prior year. And then I would get very distressed because I don't know about you, but math was not my favorite subject in school. So this became very disheartening, right? Because here I am, I want to grow my business, I want to make more money. And I don't really love sitting there with this calculator and crunching numbers and trying to rack my brain to figure out how I'm going to do this. So Tony Robbins says, the quality of your life depends on the quality of the questions you're willing to ask yourself. Remember that. The quality of your life depends on the quality of the questions you're willing to ask yourself. When I did this exercise back in the day, one of the things that I would sit there and look at it and go, oh my gosh, can I do this? How am I going to do it? What do I need to figure out so that this can become a reality? And then I realized that Tony Robbins question, it wasn't about how can I do it? What do I need to do? Really, a more empowering question was, can I see what that would look like in my business? If I were to 10 times my income, can I see what that would look like financially to me, to the bottom line, to my way of life, to my kids and what I'm able to do for them, for my retirement and my investments? Can I see what that would look like in reality? Not can I do it or how can I do it, but could I see that it has happened and what does that look like in my life? So I want to encourage you before we go forward anymore for you to start to think about this conversation about 4 times in your income and making this year your comeback year, right? Your financial comeback year. It's not so much about how are you going to do it. It's really, can you believe that you can? Can you see yourself as having done it? Because I'm going to show you the way that I did it, the exact process that I used to 4 times my income, but none of it's going to really stick and make a difference for you and transform your finances if you can't see yourself in that end result. So let's start there. Start imagining, wow, my bank account, I'm looking at my bank balance and it is this much. I just bought a new car. For me, one of the big things was I was able to pay for my daughter's college in cash. That was a really fulfilling feeling for me to be able to do that. Those are things that are the measurement of success. Yes, it was through my business, but having the ability to have that choice and the freedom and that she doesn't have student loans was really fulfilling for me as a parent. Those are some of the things that I saw when I looked into the future and seeing it as done. Now, I've been talking for a while, and I just want to pause and let you know a little bit about me. My name is Tasha Chen, and I'm the co-founder of the Science of Getting Rich Academy. For the last 7.5 years, along with my best friend and business partner, we have been showing people from all over the world how to use mindset principles, money mastery, really delve in and using our internal God-given power to create any desire that we want, especially in our money and our finances. And those clients have gone on to create well over $47.5 million. So what I'm about to share with you, it's not something that I only did and it worked one time for me. It has worked for people multiple times, and in every economic situation, every cultural situation, every type of business, any type of industry, the principle applies. Think of the law of gravity. If you throw an apple up, it's going to fall back down, no matter where you are in the world, right? Well, what I'm about to show you is a universal principle that applies no matter what, whether you have a business, whether you have a job, whether it's a side hustle, it doesn't really matter. The principle always applies. Now, I want to, bring this back to where I was at the time in my life when I decided I was going to give this a try. Several years ago, I had a very successful franchise business. I decided that I wanted to live the entrepreneurial dream, the American dream, really, because one of my top values is freedom. I don't know about you, but I love choice. I love the ability to choose and the freedom feeling that more than enough money allows us all to have. And so for me, I thought it's not going to happen for me in a job. I really need to go run my own business. And so I bought a franchise business. I worked really hard, built it up to 7 figures, 25 employees. I won every award imaginable, featured in the newspapers like a little local celebrity in my hometown, and life was amazing. You know, talk about having an entrepreneurial dream and then realizing it. For me, it was like check, check, check. Everything that I'd ever desired in business was happening for me. And then, like that, I failed. Now, by failure, I don't mean things just didn't work out. We had to file Chapter 11 bankruptcy. I got divorced. My kids, because I was so busy building this business, they no longer recognize me. You know, I remember I have a picture of me and my son, and he's a baby, and we're both looking at each other in this picture. I'm holding him, he's looking up at me, he's crying, I'm looking at him, and literally it was like, we're both confused. Like, who are you? That's the state that my relationship with my children had gotten to. And my health, forget it. I was in and out of the hospital like it was a revolving door. But the ultimate was that I could no longer look at myself in the mirror. My soul, my spirit, it was like, what have you become, Tasha? And so, yes, on paper, I was extremely successful. But by every other standard personal to me, I had failed. And so when the dust settled, the husband was gone, I had no income, the kids were still there, the mortgage was due, the car notes due, you know, the bills are coming right, left, and center. And one of the things that I realized at this point in my life was that I was a prisoner to financial fear. Every single day, I would take my kids to school, drive back home, and literally sit on the kitchen floor crying, shaking. The fear, the overwhelming feeling of what am I going to do financially? How am I going to make ends meet? How am I going to pay these bills? Am I ever going to be in a better financial position because I have Chapter 11 bankruptcy looming in my life? And one thing happened during that period. Every day I would pick the kids up from school and I would go to the mailbox. I would open a mailbox, and in the mailbox would be the evidence of my fears around money. Every day I would open a mailbox, I was shaking because I literally knew what would be in there every afternoon. I would get overdraft notices. I would get past due bills, you know, when they put the big red past due on the outside of the envelope. Letters from creditors, threatening, I mean, you name it, I was getting it every day in this mailbox. And so every afternoon I would go shaking like a leaf, you know, with trepidation, knowing, oh my gosh, what's going to be in there today? But this one afternoon, I picked up the kids, like I said, they were sitting in the car. I went shaking to open the mailbox. And I happened to glance towards the car and made eye contact with my son. As soon as I made eye contact, I quickly looked away. And I also, in that instant, asked myself, why are you looking away? What's going on here, Tasha? And the answer was, I'm ashamed. I feel really guilty. I feel like, I mean, just the worst failure as a mom, as a human being, as a daughter, in every way. I feel like a failure because look at this legacy that I'm leaving for my kids. And I decided in that moment, enough. This will not be the legacy that my kids have. I got to figure out this money thing, and I got to do it really fast because so help me God, this will not be their legacy. They will not grow up with fear around money. And I didn't know what to do next. That was literally it. I made that decision and it was like, okay, now what? And the next day I woke up. And when the fears came up within me, I grab a journal. I just got the inspiration, grab a journal. And every single time I had a fear, I would take this journal and I would write out the opposite of that fear. So one of my biggest fears was that I would have to go back and get a job to make money. And I was really afraid of that because I really love freedom. I love to make my own schedule, have my own time, work when I want to work, take off when I want to take off. And so inside of me was this like, you have no money, you need a job. And as much as I needed money, I wanted my freedom too. So I had this conflict going on within. And so that morning I grabbed the journal, and the very first entry in that journal was, I can have money and freedom too. I am so grateful. I can have money and freedom too. And then every moment that day, from there on, every day, every moment of every day, every time I had a fear, I would grab the journal and write out the opposite. And my life began to transform in ways that it would take me 3 hours or more to even begin to scratch the surface of how things just started coming to me. And I learned a very valuable lesson in that process. One is that gratitude is one of the most powerful spiritual principles that we can apply in changing our financial situation. But the other thing that taught me was a mind made up. I had made up my mind that I was going to change my financial reality, and everything that I needed to support me in doing that started coming into my life. Fast forward a few years, I had changed the results in my finances, and I had the opportunity to start to share with other women what it was that I had done, the spiritual principles that we all know about, right? We all know about law of attraction. We all know about the biblical principles of abundance. It's all a part of what we can use to change our lives. But instead, what we do is we use hard work, we use effort, we use logic, and all's well with all of that. I'm just saying we have access to something that's far more powerful than our logic, far more powerful than the finite ability of our effort and our labor. And these are these spiritual principles which I want to share with you. I simply applied. I not only changed my life, I 4 times my income in 1 month, my annual income. In 1 month, I 4 times it. I've gone on to live my own financial dreams, but to teach people from all over the world how to live theirs just by applying these principles. I share that with you because what I'm about to show you, it doesn't require a calculator. You're not going to need your Excel spreadsheet. You're not going to need your QuickBooks and any fancy logical thing. You're really just going to have an open mind and a willingness to try this. Hey, if it worked for me and it's worked for lots of people, millions of dollars all over the world, if I were sitting there, I'd be willing to try it too. But I also want to put myself in your shoe, because if I were sitting there, I would say, you know what you sounds like everything you want to say, Tasha. It sounds easy. And I know that everything out there says you have to hustle and grind, and you have to really push and put effort to create results, especially if you want to 4 times your income. You have to do a lot of hard work. And I want to say to you, I understand that because I used to believe that was the only way. I am not going to tell you that it's not true. Yes, you can work hard and you can create results. There are lots of people doing it. But may I inspire you to consider that there is another way. All roads lead to Rome, right? So there's not just one road that leads to Rome. All roads lead to Rome. I want to invite you to consider an alternate way that will allow you to utilize something within you that's far more powerful than the way you might have been doing it. And if you're down for it, just get ready to take notes. Here we go. Bob Proctor, in his book, You Were Born Rich, he said this: mental awareness of prosperity always precedes wealth in the physical form. The mental awareness of prosperity, being able to see yourself in the end result, in the financial outcome that you desire, with the income that you want to make, in the next 12 months, being able to see that in your mind always precedes it happening in your bank account, in your business, in your physical world. Everything was first a thought. That's another way to say that. Everything was first a thought. So what I realized was I was going about creating financial results the wrong way. I was using well, I did it this way last year, so let me, change some things to create a different outcome. When really what that message is saying, can you see yourself with the result that you desire? So what is the result that you desire? I'm going to suggest 4 times in your income in the next 12 months. Why not? Shoot for the moon, right? Go beyond the stars. Shoot for the moon. Let's just have some fun, play with this process, and go with 4 times in your income. You can thank me later. When it does happen, you can thank me later. So this model is what I call, and I teach in my courses, it utilizes the power of intention. When you create an intention, it's a lot different than a goal. When you set a financial goal, your mind automatically goes into, well, what has to be done? What are the tasks to be completed? What is the strategy that needs to be employed? Basically, your mind is asking, how are we going to do this? When you set an intention is a declaration that this outcome has occurred. This thing is done. I have declared it. I have said it is so, and it is now complete. And from here on out, I'm simply walking into that destiny. I'm simply going on about my business every day. I'm getting inspired about what actions to take, the things to do, opportunities that are going to need to come to me. Everything is going to start to come together so that what you said was true becomes your reality. That is the power of intention. This is the most leveraged thing that we have in being able to create. We have free will, we have choice, we have our imagination. Let's use it to create some results. Let's make some declarations, because I am the one who decides what happens in my life. So are you. You are the one who decides, right? So let's decide 4 times your income in the next 12 months. Now, I want to share with you how this process works, the mechanics of this. It's really simple. If I were to turn the camera around in my office, you would see these all over my office. I literally have one for the year. I have one for my product launch. I have one for my personal household budget. I do it for everything because it works. So the very first thing that we're going to do is we're going to decide on a date. What is your by-when date? What in your mind are you deciding, by this date, I will have experienced this financial result? And so you're going to put the date that you decide right there. The next thing is you're going to write a gratitude statement. So remember I said what we're using here is the power of our intention, the power of our imagination, the power of our ability to declare something as done and complete, and then experience it in our mind. So when you write a gratitude statement, what happens is you are connecting to this result in such a way, you see it so clear, you see it so done, that you are able to feel the gratitude for it. I know when I did this for me, I knew what that number was, that 4 times my annual income. I knew what it was. And when I had the thought of materializing that in 1 month, oh my gosh, my gratitude was off the charts. I was so besides myself grateful. I am talking about deep and profound gratitude. I was like, wow, this feels phenomenal to have achieved this. I am so grateful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I could see it. I could feel it. It was so real to me that I had to express that kind of gratitude. I could feel the gratitude as if it had happened. So you're going to write a gratitude statement at the top of your sheet, right? Now we're going to get into the mechanics. This is where, like, this blew my mind that this could be this simple. Now, remember the first time I did this, it was just, let me see if this could work. Then I went on to do it over and over and over again. Then I went on to teach people to do it, and they were getting the same results, right? So I just want you to be like my first time. Just give it a shot. The first thing you're going to put is, what is 4 times your income? What is that number? You want to write it out so your mind can see it in black and white. This is the finish line. This is the goal. This is the result. This is where I'm going, right? Half the times we were like, oh, I want, it would be really nice if I could make more money next year. Just like a blank, like more, I don't know, $5 more would be great. Like, Be specific. What is the number? 4 times your income, 2 times your income, whatever you want to go for. Just write the number down plain and clear for your mind to see this is the finish line. This is where we're going, right? So once you have that complete, now we're going to go into the parts of this that's going to be for you to do, and the part that you don't know how it's going to happen, but you're willing to give that to God, universe, source, whatever language it is that you use, right? That's what you're going to put on this side. Because here's one of the things that happens. The moment you give your mind a clue that you're going to go for something that you've never done before, what happens? Your ego starts saying, that's not possible. You can't do that. You've never done that before. You don't know how to do it. You don't have the right connections. You don't know how to sell. You don't, have a product that would make that much money. Our egos just come up with all kinds of reasons why it can't happen. Or all the things that would need to happen so that it could become a reality. And then you go, oh my gosh, I would need 1 million new clients in order for me to make that number. And I don't know how to do that, right? So we need to acknowledge that part of us that's going to come up with those things. And what we're going to do is go, well, I'm not responsible for how that happens. I'm going to put that on God and the universe to have it work out for me, to have whatever needs to happen be organized in such a way that the opportunities present themselves for me to take advantage of so that I can get this number. And I'm going to give you my example of what happened here for me, right? But let's get back to this side, me, the part of you that we need to work on. In order for this to work, in order for this part over here, what are you going to do? What is your commitment that you're willing to make in order for this number to materialize? Because let's face it, we have to take action. We're going to have to do something. I am not a proponent of putting a number out there and sitting and clasping your hands and hoping for the clouds to part and a blessing to come down. I'm not about it. We are going to have to take action. What I want to distinguish is what you are going to do and what the big heavy lifting you're just going to give over here to a power greater than you, right? And once you make that clear in your mind, this thing happens where it's like, I can do this. I can do this. I know I can do this. I can see it as done. The thing that gets most people caught up is this part about me, because here is where all of our money stuff surfaces. When I sat down to do this, some of the things that started to come up for me was, well, do I deserve that much money? Right? Do I deserve that much money? And really, if I'm saying that I'm going to give the heavy lifting to God and the universe, that means this is going to be relatively easy for me to create. Is that right? Is that okay? I'm starting to feel guilty that I'm saying I want to sign up for not working hard, right? Nobody in my family has ever made that money. It says that if I desire this much money, according to my religious beliefs, says that if I desire this much money, which is far more than I need, then I'm greedy, right? Can you relate? All of this starts to come up. And so over here, you're trying to get this number, but you, on this part of the triangle, you're clogged. You are clogging up the system with all of these beliefs. And so I'm going to show you how to do this, but I want to invite you to an opportunity where I'm going to help you clear all of this. So that when you really sit down to do this process, you are so clear that this whole thing just works like a machine. Right? So one of the things that I do is I have a 5-day money attraction challenge. During this challenge for 5 days, every day I get on and I have conversations around money and the things that get in the way of us experiencing the kind of financial reality that we desire. Because everybody wants financial freedom. We all want, whether you want to be a millionaire or not, every one of us wants to know our bills are paid and we have more than enough sitting in the bank to do the things that we want. That is like baseline for every human being. Some of us want way more than that. But every single person wants to know that their financial responsibilities are easily taken care of, and there's a little bit more or a lot more that they can use to enjoy other things in life beyond bills, right? So let's just keep it real. What are the things that get in the way of you having whatever financial experience you desire? One of the things that, I talk about during this money attraction challenge is, what is your money trauma? What is your money trauma? A lot of people don't even realize they have money trauma. I know for me, once I started to see that things were coming up for me, the more money I wanted, the more stuff that would come up, the more fear I had, the more resistance I had, the harder it was. I was like, something is going on. And when I started looking back at my life story, I realized I'd had several incidents in my life with trauma, one of which was a bankruptcy. That was very traumatic for me because I had been accustomed to working really hard my whole life and succeeding. Now, here I was, the biggest form of financial failure, Chapter 11, bankruptcy. The trauma that created for me, besides the guilt and the shame, was, well, maybe you're not good with money. You shouldn't have a lot of money. Right? That was a trauma that got created for me. So here I am asking now for a big, huge number, and this trauma is coming back up. I just want you to pause for a moment and start to think about some things that might have happened in your life that are related to money. Maybe it involved your family. Maybe in a job, you never got a promotion and you were told, some reason that really created some trauma for you. And it was like, gosh, I was really looking forward to that raise. Whatever it might be, maybe somebody hurt you really badly and money was involved. You don't even realize that you have trauma related to money that's getting in the way of you achieving the financial results that you have. So during this challenge, that's one of the things that we talk about and I address and I show you how to overcome it. The other thing is, and we all know this, we have beliefs around money. These beliefs, they're like the glass ceiling of our income level. So you have these beliefs that say a lot of money is X. Therefore, you're always just below that a lot of money amount in your life. Sometimes you're way below it, but you never quite can get there, or you get there and that's it. You're like, why can't I ever make more than that? Why is it so hard to go beyond that? Or sometimes it's your beliefs dictate if money flows easily to you or if you have to work hard. You're looking at other people and you're going, why is it so easy for them to make money? But it's so hard for me. I don't understand. And so you're doing things like this and you're doing all the right things. You're working really hard in your business. You're trying to climb the corporate ladder. You're going back to school and getting degrees. You're doing everything. But these beliefs are working against you. Your beliefs around money, they're determining, are you going to be rich or poor? Are you going to, have money come to you easy or hard? And if you're not aware of what they are and how they're playing out in your life, you can see how this is going to affect you. Right? So during this 5-day challenge, these are some of the things that I really coach you through. And another big one, especially for the women watching, and even men, because I've had my male clients tell me, I can't spend that kind of money on myself. No, I really want a new pair of shoes, but I couldn't. I love that shoe, but I cannot spend that kind of money on myself. I don't deserve that much money. And so we have deservingness issues around money. We look at our family history and we create these stories around what we deserve or don't deserve. And so I just want to help you clean all of that up. So when we come to your side of the triangle, you are just firing on all cylinders. You are a magnet to this amount of money that you have in here because you have cleared all the things that could block it. Right? During the Money Attraction Challenge too, one of my famous things I love to do is show people how to create $1 million plan, because I believe every single human being on planet Earth has the capability and the capacity to make $1 million or more. The thing is, we just don't know how. Nobody taught us how to make $1 million. So during this challenge, I'm going to show you how to do that. No matter what business you're in, no matter what job you have, it doesn't really matter. We can all do it. right? So if that's something that you're interested in, go ahead and go to moneyattractionchallenge.com, moneyattractionchallenge.com, and get yourself registered for the next challenge. All right, so once we've done that work, we've cleared that all up, I want you now to make a decision. What are some of the things that you are willing to do as actions in exchange for this financial result? So one of the things, you know, like for me in my business, I would say things like, I'm willing to do some Facebook Lives. I'm willing to do some advertising. I'm willing to speak at events. You know, anything that I can get myself in front of other people, because ultimately serving people is going to help me get to this result, right? I call myself a messenger of God. I'm doing God's work. I'm doing the universe's work. I'm sharing my gifts and talents, my know-how, all the things that I've been blessed to experience in my life. I'm willing to share it, and I'm willing to put in the time and the energy that's required in exchange for this. And I'm very clear. What are the things that I'm willing to do? Here's the thing. I don't sign up and put on this side of the triangle anything that I feel is impossible or super difficult for me. I'm not signing up for extremely hard work. What I am saying is I'm committed to doing these things. One of the things that's really popular that goes on my list every time I make it is I'm willing to visualize. I'm willing every day to close my eyes and see myself. Right? Bob Proctor says mental awareness of prosperity, meaning I have to see it in my mind first before I can translate it into my bank account. So every day I'm going to sit and close my eyes and see myself as someone who has achieved this financial result. That's not hard work at all. In fact, I love it. That's a daydreaming, right? And it is a spiritual law. We all know it. Whatever the mind can see and believe, it must achieve, not maybe sometimes on a whim. Whatever the mind can see, Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich, whatever the mind can see and believe, it must achieve. So one of my actions that I'm committed to is I'm going to spend the time to see myself in that financial result, right? So that's what I'm going to put over here. Now over here is where I'm going to put the things that I know, make sense to me. It needs to be done in order for me to make this happen. But I don't know how I don't know how to do it, quite frankly. I either don't know how to do it or it seems so difficult and impossible that I'm just going to list it over here for God to take care of, the universe to take care of, whatever you decide. You can put higher power, you can put source, you can put creator. I don't know what language you use. You could just put supreme being. But I'm telling you what, you're going to put this over here to a higher energy than you. You're going to give it off for that higher power to create whatever needs to happen so that you get this result. So the year that I wanted to 4 times my income in a month, I was getting ready to have a live event. And so I decided in order for me to make this income, I think I need 300 people to show up at this event. Well, I didn't know how to get 300 people to an event. I live in a small town in Florida. Hardly anybody knows where it's at. So I'm like, how am I going to get 300 people to this event? I did not know how, but I wrote it over here. 300 people at the event. I needed really high level speakers who I knew if I had an event and they showed up as speakers, more people would more likely attend this event. I didn't know who those speakers were. I didn't know if they would say yes. I knew I couldn't pay them, right? I mean, we're talking about headline speakers, usually never speak at an event without being paid. And so I didn't know how that was going to happen, but I wrote it over here as something that would happen. And I can tell you several other things, but I'm hoping you get the idea. In your mind right now, you have some ideas about how you can make this money, but you don't know how to figure that out. It feels really hard. It feels impossible. You're going to put that over here on this side. Right? The heavy lifting goes over here. And so in the example of my event, what ended up happening is I didn't have 300 people show up at the event. I might have had 220 people, but I still made the number. I still got the financial result, right? So instead of every single day leading up to the event, worrying about, can I get more people? How can I get more people? I just did what I said I was going to do. I did that. And I left that over here to be figured out. And that's kind of like the magic of how this works, because you cannot figure out the how. The how, it might happen the way you think, it might not happen that way. But what you know, is if your mind can see it and believe it, if you can write it out in a way that you can see it like this, you can know what you're going to do and what you've handed off to God and the universe to do, and you see yourself having this financial result, then the law says it must materialize. You can have confidence in that. So that's, this is, look, I feel like I figured out like the magic formula for making more money easily, using the power of intention, not more effort. I really feel like I got it. And I've been sharing with anybody who's willing to listen, and they've changed their lives. And that's all I really want to do. I just want to ask you, can you be open enough to try something this simple? What do you have to lose? If it works, you will have multiplied your income. Right? If it didn't work, you would have gone through the process of really releasing some of the things around money that you might have, which is only going to set you up to be in a better position to create the financial results that you want in the future. So what I'm telling you is there's a no-lose situation here, right? It's all wins, if you're willing to do this. And then the last thing, which is not here, but I kind of throw in as a bonus. So when I did this, I had it up on my wall in my office. And I want to encourage you, put this somewhere that you can see it every day. In addition to sitting and visualizing, I want you to be able to physically see it and walk past it a couple times a day, because what that does is it imprints your subconscious mind, and your subconscious mind is the supercomputer. Back in here, the science behind it is just incredible. What I'm telling you is scientifically proven. It's not religion, it's not spirituality, it's science. We all have in our brain something called a reticular activating system. Literally, this thing in our brain says, show me what you want, and I'm going to go about creating situations in your life so you get it. Right? So I'm just going to leave it in its simplest form. That's all you need to know about the science. So what I'm telling you is how to show your brain. You visualize yourself having achieved this number, and then you make yourself see this several times a day, right? And then your brain is going to go do what you get yourself in the circumstances and opportunities that will create this result. Now, sometimes you're going to walk past this and your little ego is going to go, yeah, sure. Sure. We know that might happen. So what I do is at the very bottom, I put a really strong affirmation. Like I might write, I'm a powerful manifester, or I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Something that when you say it, it just like quiets that ego. That would be my bonus thing that I would put at the bottom of this. My intention is that this was of value to you, that you are beginning to see that this is one of the roads that could lead to Rome. And it's not hard. It takes discipline, yes, but it's certainly not hard compared to what we're accustomed to doing, which is using our effort to create results. I'm going to challenge you to give that a try, and I would love to know what are some of the results that you have. And please remember, go ahead and get registered for our 5-day Money Attraction Challenge. The website again is moneyattractionchallenge.com. It's been a pleasure to be able to share this information with you. It is my heart's desire that it makes an impact in your finances, in your way you relate to money, the relationship that you start to have with money, and more than anything, really, that you begin to remember just how powerful you really are in creating anything that you desire in your life. Thanks.
So excited to share today the 5 simple strategies that every leader must learn to stop repelling success, make smarter decisions, and build a winning team. I learned that one of the biggest challenges as a leader or someone in leadership today is the lack of team engagement, especially during this time, post-pandemic or during pandemic. We're having challenges as leaders to be able to engage our team in this virtual space. So studies actually show that 71% of teams or team members are actively disengaged with their companies or their company's mission. So what does that mean? That means that there's a lot of people in our teams, in our organizations that are really disengaged. So what that does is it poses a problem. It poses a problem to be able to move forward and lead a successful team if we know for a fact that most of them are not engaged. So what do we do? Before I went to prison, I was a good leader. I was highly competent and efficient at my work, and I did my job well. But when I was released, I started to recognize that there were more spaces that were necessary for people to learn how to grow, to not just be good and ordinary and average leaders, but to be the type of leader that was extraordinary and not only live a life that they could be proud of, but they would really desire to set a legacy. My name is Allison Garrett, and I am known as the Prison Break Coach. I was sent away for 7 years. I was given a sentence for 7 years, and I was declared a habitual offender. And I was locked up away from my family. I was away from my career, and I was away from my business. And while in prison, I learned a few things. The one thing that I learned was I was in a mental prison long before I had ever experienced a physical incarceration. And more importantly, I learned that there were so many people who experienced those same mental prison blocks that prevented them from reaching their maximum potential. So once I was released and I started doing the work, I knew that it was my life's mission to not only remain free myself, but to free as many people as I could. So I developed what's called the Prison Break Success System. And that is where I work with women who have struggled with life setbacks, and I help them break free from their mental prison so that they can experience true freedom in their lives, in their business, emotionally, relationally, professionally, and financially. And in the implementation of this system in my own life, not only did I become a better wife, a better mother, and a better leader in my community, but I became an award-winning leader who was known for building in highly engaged and highly successful performing teams. So right now, we have a choice, right? We all have a choice. We can choose to just continue down the ordinary path. Like I said, I did my job well and I was efficient. But what if there was a way to be even more successful, to create even more impact, not just in your work, but with the people that you work with around you? And I look at it like this. I look at ordinary leaders are able to fish, and they can help their teams eat for today. But an extraordinary leader not only has the knowledge of fishing, but teaches someone how to fish, and they learn how to eat for a lifetime. So for some of you, you're going to get exactly what you need. I'm going to share these 5 simple strategies. Some of you are going to want to go a little bit deeper, and I'll show you how to do that. So when you think about where you are today, right? I know we're seeing so many messages. We've taken the class, we've read the book, we've had the workshop, we've invested in programs and coaches. So what makes today any different? Maybe today you are more prepared than you were before. Maybe some things have happened in your life over these past several months that made you look at things differently. And maybe there's just a different approach. And maybe I can share some things with you today that'll allow you to go a little bit further. I use a combination of spiritual and laws, spiritual principles and laws in combination with the science of personality, because there's some things about us that the only way we can change them is if we remove those hidden blocks and tap into that untapped potential. And that's where I found myself in my life, tired of, I read the books, I've been there, I've done that. What was it? There was a gap. So today I'm going to share with you some things that'll help you release yourself into that extraordinary life. Not that all of the things that happened to you that have programmed you to just remain ordinary, but the way you were created to be, which is considered extraordinary. So the 5 simple strategies that every leader must learn to stop repelling success, make smarter decisions, and build a winning team begins with the very, very first thing, and probably the most important. It's you have to know who you are. That sounds really cliche. And what I've learned is when I ask people who they are, they immediately start to explain maybe their title or their role. You know, like, my name is Allison. I'm the CEO of Pamper Perfect Mobile Spa. I'm also the founder and director of Prison Break Coaching. I'm a certified life coach and personality assessor. We start to say all these things. I'm a wife, I'm a mother, I'm on this board, I participate in this thing. And what that does is creates a false sense of self because we have connected solely to our external titles and roles. So what do you think happens when you lose that role? I was all of these things before prison. What do you think happened when I lost that? When I was sitting somewhere where none of that mattered? I begin to question my identity. And when we think about knowing who you are, it has to start with being more authentic. And that doesn't just mean tell the truth, because as a matter of fact, we are all not 100% honest 100% of the time. I mean, to just make a bold statement, we all lie, right? We all lie, and we lie for different reasons. But as you start to understand that the first thing that you need to do is know who you are and become more authentic, it is a step-by-step process, and you gain it little by little every single day. And the more you show up being authentic, that's what leadership is about. Because you know, just as well as I do, you can spot fake a mile away, and that has nothing to do with a lie, but that is where it starts. So what I want you to start doing is start thinking about how much you lie. And it may sound silly, but the first thing that I want you to do is I want you to keep track of every lie you tell for 1 week. And not only do I want you to write down the lie, I want you to write down a little brief description of what it was surrounding the lie. Like, why did you lie? And at the end of that week, I want you to begin to evaluate, after you're logging this, is this lie something to protect myself? Or was it in the interest of others? And as silly as that may sound, that is a way that you start to recognize that you're not as authentic as you could be. And to be an extraordinary leader, you have to start to deal with being more authentic. So that's the first thing that you need to do. The second thing you need to do is you need to know your team. When I speak with high-level successful managers, and they will tell me that they know their team, I'll ask them something as simple as, okay, give me one of the team members that you know well on your team. Say, Susan. All right, tell me, what is Susan's favorite candy? They're like, I don't know. What difference does that make? Well, that's the problem, is we have dismissed the idea of really building a rapport. What we do is we just scare our teams into mediocrity because we make them believe that to be successful, it's about processes and lists and to-dos, and as many as you check off creates a idea of success. And while there is a place for time frames and things that need to be projected and things that are more geared towards the actual work that they do, what people really need to be more engaged is they need to know that you care. They don't really care what you know. So instead of thinking of work as work, you think of it as a relationship. We build every other relationship in our lives. We work on building a relationship with our spouse or, with our partner, or we work on building a relationship with our children. But how many of us as leaders really work on the idea of building a relationship with our team? So something you can start doing very simply is have conversations. And it's not always about the assignment. It could be about what you did this weekend. It could be about sports or things that a person likes or enjoys, but you don't know that if you never ask. I read something very interesting once, and it was an example of something that when someone starts their job, they're given a list of to write down like 5 things that they like and enjoy. It could be their favorite color, it could be their favorite flower. And throughout the relationship and partnership of a team member and a leader, you just sprinkle little bits of that because that's where the rapport is built. I had a client who I worked with, and she was struggling with her engaging her team. So I asked her to just not only spend more time with them, but maybe even consider like a personality test. Because not only do we have to know who they are and what they can do and what their strengths are as a valued team member, we also have to know how they work. So we spend so much time with our teams trying to push them to just think about the work, but to build people and to be a leader that teaches people lessons that they can carry throughout their lifetime, it means you have to be more engaging. So the first thing you need to do is you need to know who you are. Second thing, you need to know your team. The third thing is you have to accept where you've been. Now, I just told you guys that I've been in prison. Do you think that's something easy to talk about or to share? Not at first. When I was first released from prison, I felt like that was like something I didn't want anyone to know. I went back into my business realm, and I just felt like it was something that I didn't need to talk about. But remember, we're talking about being authentic, and we're talking about knowing our team. And to know our team, we need to be able to know ourselves. So in accepting where you've been, it's not all about the resume. It's not all about how great you've been and all of your achievements. While they are important, there's also a place to share those weaknesses and those failures and those quirks. That builds an engaging team because now there is a relationship. That builds the know, like, trust factor in any relationship. And you have to really get to a place where you share. And as you continue to share, you have someone that doesn't turn that assignment in on time. Instead of a reprimand or something to make them feel bad, I'm pretty sure you can remember a time where you didn't turn your assignment in. And you can say, you know what, I was right where you were. And I could remember a time where I didn't think it was as important. And what I learned was, and then you share whatever you learned. Very important. And I've learned that from personal experience. The more I share with my team, the more confidence they receive in themselves in knowing that I was maybe once where they were, or in some cases, I still am. Okay, so you got to know who you are, know what that means, accept where you've been, and you got to know where you're going. That's number 4. And when you have to know where you're going, we understand that there's an alignment that needs to take place between either your company, the company you work for, your goals and values, and you have to align them with the person who's working with you or for you. And how you do that is you create what I call like a leadership blueprint. And the leadership blueprint is basically your mission, right? So it's your mission. It's like, what does this company mean to you? Whether it's the objectives of the company you work for, or maybe your own personal company, or as an entrepreneur. What do you value? What do you expect from your team members? And in return, what can they expect from you? That's where you start to merge the relationship. And it's not just one-sided. I know when I first started working in corporate America, I was always so irritated with the fact that, probably one of the reasons, well, not one of the reasons, but how I just always thought about being an entrepreneur. Of course, prison, in my opinion, pushed me into entrepreneurship was probably the best thing that ever happened to me. But I feel like in a corporate setting, we think that I know everything, you know nothing. I get it all and you don't get anything of what you want. So I always had a problem with asking for time off, or the expectations were really clear with what they wanted from me. But what was it that I could expect from my leader? So I thought about how important that was, and that's why you have to create a leadership blueprint. So you got to know who you are, know what that means, accept where you've been, know where you're going, and then last but not least, you have to know how to get there. And that is where you employ the assistance of other coaches, mentors, and maybe even a peer mentor. And what I like to share with people is, it doesn't have to be someone who has gone through your direct path, but they have achieved some level of success in some area of their life. And you feel a connection. You feel like something that that person said has resonated with you. And for that reason, you put yourself in a situation. And I know that when I have had mentors and people who I have received coaching from, or was a peer mentor, they would be speaking and they would share something. I'm like, yeah, that's me. Right? So if that's you today, and you really are tired and sick and tired of just the mediocre, you have had some experiences where they're kind of good, but you kind of want to push them to great. Or maybe you have always been great at what you do, but what if you can be pushed to the limit to make that even better, make greater impact, be a better person at home for your family, be a better spouse, be a better community leader, be a better leader in your organization, and maybe even influence and encourage others to take the same path as leadership as you. If that's you, I want you to text 55444. I want you to text that number. I want you to text the words winning team. So text winning team to 55444. And Allison, the Prison Break coach, will help you create your very own leadership blueprint. You create your leadership blueprint. And I'm going to read mine to you just so that you have an idea of what we can create. And then it'll get you on the path to start from where you are to where you want to be. My mission is to be an honest, inspiring, and impactful leader. I am committed to challenging myself and developing as a leader, and to support others to achieve their goals and grow as individuals. As a continual learner, I will strive to meet these objectives. I will self-reflect and make corrections when things go wrong, and I will continue to develop myself and others to ensure success. So I invite you to become an active part in your very own success story. And where you are today, you do have the ability to live the life of your dreams, and you can make the impossible possible.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. I'm so glad that you're here. Welcome to Dare to Lead and Succeed Despite the Odds. I tell you, no more excuses, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to win. I'm excited to be here. I'm Celeste Johnson from Atlanta, Georgia. And I want to do a quick shout out to Shay and his team who have been amazing putting on this whole summit. Thank you so much. Please make sure you thank him as well. And then I want to thank you for choosing to be here. That decision is a smart one, I'd say, because I'm going to provide some tools and tips, very simple, very practical, that you can use that can help you succeed despite the odds, no matter where you are. And I tell you right now, we've got a lot of odds that's been going on. Listen, I think as a leader, one of the things we have to be mindful of is that whatever we do, whether we're leading in the corporate world or in the community or at our homes, how we deal with adversity impacts all of the people around us that follow us. And adversity is just a fact of life. You know, we
no matter how well you are functioning and moving along in life, you're going to hit some obstacles. You're going to hit some boulders in the street, right? And the question is, how well do you respond to that? How quickly can you come back from that disappointment, from that setback? What is your resilience like? Your ability to respond positively will determine a great degree of the level of success that you will achieve, however you define success. So life is full of challenges and situations, things that we have to wrestle with, and coming back from that is what we're going to work on, how to do that most effectively. Now, I'm going to do something for the people here who like visuals. I like visuals as well. I'm going to just give you a little bit of an opportunity to see some of these nuggets up close. And I do hope that you have a pen and paper out, because I'm going to give you some things that I know will make a difference for you. So here's the thing. The last year or so, I think you all will agree with me, we have had more than enough opportunities to deal with our comeback challenges and ability to build those muscles to learn how to overcome those difficulties. You know, some people did thrive, have been thriving the last year, but by and large, everyone, I'm sure, would say that they have been impacted by all of these things that's been going on, starting with COVID. I mean, it's been not even a year yet, but over 360,000 people have lost their lives to COVID in this country alone. That's huge. That's amazing number. It's staggering, actually. And the repercussions of that many people have lost not only their jobs, their income, they have a lot of uncertainty. We all are uncertain about what to do next. Even with the vaccine, we're not really sure. Do we take it, not take it? When do you get it? All of that uncertainty. Not to mention all the political drama on steroids that we've had and the social injustice matters that have been going on all year. It's a lot. Tough times. I think you'd agree. We've all been in them. Lots of challenges to come back from. Well, the question is, how do you do that? What do you do, Celeste, when you're in the midst of all of that? How do you capture your strength and be able to come back? Well, that's what I want to talk about. First thing you got to know, success doesn't happen by chance. It's not a chance thing. It is a choice. We have to decide that we want to actually come back from this madness. And it's really difficult. A lot of people will stay in the doldrums and complain and moan and groan, and they really get some kind of payoff because they'll stay there. Yes, I'm sure you know those kind of people as well. But I say the first thing is to decide. We have to decide that we want to be open to possibilities. We have to decide to be committed to taking some action. We have to decide that we will dare ourselves to get up, brush ourselves off, and do what's necessary to win. That's a decision. That's a conscious decision. And we want to make sure that we take it with gusto. And so throughout this session is very brief, but I'm going to give you specific things that you can do that will help you to do that most effectively. I'm going to do it. And you know, the title of this session was Dare to Succeed, Dare to Lead and Succeed. And how do you do that? No more excuses. No more excuses. No more excuses. It's time to win. Well, that title is actually coming from my best-selling book here, Dare to Succeed. I've written it several years ago. Matter of fact, I'm doing an updated version, a revised version is coming out in March. But this book is based on success habits, behaviors that are proven to help you to be successful. And when we apply them in this arena, we can see the results we're looking for. So DARE is an acronym, D-A-R-E. Let me tell you what it stands for. The D is discipline yourself. Really important core component. The A is act with clarity and focus. The R stands for raise the bar in various areas. And the E stands for engage in various areas as well. Now, of course, the book is really comprehensive, and it actually is 4 cornerstones, but there are several 12 different nuances and different behaviors that associate with that. Now, I'm only going to be able to give you, I'm going to target the one that I think is going to give you the greatest juice and is a cornerstone. And that really is the discipline factor. That's what the D stands for. So we're going to dive in on that. And I mean, I would love to give it all to you, but in a short period of time, I thought it was better to dive deep and give you practical things you can do that you can actually execute immediately than to give you an overview. So we're going to go with discipline yourself. I hope you're ready. Please have that ink, pen, and paper out, because I believe these notes are going to make a difference in your life. Discipline, let's talk about that. Discipline is really the mark of a champion. I call it the mark of a champion because when you think about it, if you think about an athlete, let's say a gold medal winner athlete, and they win a gold medal, and then there's another rather gifted athlete, but they don't win. What's the difference? Discipline. What about the person who says they want to lose weight and they do, and the person who says they want to lose weight and they don't? What's the difference? It's discipline. Discipline makes the difference in seeing achievement and in arriving at the place that you say you want to go to. We all have big dreams. We all want to win, but we are not all willing to do what it takes to win. People say it's lonely at the top. Yes, they're not willing to do what it takes to get at the top. So what I'm saying to you is that we have to be mindful of applying ourselves, discipline ourselves to the point where we can make the progress that we're looking for. One of the things I was thinking about, there's a quote that Jim Rohn, you might know him, amazing information that he provides, but he says, discipline is the bridge between goals and accomplishments. Discipline is that bridge. And without self-discipline, success is impossible, period. That's what Lou Holtz, he was a famous football coach. It is a winning football coach. And discipline is a key component. And so what do we do with that? We have to learn how to discipline our mind. There's different disciplines of your body, discipline your spirit, discipline your finances. There's a lot of things you can discipline. But I'm going to deal with one because, again, we can't dive into all of them. But I think this is a key one, and that's mental discipline. Yes. Yes, discipline your mind. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, we came prepackaged, all of us, prepackaged with the most amazing gift of all time, and that's our mind. It's the ultimate computer, right? But the thing is, we didn't come with an instruction manual. When you're born, they don't give you, how do you get the most out of your brain? I love this topic. I actually have a book on this one too. It's called It's All in Your Mind because it's so fascinating. And so the thing is, what do we need to do? How do we need to shift? What kinds of processes are necessary for us to discipline our mind to get better results? Well, I'm glad you asked. So I'm going to show you a couple of things. The first thing is we want to just look at our mindset. Our mindset. And I know you've heard that word before. The mindset is defined as our established way of thinking, our opinion, how we, our mental inclination, how we typically think. Your mindset, what is that? And some people have that two different kinds of mindsets if you want to group them. One is a growth mindset, and the other is a fixed mindset. Growth and fixed. Success mindset is a growth mindset. We want to have that growth mindset. Well, what does that mean a little bit more, Celeste? Let me explain. So the growth mindset has the mindset that says challenges are good. I can learn from that. I can grow from that. Failure is an opportunity for me to pick myself up and expand my skill set to become better. I can learn anything I need to learn in order to accomplish it. I like new challenges. That's a growth mindset. And that's the kind you want to have versus the kind that others have. I'm sure it's not you, but others we know that says, you know what, this is all I can do. You know, I don't like challenges. I like what I'm doing right now. This is the way I've always been doing it. I don't want to do something different. I stick to what I know. I get frustrated when other people are moving along and want me to move. That's fixed. We don't want that. Right? So your goal is to cultivate that mindset that you can do what you need to do. And so how do you do that? I'm going to give you some more tips on that. Here's one way. It's a lot of ways you can do it, but I think this is a cool way. What you want to do is start changing your mental diet, because what you consume will come out of you. That affect your mindset. And, you know, your brain is just so amazing. Again, one simple thing you can do immediately is to digest what I call comeback stories. There are success stories all around, right? And so what you want to do is feed your mind. Whatever you put in your head, that's what's going to come out. That's how you're going to change your mindset. That's how you're going to develop that growth mindset. So be inspired by other people's comeback stories, their ability to win despite the odds. Look at them. When you read it, it inspires you. For example, let me give you a couple of examples. I love Wilma Rudolph. Years and years ago, she was a runner that, an African-American woman runner. Early on, listen to this. She was born with a variety of challenges. She had polio, I think it was polio, but she had ailments with her walking ability. She had to wear a brace on her knee, up to her knee, because she could barely walk. They had infantile paralysis at that time, and she couldn't walk. Listen at me. But then she went on to win 3 Olympic gold medals for running. Hello, going from not being able to walk with braces, just trying to barely do it, to running. Are you kidding? Physical challenges. A lot of us say, I can't do it because of this or that. No, you can do a lot more than you think you can. You just have to put your mind to it and read those stories and inspire yourself. Here's another person. We think about Colonel Sanders. Most of us have heard of KFC, probably eaten some. I don't necessarily recommend that, but okay, I've had it. But here's the deal. Age discrimination. Some people said, I'm too old. I can't get past that challenge. People have let me go, or whatever that might be. No, he didn't start his franchise for KFC until 65. He used retirement funds. Are you kidding me? You can do this. So don't let age be a factor. You can overcome that. Here's another thing that's real contemporary in our lives here in the United States. You know, these are mothers of people who have lost their children that have been killed in the streets. The mothers of Trayvon Martin and Sandra Bland and Sean Bell. And you've heard these names before. We're talking about grief. How do you get past grief? And like I said, right now, a lot of people are dealing with that. Hundreds of thousands of people are dealing with grief. I had to deal with grief. My comeback story is about grief. My mother and my sister both decided to move to heaven 18 days apart from each other in the end of 2019. And I'm still feeling the effects of that. How do you come back from grief and dealing with that setback that you might have? Well, these principles will help you continue to read stories about how they can turn their grief into a purpose. Using that will be a powerful tool that can help you. So I started a program, 100,000 Voices of Hope in Action, because I felt so much pain was out there. I can offer some hope to people. So you leverage the situation to make it a positive, turn it into a positive. We all know Les Brown. He's a man I've worked with for many, many years, several decades, actually. I started when I was a kid. But he's an amazing story, and he's overcome all kinds of odds. And so you have plenty of opportunity to program your mind on what others have done. Feed your mind on that. So whatever is their souls are made of, his, hers, mine, we have the same capacity. That's what you need to walk away with. But you need to feed your mind that, eat on and digest those overcoming stories, and they will help you indeed. I hope you're getting this and you're enjoying this. It's really, really good. So here's another thing you can do. Ask yourself empowering questions. Not the kind that's going to deflate you. What can empower you? So you're in a situation. What are some questions that you can ask yourself? One is this: how can I contain the problem so that it doesn't get worse? Whatever that situation is. If it's finances, can I curtail some things so it doesn't get worse? If it's relationships, can I cut off things? What can you do to contain the problem? Here's another question I think is good. What can I do to limit the scope or the duration of the situation? That's a very powerful question. Third question. How about asking yourself, how can I reduce the potential downside and or increase the potential upside of a matter? There's always an upside. If at minimum, what you get is strength, you develop strength of character, you develop an ability to come back from things you didn't think was possible. That's an upside, because when you hit the next challenge, which you will, they call it life, you would have built that muscle and that ability to do things that you weren't able to do before. So how can you reduce the downside and focus on and increase the upside for any kind of situation? And finally, one more question. What aspects can I truly control? A lot of times we're lamenting about things that we have no control over. If you can't control something, seriously, you need to let that go. Look at it, see it, but then if you can't do anything about it, worrying about it does not change. So you look at what you have control over and you focus on that. And that's where you get your energy. That's where you get your strength. That's how it makes a difference. So some empowering questions. These are just a few. You can come up with your own questions, but those that will help you move forward in getting the success you want. I'm coming to one of my favorite parts, though. Here we go. You can change your mental blueprint. This is another thing you can do. This is all about disciplining your mind. Change your mental blueprint. And I love this. This is great. Because if you do this, listen to this really close. If you do this, you can basically achieve and succeed relatively effortless. Let me say that again. If you do what I'm about to say to you and you do it, you can basically achieve and succeed relatively effortless. Let me explain. All right. So remember I talked about my book, The Dare to Succeed. That's all about success habits. And by definition, what habits are ways that you do things and you don't necessarily think about them. They come automatic. Excuse me. You've been doing it over and over again, and you don't necessarily think about what you have to do in order to get that done. Excuse me again. So the thing is, how do we develop habits that are proven to result in being successful, making those habits, those behaviors, your habits? Let me say that again. So what you want to do is you want to look at behaviors that have been proven to yield successful results. And they're out there. I study success. You can study success. But taking those behaviors that are proven to result in a successful outcome and make those your habits. Let's take a look here. I'm going to get a swig of water because I don't want to cough my way through this. You want to touch on your mental blueprint. Watch this. I love this. Oh my God. I know. I hope you do what you love to do. It makes a difference. Okay. So here's the deal. The mental blueprint consists of these areas: thoughts, beliefs, actions, results, and you have emotions right underneath thoughts and beliefs. Now, here's what happens, and this is perfect for this time of the year. We're in the beginning of the year when I'm recording this, and everybody has these New Year's resolutions, or a lot of people, maybe not everyone, but a lot of people come up with their New Year's resolutions. And this year, I'm going to lose weight. This year, I'm going to stop smoking. This year, whatever that is, fill in the blank, right? And so they really mean it. This year, I'm really going to do it. And so what do? They know you have to do something different if you want a different result. So they decide on different actions. I'm going to lose weight. So I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to join a gym, or I'm going to buy that equipment, or whatever it is. I'm going to take this action, and they make a schedule and they actually plan to do it. Now, I bet you would agree that you've seen people that said they were going to do something for New Year's, and by February, maybe before, maybe after, it's gone by the wayside, the resolution. And there's a statistic that about 85% of the people lose their resolutions by mid-February or March. And so what's the problem there? The problem is they need to go to the mental blueprint. They haven't changed the blueprint. And here's where you make the change. Look at this. The blueprint is your thoughts, emotions, and beliefs. Your beliefs are driving factors to your behavior. What you believe is the underlying motivation behind what you do. And so that's where your habits live, in the mental blueprint area, and your thoughts and beliefs. So what you have to do is you have to change your beliefs. And beliefs, some of them you got when you were a kid growing up. But listen, we have beliefs that empower us, and then we have beliefs that are limiting. And we need to know how to adjust those that are limiting so they can free us up to go where we want to go. So my last little tip I'm going to give you is, how do you go about doing that? It's 4 steps. Number 1, you want to change and challenge your limiting beliefs. We're going to change them to empowering ones. Okay. So step 1, every morning, acknowledge that a part of you will be actively seeking what's familiar, because that's what you do. You get up, that's what you're familiar doing. It's going to drive you to get the behavior and the results that you're currently getting. But if you want different results, we have to do something different. First, you have to acknowledge it. The second thing you want to do is, throughout the day, watch out for those beliefs that undermine your intentions. Watch out for when you get that temptation to go eat that extra fried chicken wing, which I love, when I'm really trying to lose weight. Watch out for those beliefs. What is my belief saying that if I eat this, I feel better? My belief, whatever that might be for you. The third step is, when you run into an existing limiting belief, acknowledge it, challenge it, and consciously replace it with an empowering one. So instead of saying, okay, I'm gonna get that chicken wing, it will taste better and I'll feel better, but if I get that smoothie, or if I get that juice, I will still feel satisfied, and I will be on my path to getting to where I want to get back into those outfits in my closet. Right? Okay. And then number 4, just repeat, rinse and repeat until the empowering belief takes hold. It's very simple, not easy, but simple. And if you do that over and over, you will end up really getting where you want to go. Our time is gone already. I know it's so fast, but I hope that you would just take those simple points of discipline your mind in those various areas. We talked about the discipline yourself. The only area we talked about in discipline is our mind. If you want more details of the discipline, the body, the spirit, all of that, and all of the rest of those things, they're in my book. I'm so excited that I'm going to be releasing the updated version on March 4th. I love March 4th. It's going to be coming out. It has an action plan, a 90-day action plan. So certainly if you're interested in getting more information in this arena, connect with me. My website is here, CelesteJohnson.com, Johnson without the H, JONSON, and or email me and you can access it that way. But hey, I thank you so much for your attention. Here's the last note from Nelson Mandela. Do not judge me by my success. Judge me by how many times I fell down and got back up again. Comeback champions, that's what you are. Thanks so much. Have a great afternoon. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Charmaine Vega, and I'm also known as Mama Vega. I'm from California. I'm in the Central Valley, but specifically I'm in Bakersfield because a lot of people want to know, where are you exactly in the Central Valley? But I'm also a part of Southern California. And what I do is I do nutrition. I'm also an educator. I've taught anywhere from preschool all the way through college. And what I want to talk to you about is more than a mask. More than a mask, but you need to boost your immune system. And why am I talking about that? And why am I so passionate about it? Well, as a nutritionist and a 4th generation nutritionist, as well as an educator, I come from a family of educators, as well as people who are in the mental health arena. I want to make sure that the knowledge that I have and the knowledge that my family has, that I can share with others. Because my father has always told me is that if you have a gift or you have knowledge and you don't share it, God has a way of taking it back because he feels as though you're not appreciative of it. He gave you something and yet you're not using it. It's kind of like when we give our kids something and they just take it and set it on the shelf. How do you feel? How do you feel when you give somebody something and you think it's really good and something that they want that they can use, and they just take it and they just set it on the shelf and it gets all kinds of dust on it. They don't use it. You feel like, what do you want to do? You want to take it back. Well, that's what I want to talk to you about. But I also want to give you an example of why I'm so passionate about this. I'm no longer with my partner who I had. We were together for over 18 years. And then I found out one day that behind my back, he was cheating. And guess what? He was cheating the entire 18 years, and little did I know until I found some documents. But the documents that I found is where he was claiming to other investors that he owned my company, which he did not. So he was pretending to do that. So now what do I do? Now I'm there and I don't want to give up everything, because I do have a book that I've already written and I will be writing another one that gives more of those details. But how do you think that made me feel? I wasn't able to sleep. I had stomach pain, stomach cramps. And what am I doing? I'm pretending that I don't know because I'm trying to figure out how to get through. What do I do? How do I get around this? How am I going to handle it? Well, I ended up handling it. However, in the midst of all of this, when we did split up, I end up going to a big gala, where all these people are there. I went with some of my friends and I end up coming across this one woman and I'm passing out my business cards and she comes over to me and she said, "Oh, hi, is so-and-so," which I'm not going to give him credit, which is why I'm not going to say what his name is that, is that your ex? And it caught me completely by surprise. So what do? I'm like, yeah, why? And she said, "Well, we used to go over to the house, my boyfriend and I, and we would have breakfast and we would have that salsa that you make, because that's how my company got started. My company got started by making a pico de gallo salsa. That's what I'm known for as Mama Vega." And so I'm like, okay. And she said, "Oh yeah, it was delicious and everything." And then she says to me, she says, "Well, did you, give the salsa to him, or did you, or did you sell it, or what did you do?" And I'm looking at her and I'm like, "Oh no, I gave it to him." After she walks away, before she walks away, I should say, "Oh, well, I'm sure you probably regret that now." And I'm thinking, and I'm like, okay, whatever. I'm like, I just walk away. And the friends who I'm with, they were like, "She wasn't talking about the salsa that was now that they had at that breakfast that you didn't know about. What she's actually talking about is she's talking about the actual company, your salsa company. And I said, no, she's not, nah, she's just talking about, because that's what she was talking about. She was talking about the breakfast and everything. And they were like, no. I said, well, you know what? I have her phone number. Let me call her. So I called her on the phone while they were right there. And I said, hey, girl, I know you already left, but I just wanted to find out, when you mentioned the salsa, were you talking about the salsa company, or were you talking about the salsa that you guys were eating at breakfast? And she says, no. I was talking about the salsa company, because he said that's the way he got this $1 million home. And I was like, oh no, let me tell you. So I ended up telling her what actually happened. But what I had to do at the moment when she was talking to me is I had to pretend or put on this face. But while I'm putting on this face, or as I call it, a mask, which is now my company is also called More Than Your Mask. And there's a reason, it's all going to connect in a minute. You have to put on these masks. And don't we do that every day? Every single day we put on a mask. When someone says something to us, it may be cutting, it may be hurting. And understand, all these examples that I'm giving you are examples of where I was dealing with stress. I couldn't sleep. I had anxiety. But what am I doing when I go out to public? People will say, how are you doing today? And I'll say, oh, I'm fine. What does that fine really mean? Or to me or you, if you're going through this type of thing, it means you're frustrated, F. I'm irritated, N, I'm nervous, and I'm emotional. But what do I say? I don't say any of those things. What I do is I put on my mask. I put on that face for that particular person, because that's what I want them to see. If I go someplace else, what do? Oh, how are you doing? I'm okay, right? I put on another mask. And then when I get back home, I'm actually putting on my other mask, which is what we use right now for COVID, right? They say, put on a mask. But they're also saying it's not working. Isn't that the same thing when you're putting on all these other masks? We think that people don't read beyond that. I found out later that there are all these other people out there who, although I'm putting on what? You already saw two. Here's my third one. You're putting on the mask, right? You put this on, and then you think they don't know anything. But the reality is that they do. They're really seeing through that. So you're being pretentious and you're doing these things, but in reality, you're not fooling anybody. But what you are doing is you are destroying your own health. That's why I say, more than your mask, you need to boost your immune system. Now, I'm going to pivot a little. Now that I've said that, I want you to connect these dots. They're telling us with COVID, because we're in the pandemic. This is the pandemic. This is 2020. We're in the pandemic era. We're doing all these things, 2022, 2023. This thing is going to go on and on and on and on, right? This is just the beginning of all these things, all the 20s, right? It starts in 2020, then it goes to 2021, 22, 23, 24. It is going to be there. But what are we finding out now? We're finding out that it has a variant. And people are like, oh, it has a variant. Variant means it's mutated. That's what it means. It means that it has mutated and it has changed. But they're still telling us, wear a mask, right? Wash your hands, social distance. But there are other things that they're not telling you, or they do say it, but have you connected those dots? They're telling you that people who are more susceptible are people who have underlying conditions. What are those underlying conditions? You can't sleep, you have diabetes, you're overweight, you may have a headache, you may have any of these other things. They're running out of ICU beds. Do you want to go into the hospital? They're now saying that when it's going to expand and grow more is because of the temperature, and they're finding out that it grows more in the winter time because we don't have as much humidity. You would think it's just the opposite, but it's not. Because places that have a higher humidity, it's actually falling to the ground. Why? Because it's airborne. So those of you who decide that you want to wear your mask like this, or you want to wear it like this, where your nose is out, you're doing absolutely nothing. You're still allowing it to get into your system. Are you thinking about using a neti pot? Flushing out your nose. Are you wearing glasses? There's cases where someone has been on an airplane. He was a doctor, took all the precautions, but what didn't he do? He didn't wear glasses. So what happened? It got into his system, because where does it go? Through your mouth, through your nose, through your eyes. This is your head, but your circulatory system does not stop at your neck. It goes all throughout your entire body. So now, what is it that you need to do? Because even though they have a vaccine out, they're saying that vaccine for the general population, if you choose to take it, is not going to be available until sometime in the summer. So with all the people who are catching it, getting sick, dying and everything, what can you do? What are you going to do? Are you going to just sit there and just wait and see what happens? Or are you going to be proactive? I vote for being proactive. Proactive means you're going to boost your own circulatory system. You're going to boost your immune system. You're going to make sure that you're healthy. How do you do that? You do that by eating the right foods, by making sure you're not eating excess sugar. Sugar feeds virus and bacteria and yeast and mold, right? We're hooked on it. They keep selling it to you. Why? Because that's a circle. Let me give you some sugar so you end up in the hospital, because that's what that is. That's sending you there. Did you know something like cilantro, little old cilantro, can actually pull toxins right out of your brain? When you eat it, it's like a magnet. It just, all those toxins and everything stick right to it, pulls it out. Have you ever heard of camu camu? Camu camu is the highest percentage of vitamin C known to man, higher than those things. What about kiwi? Something like kiwi. Kiwi has more vitamin C than an orange. But what do? When you eat your orange, you peel the orange and then you eat the inside and then you throw the peeling away. What did you just do? You just threw over to vitamin C. That's what you did. Same thing. I know many of you out there love lemonade. How do you make your lemonade? Do you just take your lemonade and squeeze the lemon juice, and then what do? Oh, some of you will take that peeling and you'll just throw it down the garbage disposal, right? That's what you're going to do. You're going to throw it down the garbage disposal. When you throw it down that garbage disposal, you're sharpening those blades, but you just threw out your what? Vitamin C. So what do they tell you? They tell you that these are some of the things that you should be eating to boost your immune system. Vitamin C, right? I'm telling you about cilantro. I can also tell you about dandelion. Dandelion leaves are very good. It's a diuretic. It now purges your bloodstream. Purges means it makes you go to the bathroom, get rid of all those toxins in your system, because you don't want it staying. Because if that stuff stays in your system, you now are going to get sick, or if you're not sick, it's going to make you more susceptible to getting sick. So you want to make sure you do those things. And in the winter time, you may not be able to go outside that much to get what? Vitamin C, so that your body gets enough vitamin C and D, okay? You want to be out there to get both C and D, because we don't have the sun, right? But now, how can you get that? If you don't get enough vitamin D, that's going to help you to be able to sleep at night, because of all the enzymes and everything that's released at night, that's going to allow you to have that good rest and good sleep. These are all the things that I talk to my clients about. These are all the things that I try to educate you about, because as an educator, yes, I'm a nutritionist, a dietitian, and all these other things, but most of all, I'm a dietitian who likes to educate. Why do I educate? Because some of the things I'm telling you, you know those things, but you don't know the why behind it. Why do I do this? How does it function in my body? Once you understand that, then you will know what you should and shouldn't do, because hearing something is one thing, but understanding the science behind it or the education behind it is another whole thing. They tell us vitamin D. What about eating something like mushrooms? Do you think about that? Mushrooms. Now, yes, we can talk about supplements and what you need to take, and the fact that when you're eating foods, it's not necessarily giving you as much from the food as you should be getting because of the way it's grown. And yes, I will tell you that you should do organic as much as possible. However, if you can't do organic, then there are different herbs and spices you can add to enhance the nutritional bioavailability. And that means that your body's going to absorb it. That's a nice way of just saying your body's going to absorb it. Okay, that's what that is. And also, another thing I would suggest that a lot of people do is meditate, pray, sit quietly, get rid of different things. You know, if you have a lot of negative people around you, as much as possible, you know, don't. Some of my friends say her middle name is No, because when I hear them start talking negative about something, I go, nope, don't want to hear it. No. And the reason I do that is because I'm a person that when I hear things, I'm going to try to help you solve it. That's my thing. That is the way I am. So I try to help you solve it, but I try to look at things in a situational type of event. And what I mean by that is I don't look at something as being positive or negative. I look at it as being a situation. This is how I deal with it. Now, how am I going to solve the situation? I'm not saying how am I going to solve this negative situation? How am I going to go to the positive? I say, how am I going to address the situation? What is my next step? What do I need to do? And that's how I look at it. And that's how I get my clients to look at it. When I talk about nutrition, I don't believe in diets. I believe in you becoming aware of what you're eating, how you're eating it, how it reacts to you, because what I tell one person is not necessarily going to be beneficial to another person. I may tell one person you need to be a vegan or a vegetarian or 100% plant-based. Someone else may tell me, oh, well, I can't do that because I don't like this and I can't have that, or I'm taking medication. And because I'm taking the medication, I can't have this or I can't have that. I have grandchildren and I have some who are allergic to one thing, another one who is allergic to another thing, and another one that's not allergic to anything. How do I cook for them? It's easy, okay? You just have to know what to do and be educated in order to know how you want to do that. That's what I want to share with you. That's what I want to help you do. I want you to get away from not wearing those masks, not letting the things bother you. Understanding that if you boost your immune system and you're eating the right foods, it makes you less susceptible to certain things like the flu, like having to take a whole bunch of other medications. You can purge your system and get rid of it, because when you're eating and you're taking a lot of these medications, you're actually impacting your organs. It's not just going into your bloodstream and it's just helping you there. It's going into your liver. It's going into your kidney. It's going into your heart. It's going into your eyes. It's going in every organ of your body is where it's going into. I used to tell people, if you had a house and it was worth $250,000, would you take care of it? Would you put the paint on it? Would you make sure that the electricity was working correctly? Would you make sure that it's not going to burn down? Well, you know, God gave you this vessel, that's your house, and you were told that what you needed to do was to take care of it. And by the way, that house is no longer worth $250,000. If you look it up, you'll find out that this house is worth probably over $1 million. And the reason is because your eyes have a value, your tongue, your teeth, your skin, everything that's a part of your body that puts you together. The marrow that's in your bones, all of that has a value, a dollar value to it. So why wouldn't you be taking care of it? That's why I say it's more than a mask, okay? More than your mask, you need to boost your immune system. That is what's going to get you through not only the pandemic, but it's going to get you through whatever you have to deal with in everyday life. Because if you don't have a system, your body, that's the system that I'm talking about, not how you're going to handle your business or anything, but your body system. If that's not healthy, what are you going to do? You're going to be sluggish. You're going to be tired. You're going to have brain fog. You're going to have all these things that you can't do, and you're not going to know how do you handle it. just this morning, I was talking to my tax person and she was telling me, she goes, oh my gosh, I wanted to tell you something. I hadn't been able to tell you this. We've been talking about all these other things. And she said, remember a couple of years ago when you came to my house and I was so tired and I couldn't do anything and you were telling me, okay, here's what you need to do. You need to do this, change your diet, do these other things. She said, well, since then, everybody now is wondering, what is it that you're doing? Because you're just running around. And she said, I still get tired at the end of the day, maybe from what I'm doing. She said, but I'm not exhausted and tired. She said, it's a different type of tired than what I had before. I may just decide, you know, hey, I need to veg out and I want to do this. Whereas before I was exhausted where I didn't have any energy. And that's what changing your diet for you can do. It gives you the energy to be able to deal with everyday situations, not just business, but just everyday things you need to do. And it also helps you to be around for the rest of the people in your family and be of a contribution to them. If you have grandchildren, to the grandchildren, and you're then setting an example of what other people should be doing. And that's one of the things that I like to do, is I like to be that example. I like to show you what I'm doing. I like to share my information and tell you these are the things that you can do to boost your immune system. If you'd like to get some more information from me, you can go to mamavega.com, which is MAMAVEGA.com. And if you'd like me to come and speak to something that you have, an event or anything like that, you can go to Champions League, and it's on my website. You know, it's you know, you'll see all these links right there. But if you just go there, you can click and you can set an appointment with me. You can end up, you know, saying I need to give you a call. You can send me an email. You can do all those things. It's right on my website. And again, my website is mamavega.com, and I spell it because it's not M-O, it's M-A, MAMAVEGA.com. And I want to thank you for watching.
Hello, everybody. I am Chisa Butler, and I want to thank you for taking the time out to share this space with me and listen to my journey. Before I begin, I want to ask you, do you believe that you were made for greatness? If you don't, what do you believe about yourself? What do you tell yourself about you and what you can accomplish? I am a health and life coach. I've retired from the Air Force after 20 years, and I'm also an independent consultant for Arbonne. Now, in 2018, I got some life-altering information, news. I went to the doctor, and because I was having some pain in my foot while I was running. And you know, sometimes you feel like you have a cramp, but the pain was consistent. Every time I ran, every time I walked too far, every time I wore thin shoes, I was having this pain. So go to the doctor, and he tells me that I have a cyst in my foot. And he said, all we have to do is drain it and you'll be good. Okay. With some more tests ran and MRIs, and I did an ultrasound, they found this mass that no longer seemed to be filled with fluid or no longer seemed to be a cyst. So I got referred to a specialist, and when she looked at my MRIs, we did a couple more MRIs for her to get different clear pictures, different angles, and she could not figure out what it was. And she didn't want to take the chance to see what doing a biopsy on her own would do. So she referred me to another specialist. And at the time I was stationed in Hawaii, but the specialist was in Washington State. We make the plan to go to Washington State. We were supposed to get in there and be there for a week. We got there, I was supposed to have my biopsy. They were going to send it for the test. They were going to come back and do the surgery, depending on what the test was. And as the time went, the doctor tells me, I need you to prepare for you losing your 2 toes. How do you deal with that information? How do you take, if you were given that information, how would you take that in? For me, I knew in my heart that I would be okay. No doubt, no shadow of a doubt did I think that anything else would happen, because I know that I stay positive, everything will work out for me. The doctor, they sent out the test, and Washington State had the worst snowstorm they have had in 12 plus years. Now, for me, everything means something to me. everything. So what was supposed to be just a week turned into 3 weeks of waiting for one test to come back. And the doctor was like, I don't want to send you home because I don't want you to have to come back if this test comes back. So everything came back benign. The last test, he was like, if this test comes back, you have to lose your toes. And at this point, the nerves had intertwined into the tumor. So when he took the tumor, he took my nerves. So that means I lost feeling in my toes. And I now have shooting pains up and down my toes. But for me, I know in my heart that little setback didn't stop my life. It didn't stop me from being or doing what I was put here to do. So with that, I now was looking more into what I was intaking and putting in my body. When we actually set out to prevent things and, make sure that we're doing the right things, it's like you think you're doing the right thing until you meet somebody else and they're like, oh, hey, maybe you should do this. Well, as I started to go on, I had my surgery in March of 2019. I retired in May of 2019. And my doctor told me in 6 months, you can go back and get another MRI to ensure that everything is good to go. Okay, so me and my family, I retired, we all moved to Florida, and I get my MRI. It came back. The tumor had grown back, and it had grown back with a vengeance. It was double the size it was when they took it out the first time. So now I'm back in the same predicament. Now I've seen another doctor when I got here, and he says, I would have took your toes from the beginning. We wouldn't have been dealing with this. To me, I said, well, I guess it's a good thing that decision wasn't yours. And he said he could not help me because that was outside of his specialty anyway. So he sent me to another doctor, and he's 2 hours away from where we live. I go to see this doctor, and this doctor tells me, he said, I don't understand why they've been telling you they have to take your toes. He's like, all we have to do is dig deeper into the bone, and we can scrape it to as far as we can go. And if need be, we can take a piece of the bone out that it continues to grow on. And then you would still have the use of your limbs. Your limbs will still be there. We would take the bone that it's growing on. Okay, so at this point now, I am in a different place because I'm like, this whole time I knew that I didn't have to lose my toes, but I was prepared because of the situation I was in, prepared if it was a life or death, because my reasons why for living, for doing the things I do, it surpasses anything somebody tells me. I will not be dictated by somebody else's thought process and what somebody else thinks. Now, if one doctor told me one thing, there's always something else that can be done. Taking my toes was like the most extreme thing ever. Get my tumor removed the second time, and now it hasn't grown back. This new doctor has made sure everything is good. He checks it every time. If I have any issues, I drive to see him. But for me, I want to ask you, what does it take for you to look into your health? What does it take for you to build life-enhancing processes? What does it take for you to change your thought process? Is it a situation comes up for you? Is it that something you do it puts you into a doctor's office? When do you start thinking better for yourself? Let me ask you this. When you set out to do something, are you deterred because somebody else tells you they didn't do it, so you can't do it? Because for me, that's somebody else's thinking. And yes, sometimes we get wrapped up in what's around us and who goes in front of us and what they say they could do. But for me, I don't dictate my life on what someone else does. I have my own trials. I have my own tribulations. I do what I need to do for me so I can know that I did everything I wanted and needed to do. So I charge you with this. Go out and think about what goals you want to achieve. What is, if it's for your health, if it's for a job, if it's for a dream that you have, first, write it down and be very, very clear on what you want to do. Don't let nobody else tell you you can't do anything. Also, don't run out there trying to change everything all at once. Take everything in steps. You make one change and then you implement another, because the biggest failure people have when they try to make too many changes, too big a change at once, they fail because their mind can't process change as fast as we want to. You have to let yourself know, I can do this. In any and everything you do, I can do this. When it comes to building new enhancing practices, tell yourself every day, I am great. I am amazing. I am striving to do everything I need to do because I can do this. I will succeed in every and anything that I do because this is my path. I am built for greatness. I would love to stay in contact with you guys. I have a Facebook group on Facebook. I have a group, Inspiring Women to Excel. I am there for positivity. If you need an accountability partner, I am there. But I charge you today to start thinking differently, to know that you deserve everything you want, and it is all achievable because you can do anything you set your mind to. Thank you.